20.
Oh, that's just lethal, right? He has
yeah, it is.
20 in a rage. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I did not expect that. I thought that Soul Mirror turn.
Welcome one and all to Championship Sunday here at Masters Tour Orgrimmar. It has been 2 grueling days of competition for all of our competitors, but 2 spectacular days for viewers looking on in, as the metagame is looking very, very diverse here in the top 8, and there are plenty of fantastic storylines, fantastic players, and I expect, Gia, some fantastic Hearthstone today as well.
Completely agreed, Derek. If anybody missed Sottle's tweet, he actually outlined almost all of the storylines. I hate it. He's not even working and he's doing a better job than us for this event. But it's true. We have so many talented players. We could see the continuation of Chinese dominance. We could see Blyze make a three-peat. We could see Gabby just cement himself a position in Grandmasters. There's just so many good stories everywhere you look.
There truly are. The only really region that isn't going to be in with a treat today is Asia Pacific. All of the other regions, at least somewhat represented here in the top 8. But let's take a look before we get too much into the mire of our top 8. The format that we're going to be playing today and that we have been playing all weekend. It's the classic conquest strategy where you bring 4 decks per player. You get to ban 1 from your opponent and then you play a best of 5. When you win with one of your classes, it's done. You don't get to play it again for the rest of the series and you can move on to the rest of your decks. And as for the tournament structure that we have, 9 rounds of Swiss were played yesterday. Very rigorous process to get through to our top 16. And we also played all our top 16 matches yesterday, which left us with our remaining top 8 players, Gia. And while I am sad for some of the players we saw get through to top 16 that didn't make it over the finish line to top 8, like Frenetic in his nail-biting game against Gabby, I could not be happier with this top 8 that we now have.
I have to agree, Derek. In the top 16, there was a singular APAC player in Fate from Thailand, but he did fall to Monsanto. It so happened that the only Americas player and only APAC player had to face each other, and only one could make it into the top 8, which is infested with top-level Chinese and Europe players. And we did have 9 rounds of Swiss, as you said, so every player that is going to be on stream today went at least 7-2 in Swiss, which is just incredible when we take a look at just the quality of the field, because qualifying to the Masters Tour in the first place is also a very long process.
Yeah, it is weeks of work for these players, not days or even just on the weekend here. Make no mistake of the amount of work that is put in by all of our competitors to make it through to even qualify to the Masters Tours. But their hard work will hopefully be rewarded, at the very least for our players here in the top 8. Because taking a look at the prize pool, we can see that for first place, our players can walk home with $25,000. And even if they don't get up to that, everyone that you're going to see on stream today at least has got $6,000 in their pocket for all their hard work. Not bad, I think, for a weekend of Hearthstone, Gia.
Absolutely. And beyond the prize pool, there's also a similarly scaling amount of points that each player accumulates, and putting together the past few Masters Tours, accruing that would be their qualification into the next season of Grandmasters, potentially. We already have the APAC Grandmasters almost kind of completely lined up. There's still one more Masters Tour to play out, part of this segment, but because we have no APAC players in the top 8, players like Trahisan are having a very good time.
They are indeed, and we'll take a closer look at the point standings later on. But first of all, I think we're going to have a look back at some of the action that we had this weekend. Because while we've had a pretty robust metagame in terms of what the standard decks are, we're seeing a lot of Priest, or I should say we're not seeing a lot of Priest because it has been banned out a lot. Rogue, Mage, Warrior as well. Some players are going a little bit different, as we saw from Kayla's Luna here. His strategy to go for a kind of soft target on Priest was enough to take the win over Raze, but unfortunately for him, it was not quite enough to get through to the top 8.
But he still can be very proud of the points he accumulated, because he is one of the leaders, or at least one of the front runners, to make it into America's Grandmasters. And personally for me, he can be very proud that he put on this GIF-worthy reaction at the end of the series. We saw so many fun reactions from the players yesterday, and Kayla's Luna is the most memorable of those, in my opinion. We also had Glory versus Stalmenos. Stalmenos rocking the only shaman of the entire stream.
Yeah, and it looked a little flimsy at first, but it was able to finally get the win and take down current world champion glory, which was kind of the end of his run there, going down to 5-2, couldn't quite get that perfect finish to get through to the top 16. But one of the players that we will be seeing here in the top 8 is Blaze, a 2-time Masters Tour winner, back-to-back. And if he could get a third win here, I think it would truly be an unbeatable record to try and beat with having 3 of them under your belt. It's a truly incredible performance, but he has to get there first.
Absolutely. We also got a look at Chonsu versus Virtuoso. I was very happy to see Chonsu performing well in yet another Masters Tour. In fact, a lot of the top placers from APAC are also already Grandmasters, so still putting in the work, getting in the reps, but in the end, the series went to Virtuoso with some very clean play. But the highlight of yesterday was, of course, our round of 16 match, Frenetic versus Gabby, where Gabby went down 0-2, only to pull it back 3 games against Frenetic's Rogue.
Yeah, I have to give commiserations to Frenetic. For some reason, I hang out in his stream fairly often, despite speaking not a word of Spanish. He's just an entertaining man, and I really was hoping for him to get all the way here. But when it's up against Gabby, his enthusiasm is truly infectious. I've never seen a player who wants it quite as much as this young man, and I've honestly rarely seen a player who deserves it quite as much as Gabby. He is eternally rank 1 or 2 in the dire times on ladder, has been doing very well in these Masters Tours, right up at the top of point standings, and I think is a shoo-in for Grandmasters, at least in terms of deserving, even if he is not guaranteed to make it through on points yet. And he is looking very, very likely to get his spot in Grandmasters, as I'm sure we can all agree he deserves.
Yeah, I would venture to say, Derek, that pretty much the entire world is behind him. He has fans from all of the regions. You could see not just because of the clean play, but as from his reactions, just because it means that much to him and he's willing to put in that much work. But the same can be said of any of our 8 players and also any of the hopefuls trying to get into Grandmasters. For Asia Pacific in particular, we did mention Trahisan a while ago, looking in a great spot to promote for our next season because Alutemu and Lambi Series and Give Please, the people surrounding him are all Grandmasters already.
Yeah, that's right. Give Please had another decent run here, as I believe did Lambi Series in this Masters Tour. None of them really touching Alutemu, though, who, despite already being a Grandmaster, has had one of the best years of Masters Tour performances. He was right up at the top last year and would have even qualified to EU had he been playing in the European region 2 Grandmasters because of how many points he had. But I'm looking down at the bottom here with Trahisan, Okashinsuke, with another couple of very strong Japanese players who could get through. But in the European region, Gabby right there at number 1, and he hasn't even finished here. He could get even more points than he currently has. Looking, as I was saying, very, very likely to qualify through to Grandmasters. But honestly, at this point, I'm not even thinking about GM for him. I'm just thinking about getting a big tournament win under his belt. I think it's time for a player of his caliber to have that in his trophy cabinet.
Why not both, Derek? That is my question. But it's looking a bit scary for J4U because he is tied with Floki, who is in a great position to get even more points. And among the storylines, Floki's is also incredible. He has this second Masters Tour of his, back-to-back top 8s. Incredible consistency. He has only lost 2 matches in the entirety of those 18 Swiss rounds. One of them to Gabby, I do believe. But also taking a look a bit down, Bunny Hopper having 23 points is also a very big deal. Some of the GMs in EU have not been having the greatest season, of course, so having that insurance policy, a bit of a safety net, is also very nice in a similar situation as Alutemu was last year.
Yeah, that's right. I think a lot of your favorite EU Hearthstone players will be cheering Floki. I'm talking Fury Hunter, Orange, Jambray, all that lot in the practice group are going to be cheering him on from the sidelines to try and get another strong repeat performance. But in Americas, it's a very, very different story, Gio, almost comically so, as Monsanto is head and shoulders above the rest here. It's not even close. And I say that in terms of points and also just in terms of play and consistency. Monsanto clearly demonstrating himself to be, if not the best player in the Americas region, right there in the top 2 or 3, if you want to argue about semantics back and forth, with, for example, Luna's multiple performances at World Championships. But then just below him, Dreadeye, obviously already in Grandmasters, and just saying, having recently retired from competitive Hearthstone, could, if he wanted to, just saunter back up into GM, depending on how Masters Tour Dalaran goes to close out the year. But when things really start picking up for hopefuls to get into Grandmasters, is, of course, Kayla's Luna and McBanterface joint in 4th place here, who I think both would be very welcome additions.
Absolutely. They did put on very good performances when they were on stream the past 2 days. I just find it a little bit funny that when we look at the numbers for Americas and compare it to Europe, for example, it's like Americas is a 1 Moarg OTK and Europe is a 3 Moarg plus Talented Arcanist OTK, and APAC lands somewhere in the middle. But I also wanted to mention from APAC, we did have Flurry kind of creeping up in the lower half of the possible promotion standing. So that's also a story to me. The possibility to have a Grandmaster re-promote, and in Sayan's case, maybe have a Grandmaster just essentially having earned tenure, come back whenever he feels like.
Yeah, it does feel that way in the Americas region, doesn't it? But that is all something that we'll focus more in Masters Tour Dalaran to come in a few weeks' time, when we will close out the qualification process for the next season of Grandmasters. For now, we are focusing on the top 8 here in Masters Tour Orgrimmar Gia, and I honestly could not even pick a match that I am most excited for. So many stories in all of these matches, with obviously a European representative in each of the 4 matches, in addition to 3 Chinese representatives still showing that dominance. We didn't get to see it in the previous graphics because, of course, they don't have Grandmasters in China. It's a different competitive season, so they can't qualify through the point earnings. But time and again, they've just been dominating these Masters tours.
Yeah, make no mistake, it was a Chinese player who won the past 2 Masters Tours. XC taking down Madrid, and then we had Xiaobai taking down Masters Tour Ironforge. So if they were in the Grandmaster circuit, I'm pretty sure a lot of people would be quaking in their boots, and the Grandmasters would have these very strong competitors hot on their heels. But of course, the story for me, we have to look to the very bottom of the bracket, with Gabby potentially taking it all the way down.
Yeah, I believe I do have the pleasure of casting that match, which honestly, kind of happy that has shaken out that way. I haven't got to cast Gabby yet this tournament, and he's just such a delight to cast, as I've said, with his infectious enthusiasm and very high level of play. But another player who has demonstrated over the course of his career an incredibly high level of play is one of the competitors in our first match, Viper, a World Championship runner-up, obviously in very good standing there, with players who have gotten all the way to 2nd place. I don't know why I put so much emphasis on it there, made it sound like an insult. It's an incredibly impressive performance to get all the way there. But on the other side, from Tianming, a representative from China, he's a player that we know a little bit less about, to be perfectly honest, at least in the English-speaking community.
It's true. We did get to see him play a little bit on stream yesterday, where he faced off against Satori, but I think it's fair to say Tianming just completely got rolled by the draws from Satori, and we didn't quite get to see Tianming showcase the skill that he has definitely had to put in order to get to this point. And even though he did take that loss, it was no big deal for him because he was already 8-0 at that point and pretty much guaranteed to make it to top 16. He won his round of 16 as well, and will now be facing Viper in what I believe is just a very similar story to all of the lineups here in top 16, which is just a ban priest and play your other good decks type of field. I don't think they particularly have any hard targets, but for the Chinese players in particular, we're seeing a lot of OTK Demon Hunter.
Yeah, seems to be very, very popular over there. And it's interesting because the trend amongst the European practice circles that I've been listening to recently have been very down on OTK Demon Hunter, saying that the removal is not quite consistent enough against the shape of the boards that you're likely to see at the moment. The win condition comes online a little bit too slowly when you're up against the likes of Spellmage, a deck that can burn you down very, very quickly, as we are likely to see here from Viper.
And I think it's a very big deal that it faces off against the OTK Demon Hunter in particular because, well, it is called Spellmage for a reason. They don't play minions other than what they get off of Font of Power. And if there are no minions on the board, it's very difficult for Demon Hunter to piece together an efficient healing. They would rather sometimes that there be a target on the other side that they can then I-beam away with one of their Moargs or Talented Arcanists. And if they have to use their own board to heal, that is often giving up more combo pieces than what they're comfortable with. And also worth noting that the Mage has just as much, if not more, card draw than the Demon Hunter if the cards fall in the right place.
Indeed. And I will say that for Tianming, if he is going for this strategy, I personally have also been fairly down on Warrior throughout the tournament, feeling that its only really strong matchup is against the Rogue. And so if you are going to go for Demon Hunter instead, I think if you feel confident enough in the OTK Demon Hunter, then it's a very valid bring. It's a much more difficult deck to pilot than the Warrior, I think, because of all the breakpoints that you have to calculate, knowing which pieces you're able to throw down, which you have to save for the combo. But for Tianming, having got through this far to the tournament, clearly you have to be able to know how to play the Demon Hunter, or you wouldn't have been getting the wins with it to qualify this far, because honestly, I don't think many players have been banning the Demon Hunter.
Absolutely. I'm sure all of these players with the OTK Demon Hunter have been putting in the reps. They'll be able to spot the lethal as soon as it comes into the hand and have memorized that entire graphic of how many exponential powers of 2 do you get when you have X amount of Moarg / spell damage. And as for the list, he has one Throw Glaive in there, which I'm actually quite a big fan of. Just any card that can actually be thrown away relatively easily, I feel is very important in Demon Hunter, because you want to keep your hand space as efficient as possible so you can keep cycling with the Skulls of Gul'dan and the Spectral Sights. Looking at the lineups as a whole, you did mention Warrior versus Demon Hunter as the only difference, because all the 3 other classes are the same on both sides. And I think it's very much just a good way of framing what are the popular decks in the meta right now. Definitely Mage, Rogue, Priest come to my mind first. And then the 4th deck is from what I noticed, largely a matter of who you practice with.
Yeah, very true. I think that I would probably lean towards the Warrior, because the numbers so far are definitely not backed up my criticisms of the deck. It feels like it has obviously a free win against Rogue most of the time, and decent enough against the likes of OTK Demon Hunter and Mage. But we'll have to see if the slightly different choice from Tianming will pay off as we jump into our first game of the day, our first quarter-final. The winner here, one step closer through to the semis, and obviously increasing their points to GM if it's well, I suppose Viper, if he's afraid of relegation, that is a concern. But more importantly, the prize money going up as well.
And also, love to see Viper all dressed up again. He has been getting in the habit of just dressing very dapper during GM, and it's nice to see the Masters Tour is no exception. For Tianming, big news, the Skull is only 1 card away from Outcast position. And to be fair, it is a card that you don't always feel comfortable just throwing away in the Talented Arcanist, because it is a very important source of healing when paired with I-Beam, but I don't think Tianming is in any rush yet. For Viper, no Incanter's Flow, but he does have quite a bit of cycle at least.
He does. Tianming with a couple of interesting choices already, optimizing mana efficiency by going double jump, or quadruple jump as it's often called in the first couple of turns. But it does have the downside of meaning that if he got exactly Spectral Sight, off of the double jump, then he wouldn't have been able to play it on this turn. It might have entered that outcast position, which is not necessarily a disaster, because with the Skull, he's got quite a lot of card draw already, maybe doesn't want to overload on it in the next few turns. But it's interesting already to see how different players deal with these double jumps in the first couple turns.
Right. For Viper, also a decision point that turn whether he wanted to keep cycling or go with the Font of Power and try to get a mediocre presence on board. It's very likely that you end up with a 2 cost or less minion from the Mage minion pool. But him continuing to draw here just tells me that he's really looking for that Incanter's Flow, because when you can put together several Fireballs and even an Apexis Blast, those types of combinations in the same turn, or Mask of Cthulhu plus a Fireball, that's the type of breakpoint that Demon Hunter cannot often heal to.
Tianming again making the play that wasn't first obvious to me. I was kind of looking at just going for the Spectral Sight on this turn, and then the turn after he could have just gone Arcanist Immolation, or even if it kills literally nothing, just to get rid of the cards from hand. But instead he's going with a different strategy. I think realizing the power of the cards in his hand, rather than wanting to turbo draw through his deck with an outcasted Spectral Sight. Either way, he gets Coin Skull, which is obviously the important part of his game plan here. But it could be a very different game already.
It's true. I think my first instinct looking at that play is that maybe Tianming is concerned with his own hand space when the time for Skull comes. Because if he had drawn a bunch of bricks here, expensive things, or combo pieces he doesn't want to use quite yet, there's a world where that extra card from Spectral Sight makes it such that you have to dump something you wouldn't necessarily want to off of the Skull. It so happens that with this pan out, though, he can just pretty easily, comfortably use the Immolation Aura. And looks like also the Ethereal Aug Merchant. He He is just making sure there are as few cards in hand as possible for the Skull turn.
Yeah, and he didn't have to dump quite so aggressively here. He could have gone Thalnos plus Immolation Aura, which would have achieved a similar outcome. Obviously drawn an extra card right now, and I kind of like the look of that just because then you've spent the mana on Thalnos, and mana is likely to be very tight in the next few turns after you go Coin Skull. But it does give him the benefit of getting another hero power face, and of course, as we were saying, get rid of even more cards. So say he gets another Skull off of this Skull, he can quite happily play that one afterwards as well.
Right. And this also has the not insignificant benefit of ending with a minion on board, which the Thalnos Immolation Aura play, he would have been completely empty on board. And if the 2/1 draws out a ping from Viper, great. You're forcing the mage to spend mana on something very insignificant. And if it stays on board, that's another 2 damage to the face, and every little breakpoint matters with this Demon Hunter deck. For Viper, finally hits an Incanter's Flow, but this to me feels like an Apexis Blast turn because he can maybe have a read on how aggressively Tianming was dumping cards like the Ethereal Arcanist that Coin Skull is coming up.
I think that's a great point. It's very, very readable here that he's kept the coin this long, played a completely useless Arcanist here. They're going to Skull, so you want to put some pressure on them, but here Viper goes with what does clear the board and put some amount of pressure on. But it's obviously not quite impressive of a 5-drop as you could have got off of the Apexis in the ideal situation.
And that is largely because Viper wants to send this Apexis Blast face, but he realizes if there is a 2-drop or the 2-attack minion left on board, perhaps it just takes an I-Beam and a trade to get rid of that 5-drop. So already the difference between having gone for the Thalnos Immolation Aura versus the Ethereal Aug Merchant Immolation Aura play has forced Viper off of Apexis Blast for this turn.
And it's these tiny, minute, finicky differences with the Demon Hunter that I will never be able to wrap my head around. And is the kind of thing that even if it wasn't consciously thought of from Tianming, at the very least it's just muscle memory with the deck where you start to realize the subtle changes that can start to optimize your win rate. But now Viper, with the Incanter's Flow played, can start to actually dump some of the cards in his hand. Imprisoned Phoenix, I'm looking at pretty heavily here to go with all of this burn in hand for one big burst turn.
Definitely like the look of that. Also synergizes pretty well with the Cram Session that Viper has, although he's definitely not looking to play it anytime soon because he's got a lot of, I gotta say, junk in hand. These combustions are doing nothing, so maybe by the time the Phoenix rises, the Cram Session can get some more work done.
There is obviously merit for Lab Partner just because it's playable right now. If you wanted to, you could even just go Lab Partner Cram Session immediately or save the Lab Partner to go for Fireball on the turn it's played. It's kind of less power, less immediate spell damage, less spell damage overall, but in exchange for flexibility with just a 0 mana card.
Very fair. Also, if he were to take the Phoenix, then it couldn't be played alongside a potential Fireball. But oh my gosh, this deck for Tianming is insane! He can just dump this Immolation Aura, and it's these kinds of draws that kind of make you okay, Viper's reaction says it all, but it makes you realize why Tianming was so willing to dump cards. Immolation Aura not going to get very much done against Mage. Even the Talented Arcanist, sometimes it clogs up your hand when you have this time that you would rather be spending on drawing cards.
And Gia, I know that we have been told off recently for calling games over before they are actually over. But come on, this has to be over now, right? Is there any way that Viper can swing this one back around?
I'm not seeing it, even if he generates counterspell. Like, Tianming, I mean, he just kind of has it, right? Does he need to dump this I-Beam? Currently, he has... let's count it up. With Thalnos and the Moarg and the Fell Scream Blast, just those is not enough, obviously. But the fact that the Il'gynoth costs 1 means that he can also fit an I-Beam, and the philosophy is going to copy that Moarg for 0.
It's just everything that you could possibly want in a hand.
I'm counting 24 from the Fell Scream. And then the I-Beam on the Lab Partner could just do it. Not that order, though. I-Beam first.
Well, with the I-Beam and the Fell Scream, it has to be lethal, right? You just have infinite mana as well.
Essentially, the fact that he discounted 3 combo pieces, and one of those is Il'gynoth, which actually gets the maximum discount from Skull, is just completely disgusting.
Yeah.
So, if we've counted this right, Philosophy for 2 Morgs, Il'gynoth plus Alnos, that will allow the I-Beam to deal a lot of damage, and then the Fell Scream Blast can deal the additional 24.
Yeah, it's like 40 damage on this turn. There's no way the Viper is surviving this. And he knows it was a bit of a rough one. Tianming got the literal perfect hand, but that's what happens. This is why you bring Demon Hunter. Sometimes you have to scrap and piece together a really ragtag win. Sometimes you just get this, and you deal 1 billion damage on turn 7, and there's nothing that your opponent can do. It was a well-played game from Tianming, I think. I had some questions about his early game, but quite clearly, he has proved me wrong with a stunning first effort.
Eric, I feel like I have called a bad omen from tweeting this morning about Hunter hands and just going through all the stages of grief. It was exactly that. The Il'gynoth costing 1. Sorry, this was turn 7. I was complaining about dying on turn 8. This was even earlier. Tianming, after having this done to him by Satori, is, I guess, paying it forward to Viper. And even though his Skull off the top was the perfect timing and he got pretty much the perfect cards to make it such that Viper didn't really have any counterplay, you were absolutely right to draw attention to how the early game was played, which made it such that he had no trouble whatsoever having the full hand space for the Skull.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's the kind of game where those early decisions don't really matter, but it's the principle. You want to maximize your chances, and those disruptive plays with the couple of small choices that he had with the Orc Merchant did, I think, optimize his chances overall. And so with that spoken of, the Demon Hunter can move by the wayside now. Conquest format means he has to move on to his other 2 decks, and he's going over now to the Spell Mage Gia. The only difference, I think, as with many of these Spell Mages, is the 30th card, and instead of seeing Shooting Star, as we have from Viper, it's Deck of Lunacy, which whether or not we want to talk about if it's better, it very much does offer occasionally a completely separate win condition that gets there on its own.
Right. I think there's 2 kinds of people in the world, Dara. Lunacy players and non-Lunacy players. And I will just leave it to the viewers to interpret those 2 things however they like. But you're absolutely right to say that the Lunacy can give you, for example, a way to generate healing. Depending on how you time your Encanter's flow, getting Librams of Hope can be a very key thing for Mage in either the Mirror or even matchups against Hunter.
Absolutely, yeah, just being able to get some form of healing, because very often the way that it's played now, because it's on 4, is you play your Encanter's Flow first, which means you're more likely to get Librams of Hope when you draw all your 7-cost spells that get turned into 9-cost then, which Libram of Hope is the only 9-cost spell in the game. So very effective against the burn decks, the aggro decks in the metagame. But I think against Viper's lineup here, if Tianming is going to be hitting Deck of Lunacy, you would rather hit it before you go for the Encanter's Flow, because the likes of Warrior, Rogue, very susceptible to huge amounts of pressure through the likes of, primarily in the Grand Slam, if you can hit those instead of the Librams of Hope. But aside from the Deck of Lunacy plan, it is still, I think, for the most part, standard Mage gameplay against the likes of the Mage Mirror. If we were to see that, very arguably, you don't even want the Deck of Lunacy, because the standard build of the deck, with all the card draw and all the burn damage, actually performs better on average.
I do agree. That streamlined way that the deck is all just card draw and burst and ways to cheapen those cards is built that way for a reason. And again, Mage has to do very specific things to get their healing. So I do favor the non-Lunacy deck in this situation. There's also that interaction of Lunacy generally giving you ways to generate minions, which I'm pretty sure the Mage on the other side would be kind of happy, because otherwise cards like Combustion don't really have a place in the matchup. They often just kind of clog up your hand and can potentially mess with the card draw turn. Speaking of card draw, though, we saw Tianming toss Refreshing Spring Water on the play, which I think it's very reasonable. Encounter's Flow is more important to get early, and when you're on the play, I feel like maximum chances to get that is best.
Sure. I mean, I don't know if the numbers would necessarily agree. Like, it is just always right up there at the top. But I guess specifically in this matchup, if your opponent does go for Incantus Flow on 2, if you hit it on turn 4 or 5 after your Refreshing Spring Water, it may just be too slow in the kind of Incantus Flow arms race that happens in Mage. But we're actually getting to see one of the rare instances where neither player hits the flow, or even the Deck of Lunacy from Tianming. So it's going to be both decks kind of just lobbing burn at the opponent's face really inefficiently, I think is the way that this one generally goes.
It's peak Hearthstone, Derek. This could be just Fireball, ship it face, but Tianming is going to rein it in a little bit, take the Netherwind Portal, and try to develop some board presence. The double combustions, Brain Freeze, and Devolving Missiles is absolutely the opposite type of hand you want to have in this matchup. And Viper is going to test for the spell first, gets a perfect target for the Apexis Blast.
This matchup when you...
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, when you don't hit the flow, it feels to me like Victorian bare-knuckled boxing. Like, dodging wasn't really a thing, and you just kind of hit each other in the face over and over again, back and forth, until someone died. Like, the first person to invent dodging, or Incantus Flow, I guess here, would have been a Maverick at the time. But here, with the Incantus Flow being found, maybe the game plan can shift somewhat for Tianming if he can hit the card draw.
Right, that is the lacking component. And already, I'm looking a bit stupid for saying that the toss on the Refreshing Spring Water is justified in this matchup. But that's not the only source of card draw in the deck. It's the best one, but there's Cram Sessions in here, Arcane Intellect, and all that good stuff. Speaking of, Viper is going to get value off of his own Cram Session, and he finally hits his own flow, so we truly have a game on our hands now, Derek. Oh, we truly have a game on our hands now, Derek.
That is a game of Hearthstone. I mean, you have to do it, right? With no card draw in hand. I think even with Incantus Flow being played, are you really looking to likely win the burn war? Because while Viper has missed the flow for a while, he's hit it now and clearly has drawn a lot more cards than you.
Yes. The big concern for Tianming, I still think he's going to end up on the Lunacy, make no mistake, but the concern for playing this is that he had drawn both his combustions, and that 3 mana breakpoint is very important when you're looking for card draw specifically. The 3 cost goes up to 6, and you can hit cards like Can of Gul'dan, like Skull of Gul'dan, like Sprint and Nourish, all of which are card draw, and Tianming now in the 3 cost spot, because he was not originally running Secrets, only has the 2 Arcane Intellects that could turn into that crucial 6 cost breakpoint.
Ooh. This is a tough choice, right? Because Rigged Fair Game is like by far the best card out of these. Mm-hmm. But are you likely to ever not get pinged in the face? And also, do you actually want that much extra card draw?
Right.
Maybe not.
I think Viper, his hand just says burn. It's Fireball, Fireball, Skull of Mask of Cthulhu, and then he already has the Spring Water, right? No way to dump the Shooting Stars and the Devolving Missiles, so I like the not rigged fair game here.
And here it is. Fireball, Mask, Mask. Both players just standing there slapping each other.
That's big. Oh, he hit one of the previous AIs. Okay, card draw is huge. Pride's Fury was a whiff, but he is starting the card draw. He gets Libram of Hope. That's a matchup. That one is useless, but I think if you're guaranteed 1 Libram of Hope, it's okay to have a brick draw for the other card.
So Viper can obviously test for the counterspell first. He has no immediate draws at lethal though, right? Because even if he hits a Apexis Blast, it's still 1 mana off, but he did just get Mask of Cthulhu off the top. Is there any way that you can make this get there?
The font, if it generates spell damage, now you would still be 1 mana off of being able to ping as well. And also, he has to play that to test for counterspell, knows that it is indeed a counterspell, so he's just gonna keep digging here.
Looking for Ruined Orb, doesn't hit it, and even off the Arcane Intellect now, it would be 1 mana short.
Right.
And you can smell that something is about to go wrong if you don't kill your opponent on this turn.
Something is about to go wrong, but frankly, Viper can do nothing about it, so I'm all in favor of just playing the Skull, pinging face, and if Tianming does not do anything that heals, then Viper wins the next turn, because that would play around counterspell as well. Looks like Viper's gonna go ring toss instead. Okay, this is very good foresight if he knew that Tianming already had the Libram of Hope in hand.
I think this is smart, actually, because with double devolving missiles and the brain freeze and the shooting star in hand, even if there is a big minion played, he'll be able to clear it off with just removal spells and get all of the Mask of Cthulhu damage to still go face.
Yeah, it's gonna work out pretty great for him here. Tianming testing for counterspell with Pride's Fury first is also very smart. I didn't even know that could go off if you didn't have minions on board, but now I do know. Because he much rather values this ice barrier to give him potential more healing. This is gonna go down to a 2-drop. Go again?
I think so.
I don't think there's any... There's no chance for him to get lethal right now with the mask, but he can just push as much damage as possible and then allocate all the mana next turn to just trying to find Fireball, Ruined Orb, that type of thing. In terms of him being in danger of dying himself, though, he knows that 2 of the cards in hand are from Lunacy, and I couldn't tell you the odds on that giving burst.
I'm going to say very low to deal specifically 12 damage with 3 cards, given that Nagrand Slam is not a possibility thanks to the Incantus Flow. I'm kind of wondering if you go for Brain Freeze plus Combustion in the end, though, because if you are afraid of another Libram of Hope, the Devolving Missiles is a lot more effective at clearing that off than the rest of the cards in your hand, and you still get to point all of the Mask of Cthulhu damage phase. You still have draws for lethal on the next turn, but the Libram of Hope off the top for Tianming may be his ticket to survive another turn.
Chucks the Blessing of Authority on it, and Viper will be, I mean, obviously not happy that he hasn't just won, but happy that he held on to the Devolving Missiles for the exact reason you outlined. Man, I just play as if they never have it, and a lot of the time they don't, but this time Tianming did have both the Librams of Hope.
Okay, now we're talking, though, with Luminary into Jandis. That is a lot of pressure.
Mozaki!
But Mozaki is like the best 5-drop he could get.
Oh my goodness. Viper knows there's one Lunacy card and one card that was originally in the deck, and the originally in the deck card is very scary. Pretty much the entire deck synergizes with Mozaki. And it's between Deep Freeze and Jandis, but the Jandis lets him also play Ring Toss, so I think it ends up becoming her.
Those are not it.
Razor thin margins. Viper will be looking to discover a counter spell, I suppose.
Yeah, counterspell, Netherwind, I guess, just to get more stuff on the board.
Even Barrier, just the fact that the Mozaki can attack this turn.
Okay, test for the counterspell.
Tianming can't deal the lethal, so his goal is to clear this board, which the Blade Storm will not do that.
Yeah, it doesn't really do very much, does it? I mean, you can beef up the amount of damage it does with each swing, right? So you can make it do at least 3 if you go for Devolving Missiles first, but I don't even think that's better necessarily.
Yeah, because if you just miss the targets, I think Ping Jandis should be on his mind as well. Although, like, an illusion is also essentially at 1 health, so it doesn't really help the Blade Storm breakpoints.
Right.
So if it's Ping Jandis, I think it's to narrow the targets for Devolving Missiles, which sometimes gives you a clean Blade Storm, but there's too many iterations of ways this could go wrong. I have no idea how to optimize it, and Tianming is just going to go for missiles afterward instead.
He doesn't want to bump first? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Now, you're just hoping for a miracle top deck. You're not getting there through burning them.
King's Face as well, because I believe he discovered Barrier, so minion on board is not a big deal.
And cannot be pinged as well.
True.
So obviously from where Viper is sat, that could still have been Oasis ally, I believe, considering he hadn't attacked into a minion. So by testing for that first there, I believe he can narrow it down to exactly Ice Barrier now. At which point, yeah, getting the Deep Freeze down with the Arcane Luminary is max pressure.
Looks good. Tianming needs a miracle draw. Oh, that's not enough. Even if he overloads and gives them all rush. I mean, he can take out one of the 3/6s or just the 4/3 maximum damage. And then stay alive on board.
Yeah, getting a 6-drop like that especially hurts because it's one of the 3 out of 7 6-drops that does not draw you cards. He's already got that with Deck of Chaos, gets it again here with Runic Carvings. And if he'd gotten Skull of Gul'dan, Hand of Gul'dan, any of Gul'dan's body parts, you're elated.
Pexis is so big for Viper here because he doesn't even necessarily want to proc the Ice Barrier. I think he can because given that Tianming is top decking, it's most likely that the 3/6s are going to be able to attack face again next turn, plus the minion from the Apexis. And he can just combust these 2/2s away.
Yeah, it depends what you draw. If he just gets another Apexis off the top, you could just go for... Okay, like this, not even bothering attacking because you just set up guaranteed lethal next turn, or very, very likely outside of the third Libram of Hope in the deck.
Right. Oh, does he have? Oh, no. Tianming is essentially at 13, so even if he went Combustion Ping and then Brain Freeze his own guy.
Yeah.
Actually, can he even attack if it's frozen? I don't know if the Frenzy goes off.
You know what? No idea. I think yes. Minions that say attacks something, even if it's frozen, generally still works.
Okay. Well, because he is just going to end up dealing 8 here, it's all the same in the end. Wait, Viper is a bit stressed, but I feel like this is essentially the same. He couldn't have dealt lethal.
I mean, I don't really know why you would, but either way, it's not going to matter here. He has lethal, and the Assassinate, even if the Apexis Blast were not in hand, is not enough to win the game for Tianming. Rough few draws, didn't manage to hit enough card draw, even that one Nourish not being quite enough, and just demonstrating, as we were saying at the start, how the Mage matchup often goes. If you don't manage to hit an insane outcome off Deck of Lunacy, it's just better to have the original version of the deck, because you have so much burn, you easily have enough to win the game without attacking face with a single minion, and Viper demonstrated that pretty cleanly there.
And to be fair, I think Tianming realizes that as well. Had his opening hand given him a chance to play for the burn game plan, I don't think he ever would have played the Lunacy, but it so happened that he had just very expensive stuff, no card draw, and no encounters flow until turn 5. So the Deck of Lunacy seemed like his best win condition, and despite the double Librams of Hope, Viper manages to take it home, and I think it was largely due to what you pointed out, saving the second evolving missiles for the worst case scenario, which did pan out.
Yeah, if he hadn't done that, he was in pretty big trouble, to be honest. He would have had to rely on just freezing it, I guess, with the deep freeze, and then hope that he manages to get away to chunk through it. But very good partitioning of resources does see Viper through to equalizing the series at 1 game apiece. The Mage has now won for Viper. The Demon Hunter has won for Tianming. And I will say that I think the Mage is still in a decent spot to get a win at some point against the Warrior and the Rogue from Viper. But it's really just the Rogue left over for Tianming that I think could be in a rough spot, because given that there is Warrior on Viper's side as opposed to the Demon Hunter that we saw from Tianming, that is a very nice matchup for Viper.
I agree, mainly because once the conditionings come down, the minions from Warrior are generally of a size where Prize Plunderer can't reach them, and I don't think Rogue can actually amount that much pressure before that kind of turn 5 clock is ticking moment for Warrior. So that matchup going to be a bit iffy for Tianming. We'll get news on whether that will be the very next one, though. And it looks like Viper is going to queue up this Warrior, and we can talk about the way he's built it with no Imprisoned Gunards, which I'm actually surprised by, because I tend to like that card mostly to help you cycle if you are running the Cut-in class version, but even without that... Wait, sorry, I'm blind. It's there at the top. Oh my god.
Yes, it is there up at the top. And I think it's probably just the best version of the deck to go for. It's feeling more and more like, if you look at the stats on HS Replay, it favors Ringmaster Watley and it favors Imprisoned Gnarg very heavily in the starting hand. You obviously have to bear in mind that a lot of the other key cards are only good in the early game when they're coupled together. Like Warmaul Challenger is often too low pressure unless you have Rakara to go alongside it. Bumper Car often doesn't do quite enough damage unless you have Parade Leader to buff up the attack on it in the early game. So a lot of the other cards are just kind of coupling effects in order to get maximum pressure in the early game. But for the most part, you are looking to get a decent amount of pressure in the early game, just play out your cards, and then set up for these big swing turns on turn 5 when you're rushing out conditioned minions to truly dominate the board.
Yes, I think some warriors have been experimenting with running Shield of Honor to maybe have an additional way to get more value from the Warmaul challengers, which, as you said, are not doing very much without the help of Rakara. But the streamlined version from Viper is also running double 10 Thrashers, which I feel is not completely standard. I tend to see just one copy more often than not, but I think that card is very strong against Rogue. It's of a stat line where Rogue has to respect it because 5 damage clocking in the face is not safe whatsoever, and it can come down pretty early because Imprisoned Gnarg is a demon, you're running the Murlocs, the Bumper Cars, and the Pirates from the Sword Eater.
Yes, yeah. It's still a very rough matchup for the Rogue, I will say. You definitely don't want to be facing it on the Warrior side. And like you said, that just makes it even worse for the Rogue. But we are going to be seeing the Mage first against the Warrior. And as I was saying, it really feels like one of the most important matchups in the metagame at the moment. Because for Warrior, they have good matchups against Rogue. They're never facing Priest anyway, because you just ban it out the way. And in your opinion, how does this matchup stack up for the Warrior? Are they able to get enough pressure in the early turns? Are these big buff turns good enough against Mage, or is their lack of armor gain and healing, does it just make them too susceptible to the burn from Mage?
I'm going to give you the cop-out answer and say it all depends on how early the flow is for the Mage. Because Warrior definitely has more pressure than the Mage can usually remove. But I find that most of the boards are still susceptible to something like Flame Strike. Very key card in the matchup, in my opinion. And if that Flame Strike has been discounted to 6 or even 5, and it's much earlier than the Warrior necessarily expects, that can mess with their game plan and create a window for Mage to just burn them down. There's often times I find from the Warrior's perspective like a decent curve and then question mark, and then Troublemaker. Yeah. And if the Mage can answer and get the burn down in those 2 question mark turns, it's tough for a Warrior to really find the card draw to keep it consistent.
Well, I mean,
that hand.
Yeah, exactly. As I was saying, Gnarg, Watley, you love both of those cards in the starting hand. Bumper Car, I agree, is the question mark in that hand. I honestly wouldn't have hated it, because Bumper Car, even if it's not the highest amount of pressure at the start of the game, it enables so many combos in the mid game with those extra 1/1 riders that really synergize so well with the deck.
So I'm actually quite a fan of Mini Mage in this matchup because, well, the lab partner can obviously come down right now, but the pressure is insignificant. Eventually, Viper will get a weapon and be able to sweep that up, if not just a rush minion. The Imprisoned Phoenix will give him more draws from Cram Session, but just the Mini Mage being there and kind of threatening just as a way to spot remove 1 minion, I feel is very, very useful.
No, I agree. I really liked the Mini Mage there because it just curved out very cleanly. I don't think there's any great need to play Cram Session specifically on turn 2. Again, there's basically nothing in the deck that can kill the 1/3 on this turn.
Right.
But even then, it's still, I think, I would say, a little bit more important to go for the...
Oh.
Wow, I was going to say the Mini Mage, but now you've got your mana free to just play Incantus Flow instead, so why not?
I mean, if he knew he was going to draw that, then it's Mini Mage never, always lab partner, but it is just going to die straight up to the Axe. And I don't think Tianming is very mad about that whatsoever. He can just go for a Font of Power turn and doesn't necessarily even need to Cram Session. Fitting in the Rakara attack just to give her 1 more attack.
Sure, why not? I'm already seeing kind of the downside of the line of play here from Tianming because it was just, if you... Wow, okay. I was going to say, if you go for specifically the lab partner on turn 1, if you get Incantus Flow on 2, then you just lose the card draw from Cram Session. But already, all of that could have been remedied by a pick of Deck of Lunacy, but he doesn't even want it, Gia. Again, just thinking that the deck he has is already more powerful.
That remains to be seen. I mean, I do think that the Mage has a decent matchup against Warrior overall because they don't actually get that much armor and you can burn them out at some point. But I kind of think if you are running Lunacy in the deck in the first place, isn't this the prime position to take it when you're not under that much pressure? You have the flow already. Maybe the fact that he had played a flow makes Tianming think that he would rather not actually get a bunch of Librams of Hope. And Lunacy might have been better if it was getting him those proactive 10-cost cards instead. The Cone of Cold, in any case, will be maybe a bit useful to pair with Devolving Missiles. If he just gets a bunch of 1/1s on board, he can sweep them up pretty easily.
I really like this deviation as well from Viper, because at first glance it looked like a very easy Tent Trasher on this turn, but that just walks so cleanly into either Apexis Blast off the top, or more likely Coin Apexis Blast on the following turn. You really don't want to give them a good target for that. You want to make use of the rush on Tent Trasher instead, and so even though this puts a lot less pressure on the board, I think it's still probably correct.
Very disciplined play, and it potentially disrupts Tianming, who wants to go for the Apexis Blast. But if he feels like Viper is trying to bait him into playing that, he could go Devolving Missiles with the Cone of Cold or just a ping instead, because very likely these minions will be small enough to ping. Start with the font. He can still do the Devolving play if he feels it necessary, although then again, this board is not threatening to begin with. Maybe he'd rather save the Devolving Missiles, but it's a problem that the minions stay on board and kind of keep the board wide such that the missiles can't necessarily snipe what he wants them to later on. We
so
can
again,
go Crab Rider, Tent Thrasher?
Yeah, the options open up a lot again here, because while I was saying Tent Trasher wants to get use out of the rush, and it's not really doing so here. The one that he drew off of the Stage Dive is actually a 7/6 now, and it can come down on the same turn as the Crab Rider. And I think that's definitely worth a deviation away from Ringmaster Watley on turn 5.
That's just so powerful, right?
Yeah.
A lot of stats. It's more than a single Apexis Blast can deal with, and the fact that Viper successfully made the Apexis Blast wait a turn from coming down means that he can kind of cash out on that disruption of Tianming's rhythm. Oh, big draw though.
Very big draw. There's a few ways that he can go about this now, and I'm wondering... Actually, you can get very creative, right? Because the Glacial... can't even remember what the name of that card is, that deals 3 damage. Right, yeah, well, that gets 3 damage to all frozen minions. That's sick with the Cone of Cold, right?
Yes, it's also sick with the Brain Freeze.
True.
There's a lot he can do here if he wants to take a clear turn entirely, although I don't necessarily think the 2 minions on the left are threatening. I'm still kind of interested in just Apexis Blast and then Glacier with the Brain Freeze on the 7/6. And then the 110 and 2/2 can stick around.
Oh, I think in that instance, I might actually rather just save the Glacier Racer in hand, because it's so good with Cone of Cold, and you can just leave the Tent Trasher frozen for a turn.
It's true. Very true.
Yeah, I like this line a lot.
And that would have used the coin as well. So now, if Viper doesn't position in a certain way, the Glacier Racer can be very, very good.
And honestly, whatever does happen, I hope it happens fast, because I'm not saying this card's name again for the rest of the series.
Well, this could be the Watley turn. Gets him the full 3 draws. Guaranteed to get Alexstrasza for the Dragon by this point, right?
That's true. Big deal.
Oh, this is going to be the first time I've ever seen Glacier Racer get an actual spell burst activation that's good.
It's just a card with a cool animation. 99.9% of the time it goes but does absolutely nothing. But here, finally, it's getting value in a world first. That's pretty cool.
insane. I was talking about how around this time, Mage wants to go for a big Flame Strike, clear the way for their Mask of Cthulhu. This is almost the same thing in that it removes the vast majority of the pressure, but it's not a clean mask just yet because the Warmaul Challenger is kind of acting as a buffer for that one card.
And now all of a sudden for Viper, a very alternate win condition is already starting to open up because this hand doesn't apply much pressure. The vast majority of the minions have very low attack values. But with double bumper card getting in 4 rushes, ETC and Alexstrasza, that's potentially like 16 burst damage that just comes out of nowhere in 2-turn succession. And so maybe his game plan should just be get all these weapon swings faced, try and set up for that, just to surprise Tianming with a burst lethal.
I like the look of that. The only problem is that the bumper cars don't currently have a way of dying to get him the 1-1s with ETC, but I don't think that's a big problem for Viper. He can just cash them in now, and for lack of devolving missiles, they'll eventually die and get the death rattle at some point. And if they don't die, they're going to continue pushing face damage. So 1 bumper card plus a 10 Thrasher feels like a decent amount of pressure.
It's a big difference, though. You say, like, assuming there's no devolving missiles, this works well. If there is a devolving missiles, things go very wrong very quickly because it's a premium target in the matchup to get rid of the death rattle on that. It's deceptively powerful.
True. Tianming with the Aegwin for extra draws here, and the Ruined Orb is insane. This looks like it is just going to be a clear on the 10th Thrasher into the devolving missiles. I think that is well worth a coin here. But Tianming, well, of course, he doesn't know about the ETC already in hand. He might not necessarily go for it.
Man, again, tough choices. I'm kind of looking at Mana Biscuit just because you can try and set up a huge burst turn with Imprisoned Phoenix. You play the Cram Session when it wakes up, and then you fit in all the burst spells on top of that. But instead, he's just taking the curve options, just trying to put more pressure on the board, which obviously is also very valid.
I did like the Deep Freeze. I think it fits a bit more with this current game plan. In the end, he didn't go for devolving missiles, which is big win for Viper. He can actually just bump both the bumper cars right now if he wants to get the all the 1-1s in hand. And he's just drawn a Parade Leader, so they can clear the Aegwin. He can even just partially cash in ETC at the moment.
Right. That's what I'm looking at here. He gets 5 activations. That's 10 burst damage. So down to 15. Down to 14 with the hit from the Challenger as well, and then a couple of weapon swings and Alexstrasza. Obviously, there's a lot that can go wrong in the meantime, but the potential is there.
Potential is there, but the big problem with getting all of the cash-in from ETC is that the Aegwin does... Wait, can you kill the Aegwin with all of that, or do you need the Parade Leader? He can, right? He can kill it even without the Parade Leader. So, at that point, the Parade Leader becomes kind of dead in hand, but Viper does have that nice win condition you were talking about. It does get punished by Ice Barrier, I believe. So, looks like he is going to just set up instead.
Yeah, I guess guaranteeing yourself the death rattles now is still sets up the same game plan. He gets a little bit less immediate value from the ETC, but he gets the weapon swings rolling, which was a bit of a concern with my game plan. He might not have had turn to play the Sword Eater, and he puts more pressure on the board.
Based on Viper's reaction, I think he realized at the end that his combustion positioning was not ideal. Not in hand right now. Yeah, Viper is clearly a bit upset. And this could just be the Deep Freeze turn that Tianming was trying to set up for. However, he knows that those water elementals are pretty much immediately dead by virtue of the Parade Leader sticking around. So maybe it is a Mask of Cthulhu and Prey type of turn.
Yeah, I was honestly looking at just Devolving plus Mask of Cthulhu, try and get all this damage phase, and then go Mask again and Fireball when the Phoenix wakes up next turn.
Starting with the draw, he now has a 0-cost Devolving, so that's a possibility, but Apexis looks a bit cleaner here. He can then ping and then guarantee the Devolving on the Parade Leader. That was actually a very insane AI outcome.
Yeah, it was super, super powerful. Yeah, I guess this is still probably the correct way to go about it because you want to set up for stronger Mask of Cthulhu's, but I don't know if you're likely to get a much clearer board than what you could have seen there in the end.
was really tough because I think the disincentivizer for devolving to start the turn was the 1-1 Warmaul Challenger, potentially wasting missiles. But Viper is going in with the setup that we were talking about, and he's done this in this order with the weapon swing because he gets more minions on, or like bigger stats on board, and even if an ice barrier is generated, ETC does not care about that as long as there are minions targets to rush into.
Absolutely right. And so Tianming digging, scrambling for an answer here to try and answer this board, whilst also getting his own lethal online.
Was there a way to sequence that such that if he had gotten Kargath Prime, you could, like, draw afterward? I don't know if it could have been immediately playable. And it also potentially messes with the Spring Water in the first place, so maybe I'm getting a bit too fancy.
Right. And I mean, the main thing is really just that by going for Alexstrasza first, although it kind of uses up a more difficult block of mana with just a single 9-mana card, it means that Tianming kind of just delete most of his own board here, as he has done.
That's true. I mean, Viper knew about the Phoenix waking up, so that's 1 minion that's guaranteed to stick, but that's not enough. It's only 6 damage with ETC.
And now for Tianming, he just cannot play a minion for the rest of the game, I think, and probably sail through to a victory.
Gosh, you're right. Was Viper not supposed to go about it in the order I was saying? But, you know, sometimes you get a bit punished by Ice Barrier if you miss the weapon swing, but not a huge deal. Maybe it was supposed to be ETC first. So if he thinks that's Ice Barrier now, then there's pretty much no win condition left as far as I see it, because Tianming will just pretty much never play minions. Viper can risk it being a barrier and try to just get the Sword Eater online.
Well, his game plan is either try and burst, well, pray it's not Ice Barrier, as you said, try and push through the Ice Barrier with all your hits, or hope your opponent plays an extra minion and you draw an extra rush card, and then you just burst them out with ETC. Like, that's clearly part of his game plan, no matter what. But honestly, maybe just hoping for a flub from Tianming where he messes up was the best way to go.
I think Tianming knows exactly what's up here. Viper just pushing everything to face with Alexstrasza that one turn. He has a very easy Missiles Mask turn and a setup for his own lethal. Not to mention another proc on Ring Toss if he wants it. I think this is absolutely worth a Brain Freeze, yeah.
Yeah, that's just 3 damage to face.
Hovering over Flame Strike. I guess from Tianming's perspective, the hand is not necessarily ETC. He just knows about Dark Moon Riders. So he could be thinking about what if those 2 cards on the left are something like Conditioning. Probably would have come down a bit earlier, but I think if he just analyzes how the past few turns went out, it is more likely to be that Viper was setting up for some type of ETC turn. So just pushing the face damage makes a lot of sense.
Do you want to be very careful specifically to not pick Netherwind Portal here, right? Because then that maybe gives them the chance to go Athletic Studies into a cheap rush and then get the exact 10 burst damage they need if you get a high health 4-drop.
Also, Mirror Entity could just have a minion for Viper to rush into. Honestly, what's the one he didn't pick? He has so many secrets. One ally. Okay.
Netherwind, right? I think he very correctly made the read. You just want to make sure no minions are on the board.
Right. No Netherwind, no Mirror Entity. That's the important part. And Viper, I think, realizes that Tianming knows what Viper has been setting up, and therefore doesn't even bother to test for Mirror Entity because it would have been bad for Tianming to play that. We still have a game? No, we don't have a game. This is very likely lethal. Right?
Is it?
I guess not that likely, but...
Yeah.
Fireball ping is 7, so you'd have to get 5 masks to the face. Yeah, that is not likely. Never mind. So this is Flame Strike Fireball?
Yeah.
Because he can't leave the Troublemaker up. It is just going to deal lethal on its own.
You can't go for the Brain Freeze if you have the read that ETC is in hand. Again, he may just go for the plan of pray it's not there. You could go Fireball the Troublemaker and then Mask of Cthulhu, I suppose, instead, if you wanted to save the Flame Strike.
Time runs out on me.
Oh man, I don't know. It looks like he's just going for it now. Really? Okay, and that's because his remaining cards have no more burst whatsoever. That's the big difference here. Tianming doesn't have a Fireball left.
Damn.
And so he knew that if he went Flame Strike Fireball on the Troublemaker, then he potentially just loses in fatigue. And that is the game plan now for Viper. It's like, just hero power, right? Pass.
It's so close. Like, is that really the game plan? Don't you want to force threats every turn? Like, Runthak at least here has to come down, right? Because then, even if they manage to clear it, you've at least then forced them to use more removal. And then maybe later on down the line, after you've seen Flame Strike, he might just play all his Dark Moon Riders and say you don't have an answer left in your deck.
Right, I agree. I mean, this is definitely not Mirror Entity, so there's actually no downside to playing the minion. Plus, he actually just needs another Rush minion to be able to just deal lethal with ETC, because currently it's just 8, given that there's possible Water Elemental targets on the other side. So, I agree. Runthak hero power. Viper taking a look at the deck list, he should know that there is no burn left, and in his perspective, perhaps this generated Deep Freeze is another Mask of Cthulhu, which is the scariest outcome. But even if it's that, you would still rather have the Runthak on board for more stats.
Absolutely.
Okay, Fond of Power is Tianming's big hope. Oh, I forgot about the Prime. I just forgot about the Prime. All of the Primes.
Well, we didn't even know it was Prime.
Rustwicks.
We just knew it was Rustwicks that had been shuffled in, and he manages to get the Aegwin plus spell damage. This is a +3 spell damage,
gosh.
and it gives another one to hand.
Oh, he's nearly dead. He is very nearly dead. What's going on? Tianming can also die if he plays the other one if he gets Cram Session, right? This is like a Giga Cram Session. I don't even know.
And if he doesn't get the kill, Viper might just be able to win here because of the ETC
wait.
on the other side.
But it's only 4. It's only 4 rushers.
Is he one off lethal?
Wait, does it fit with Samuro? Oh,
It fits with Samuro. He's got the exact lethal here.
Oh my gosh, it is exactly enough minions. Sorry. Oh man. Somehow I miscounted the mana on Samuro, but in the most dramatic of fashions, Viper manages to take it against double Solarian Prime.
And to be fair to Tianming, I think he probably made the correct call to play out the Solarian Prime there, because I feel like he wasn't winning that game in the long run. He wouldn't have had enough removal to clear off every remaining threat in Viper's deck, because Viper really didn't need much. There was another Troublemaker in the deck. Eventually, he would have just been able to get there. It was a very good effort to try and take the win, but because of Viper saving exactly that combo with ETC, again, I'm not sure that was necessarily even the correct way to go about it, with the Alexstrasza first and then the ETC afterwards, but it was just enough to creep over the finish line because of the Prime summoning enough attack to attack into.
That's just the strangest pan out of this matchup I've ever seen. And to be fair, they hardly ever get Envoy Rustwicks.
Yeah.
But from Viper's perspective, that must have been a nail biter. I mean, he was already a bit tilted from just the small things like combustion positioning, and maybe having realized later on that perhaps going about the Alexstrasza order a different way could have given him more percent. But this delicate back and forth of having to clear the Troublemaker because it gave Viper an alternate out for lethal, and then just never being able to play the Deep Freeze that he generated because he had the read on the ETC in hand, led to the most ridiculous of ways to end the game. But I'm just very glad to see that the Primes didn't actually accomplish a come-from-behind win for Tianming, because that's so 2020, Derek.
Yeah, imagine. Solarian Prime. Not even a thing anymore. So with that done, that means that Viper is up 2-1. The Warrior out of the way does make things a bit complicated for him, though, because he wasn't able to target the Rogue with it on the other side, but it's still obviously a big deal that he got the win here. His own Rogue, though, could be a bit more of a sticking point, because even though Tianming has lost twice now on his Rogue, I do still believe that even with very good Rogue play, Mage still comes out a slight favorite against the Rogue. Obviously, again, assuming they can hit the right cards at the start, but it's so crucial for Viper to be able to take this win now.
Completely agreed on the matchup assessment as well, because Rogue has very few ways of being able to generate healing. Even if they do get an Ice Barrier off their One Thief, a lot of the time Mage does not ever attack with minions to their face. They can get there through incremental chip damage. That's why we see mages in this matchup just shipping Ruined Orbs to the face as early as turn 2. The damage permanence is real.
And here it is, the build that has been opted for by Viper. Very close to what I've been playing on ladder myself. I'm a big fan of the combo of Foxy Fraud and Vanessa Van Cleef. I think that Vanessa was really the missing link to allow you to play and to allow you to keep, most importantly, Foxy Fraud in your starting hand. Because with just Swindle and Wand Thieves, it felt like a little bit dubious as to whether or not it would get enough consistency in the early game. But now with Vanessa as well, even if you don't copy anything with the Vanessa Battlecry, just being able to play a 3-2 and a 2-3 on turn 2 is a lot of tempo. And in many matchups at the moment against the likes of Mage, even in the Rogue Mirror, getting a lot of stats down at the start can be a real boon to your win condition when you follow up with Burst.
Completely agreed. The Vanessa in other lists has been cut for things like Ogremmancer or even Broomstick with the Scorpid. That combination I'm also a fan of, but definitely not in the Mage matchup. The Broomstick Scorpid helps against Paladin, even Warrior, and most importantly, the Rogue Mirror. But I think Viper will be very happy that he landed on this list for this particular situation. He also has a one Penflinger in there for a little bit more flexibility. But we are going to see the Rogue Mirror first, and it really is that only one card difference of Penflinger versus second Og Merchant for Tianming.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the list that I've been playing on ladder card for card from Tianming. And I think that, again, like I said, very, very fond of this build of the deck. I can see why Viper did slot out one Guardian Orc Merchant. It can feel like they're a little bit, can feel like a little bit too many because their usage is often pretty limited in the early game. Later on, it can obviously be absolutely insane to give your own minions Divine Shield, take out 1 health minions on the other side, trade up a lot of the time by offering Divine Shield to your own minions. But I think, having said that, it will still be an incredibly close matchup and really test their skills, because this matchup has a lot of different parts of it, a very discrete early, middle, and late game, and you're trying to do very different things in those different stages. Like turns 1 through 4, it's just max pressure on the board at all costs, trying to get some early chip damage in. But then when you get into the mid and late stages of the game, where you're drawing with your field contact, dealing burst damage with Alexstrasza and Tenwu, how you use your Shadow Steps, how you use your Octobots to reduce tempo cards or combo cards. There's so many different tricks that you can pull off in this matchup, and I think very often the better players do come out on top.
Definitely a lot of iterations as to the ways the matchup can pan out. I definitely think Octobot early is more important than Octobot for usage a bit later on, though. But it depends, because your hand doesn't necessarily support Octobot if you don't hit like a Jandice to come down early alongside it, or most importantly, field contact from the discounts. It sometimes just means that you're playing a lot of tempo early, but it can fizzle out if you don't have the card draw to support. I completely agree with the full mulls from both players. No Octobots to be seen, and Jandice without that is far too slow.
Both players here with some interesting old hands. Vipers is obviously got a lot of the kind of support cards in the deck that don't really have the main, the heroes of the deck to go alongside it. You're looking for Octobot and field contact, obviously, with his hand to make it really pop. But even having said that, you shouldn't underestimate the power of a few 2-1s and 1-2s on the board. They can get a lot of chip damage going at the start.
Against other matchups, I would agree, but it so happens that in the Rogue Mirror, they also just have the tools to deal with that shape of minion, like Og Merchant, your Og Merchant, and some very cute interactions like that. Foxy Fraud pickup for Viper means now that he can activate the one thief without having to give up anything he necessarily wanted. If he wants to go full tempo, this could also just be a prize plunder return. And to be honest, his hand is kind of telling him to do that because he has neither Octobot nor the field contact that you were talking about. So I believe Viper's best game plan is to try and get that early tempo and then hope to draw Mankrik, Kazakus, Jandis, or Secret Passage in the next couple of turns. And that's a lot of cards.
Yeah, I agree. I think I like the full tempo route here with the Coin Plunder as well, because even next turn, if the one thief survives, he has the play of going Tenwu one thief again. You don't have to save Tenwu for the full burst combo. Very often in this matchup, you're just playing it throughout the game to get a kind of pseudo Brewmaster effect to replay your battle cries.
That discovered Fireball is a huge deal here. Burst damage in the late game is just very important because same as the Mage matchup, damage permanence for Rogue is real. But not gonna lie, I was looking at the Rig Fair game there with Viper because he had set up this turn where he had taken back the tempo for an entire turn, forced Tianming to respond. And it could have happened this turn in particular. Whether or not it would go off remains to be seen, because very likely if Viper had played Rigged Fair game here, he's just going to trade the 2-1, and then it depends on what Tianming does the next turn, whether or not that'll go off. But for Viper, it's a welcome sight to see that Secret Passage. Probably not this turn, but it'll give him something to do after what looks like a Tenwu turn.
And I think it's actually very interesting the pick there, because I was definitely alongside you with the Rigged Fair game at first, but when you look at the way it pans out here, I think it was actually very likely that Viper was behind on board if he just spent 3 mana playing a secret on this turn, because if your opponent just plays Mankrik, for example, as the most obvious turn 3 play, you're already just behind on board. They can happily dagger your face next turn and deny the card draw for a turn. And even though you are very much relying on the top of your deck with this method to hopefully try and find card draw, there's a lot of card draw in the deck, and he's been rewarded with a Secret Passage off the top and now has extra burn from the Fireball.
Speaking of Secret Passage, Tianming could go digging himself for something of a little bit more substance than what looks like just Wicked Stab Dagger. Okay, being patient with Secret Passage, of course, every single extra mana you have to work with can make a big difference off of that, because you generally want to use Secret Passage to keep drawing and then get those cards you got off of, say, Swindle from Secret Passage to stay in your original hand. Okay, contact step. That's pretty good.
Yeah. They kind of got bailed out at the end there, because otherwise this hand was way, way, way too low value. And even though this is obviously very slow, I think that's okay, because you don't just want to drip feed your threats onto the board in the matchup. As you said, Rogue can deal with individual minions very easily. You want to get these explosive turns in the mid game that Viper is kind of setting up to do now.
And Tianming can respond in kind. This definitely looks like a Secret Passage turn. He has also hit the breakpoint where he can play Kazakus if it comes off the passage. It's a very big deal. Off of passage, you just want to get stuff that lets you do things with your original hand as well. So Kazakus generating a Golem gives him a turn 6 play as well. I am wrong. So is he going to put the Divine Shield on this?
I mean, you'd think so, right? Like, if you're going for this line of play, it's just to get maximum stats on the board and then follow up with a stronger play next turn of finding more stuff to do with the Secret Passage. I will say that I did kind of like going for the Secret Passage now still. I think that this is a very underwhelming turn for turn 5, and the breakpoints of going for a turn 6 Secret Passage instead of a turn 5 one are not so big anymore now that Jandis costs 6 anyway.
Yes, agreed. I think Tianming was playing potentially a bit scared there because he knew about, obviously, the 1-cost field contact in hand and wanted to disrupt the turn as much as possible by playing the Cult Neophyte. But you don't necessarily need spells to go off with field contact is my problem. And a lot of the times, playing minions for Viper to target into makes their field contact even better, right? Guardian Og Merchant, Prize Plunder, that type of thing.
This is a tough choice with the Shadow Step, because you don't have to play it here, but I'm thinking even though it costs 1, it's still probably worth it. But as for what you target, I would honestly hear out arguments for all 3 of the minions that you could get benefit from shadow stepping here.
It's true. I think definitely the least likely would be the field contact itself. But the Cult Neophyte, for sure, if Viper expects Tianming's best response to be a similar turn, then he would want to disrupt it however he can. As for this choice, Oasis seems extremely slow, but can be very impactful in the matchup. But I think Viper should be preparing for being behind on board after this turn. So I do like the Primordial Studies instead.
And now for Tianming, it's an absolute must-kill on that opposing Cult Neophyte, just so there's no way that it can be stepped again, because even if he's not going for Secret Passage this turn, it's probably just going to be Proxy Fraud, Brain Freeze, and another setup turn. He has to make sure that the Secret Passage is playable next turn, or he will be falling way too behind.
Honestly, for Tianming, I was still looking at Passage this turn, even if it was at 2 mana.
Really?
Because he is still floating so much mana this turn. Like, he could have cleared the 2 minions, the 2 threatening minions on Viper's side just by trading. And if had Secret Passage hit either Mankrik or Kazakus or even like another Foxy Fraud, I feel that would be the average outcome of Secret Passage next turn as well anyway.
Yeah, maybe. It's just, it becomes so hard to play out your hand. Like, if you get Field Contact and Shadow Step and Brain Freeze, you can't play a bunch of those cards because they're just too expensive in the end. And I think to really have a chance back in here, he needs to have a Field Contact turn off of this Secret Passage.
Fair. I might be in desperation mode from Tianming's perspective because he is just so far behind on resources. Viper, like Steward of Scrolls gives him the most value, but I feel like value is not his problem at the moment. Yeah. He has the Kazakus, so either Thalnos or Kobold Geomancer, cheap way to activate the Shooting Star, looks very nice. Probably just the Thalnos because it gives him draw as well.
Yeah, you can really just never have too much draw in Rogue, is something I've realized. Even if you have Contact or Secret Passage in hand, you always just want to turbo down to the bottom of your deck.
And he could take this turn to go alongside the Shooting Star, I believe, at least one of the efficient Octobots. And like, it's still kind of hard for Tianming to deal with that in one shot, even going out to turn 7, because they don't want to be sending Wicked Stabs into an efficient Octobot. You want to save that for Burst to close out the game and threaten Viper at all points. Okay. Well, by waiting this long, he's given himself a Jandice breakpoint. Oh, Kazakus.
I mean, it has to be Kazakus on this turn, otherwise you're just not going to have anywhere near enough value on the following turns. Probably for a 5 cost as well to just play next turn.
And then you cry because Viper's going to get his activation on the Kazakus.
Stealth?
Might be a bad enough spot where he goes lifesteal even. Not sure.
I think because he has Shadow Step in hand, it might be worth going for Stealth just to guarantee yourself the ability to replay whatever ability you get the turn after.
True. And then probably the draw because his hand was just Shadow Step before this.
Yeah.
And then he can give himself an Octobot from Vanessa, or just go Neophyte to disrupt, sure. I guess Octobot is really not doing much because he has so few cards in the original hand.
And it looks like, if I can read those couple of pixels peeking over the edge there, that he went for Summon a Copy in addition to Stealth, which is potentially 15 attack that he can just push onto the board next turn that is Viper will be unable to interact with, which is a very big deal. In addition to Alex Straza after that, it's not lethal, but it's getting a lot closer if you just push all of that face.
2 Dagger Swings plus that board and Alex. I mean,
sure.
In the off chance that Tianming survives with all that setup without interacting with board, which I don't think he will, but I definitely agree, having looked at it again, that my thinking of trying to hit exactly lifesteal and shoot just to come back on board probably doesn't even win him the resource game in the long run.
It's quiet.
Well, Field contact and some more fireworks.
Yeah, the question there was really just whether you wanted to go for Octobot and prize plunder your own Octobot first, which obviously lowers your ability to answer the board, but would have given you increased ability to dump your hand with the field contact. I think this is probably just better though.
I like this a lot. Viper is just sitting on 10 burst damage from hand, so any board presence he can get is absolutely huge. He'll be scared of like rush plus shoot 2 minions here. But the Cult Neophyte is actually super clutch to shut down the game plan you're talking about of just putting 15 power on board. So it is going to be Jandis instead.
Okay. That's pretty good.
And he has to kill the field contact despite it being a bit awkward. I just don't think pretty good is good enough, Derek.
Can step the Jandis and then go Golem plus Jandis next turn. It's a huge amount of pressure, but like you said, this is where Rogue starts to shine. If they have a little bit of board control, they can easily delete any minions that are going to be played on the other side and then just levy all of their minions and burn damage at the face.
There's just another Octobot activation. This could be Kazakus for the 5 cost that can come down immediately this turn with the Wand Thief and the Foxy Fraud and the Swindle. Just gonna see what golem he gets. Looking for buffs here, I'd have to assume. Spell damage?
Yeah, spell damage. It's kind of tempting.
Then you can go Foxy Fraud Dig, yeah, with Swindle.
Care to make a wager, friend?
He's cheated so much mana this game.
That Vanessa was pretty spicy as well with Shadow Step. You could do the infinite Vanessa chain if you wanted to, but didn't achieve anything, but it's something to think of.
I don't think Viper should even take time thinking about these. Just get the golem down and go.
Yeah, I imagine in the end he probably did just go for maximum stats on the board, even if with 2 Wicked Stabs and a Fireball plus spell damage would have been pretty hilarious. It's just about threatening lethal next turn, and this needs to be a miracle off of the Jandis. And while it's very good, well-statted minions, these are all just uninteractive. The Stealth Golem, again, doesn't kill anything in play. It's too slow.
Gets a nice taunt off the Death Rattle of this minion, but I don't think that is going to be enough. Fireball, Wicked Stab is 14 in hand, so he only needs 9 to go to the face, and I believe that is exact without counting the dagger.
Yeah, I mean, I was honestly looking at backup plans already with how he could have gone for Vanessa plus his own stealth golems on the other side. But Viper instantly sees it here, points it all at the face, and he has done it, Gia. While my heart goes out to Tianming, he gave it a very, very valiant effort. Loved the way he played those first couple of games. But Viper, in the end, does come out the victor. Take your sip of water, my friend. You've earned it. You're going through to the semi-finals.
Very impressively done from Viper, taking down a player who won 8-1 in the Swiss. Tianming did. Just very, very good showing as well from one of our 3 Chinese competitors in the top 8. In particular, I really like Tianming's piloting of the Demon Hunter. Yes, he did get a very fortunate outcome, but the decisions in the early game, I just felt that I learned so much watching that and maybe got a bit of an inkling of why Demon Hunter may be more popular in the Chinese region compared to the rest of the world. Maybe they're just playing it on a whole different level.
Maybe they're better at drawing Skull on 6 after going Skull on 5. Who knows? It's a very different region over there. But yes, I do think he piloted those early turns very well, even if he was just obviously given a free win in that particular matchup. Unfortunately, though, for him, that the Mage was really the weak spot in the overall series because he was just not hitting consistently enough the Incantus flow at the start. Even when he was, as he did hit in one of the series, I believe, it still just wasn't enough because he went for Incantus flow into Deck of Lunacy, and it was really the Deck of Lunacy that was his undoing there, just not giving him consistent enough card draw to make benefit of all of those cheap spells. And so that does mean that Viper is going through to the semi-finals. We'll be playing against Floki or Monsanto. And again, it's another one of these series where I don't really know who to root for. Like, my heart is saying Floki because I've seen so much of the work that he has put in directly with the rest of the European practice group that I'm a part of. But for Monsanto on the other side, what a story it would be. Like, I know that we like to rag on the Americas region whenever we can, but he really is just showing the best of what that region has to offer. And it's been long enough, I think, without a Masters Tour winner from Americas.
Absolutely, Derek. And I'm sure the meme lord within you is also rooting for Monsanto, because think of the Hearthstone news episode we would get if he won the entire Masters Tour. Hey everyone, it's Monsanto, champion of Masters Tour Orgrimmar, with Hearthstone news. I can already picture it. But yes, you're absolutely right. Floki has put in so much work. He's had these amazing runs. So honestly, any of these 8 players taking the championship would be a completely worthy achievement for them.
It would. We've already got one EU player through to the semi-finals. Will we get another, or will the lone Americas representative be able to get through in his stead? We're going to find out with our second quarterfinal match of the day that will be coming up right after this short break.
Welcome everyone back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour for Orgrimmar. It's an online competition. We're starting out with 400 players. Now we're down to our final 7 because we just finished our first quarterfinal in the last day of competition. My name is Frody and I'm joined by Lorinda, who's often covering a mix of Europe and Americas, also our in-house statistician and data scientist extraordinaire, Neil. It's time for the second quarterfinals. It's a really good one. We have Monsanto versus Floki, the last lone representative from the Americas, going up yet another contender. What's your read on this head-to-head that we have here for our best of 5 single elimination?
Well, they played once already in the Swiss, and Monsanto won on that occasion, 3-1, so that's good for him. But they have very similar lineups apart from their Paladin. So Floki bringing the Libram and Monsanto bringing the aggro, so it'll be interesting to see what difference that makes. But as players, Floki is only his second Masters Tour, and he's in his second top 8. He went 9-0 in the Swiss last time and 7-2 this time. So 2 top 8s, if maybe he can go one further this time. Because, in your second tournament, you should be winning it really, right, Dan?
It's true. And, I think if you don't, then people would just write you off as just a fluke, as a person that's not able to put those consistent performances on. Because, if you only have to improve from every result, and how can you improve from a 9-0? You just got to win the tournament.
Yeah.
So it's on Floki to prove us that he's not a fluke. This is obviously just joking. He's clearly shown that with the few opportunities that he's gained, he has made the best of it. As we take a look at the Spell Mage featuring a copy of Deck of Lunacy, we have seen a lot of deck lists with it. We've seen it without it. We've seen what it can do with both sides of it. It's a great pick. It's definitely one of the most popular classes to bring in tournaments. A lot of people anticipate it to be the deck of the tournament. Now that we have some time evaluating what happened, Neil, was Mage the deck of the tournament in your opinion?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's really hard to make a deck of the tour. I think the answer is it was Priest, but it got banned so much we hardly saw it. Just by existing, Priest made the tournament what it was. I feel that Mage has done better than I expected overall, I must admit. I'm not sure about the Lunacy still. I take a bit of flack in chat for not liking Lunacy, but I like my Mages Lunacy-free, I must admit. But it's done all right. I mean, we've had... This is the lineup of the tournament, I'm pretty sure. Add in Warrior, those 5 decks. But deck of the tournament? No, I think Priest has to take it.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it depends on how you interpret bans to be, right? Because if you ban it, is that considered a win? Is that considered something that you have to omit from data? I'm sure there's a lot of debate behind that. But, I mean, the conversation has also, in terms of the ladder ranking system, been largely gravitated around Paladin and how powerful these aggressive starts from Paladin can be. Anchored by the fact that you have this early game board building opportunity with powerful buff cards like the Blessing of Authority that you see on screen, Blessing of Kings, Hand of Adal, using Conviction. It just gets you rolling really quickly. And while we haven't really seen the Paladin domination on broadcast nearly as much as people make it out to be, it's still a very powerful deck to the point where many people are pointing it as the first class that they want to see nerfed in an upcoming balance patch of some kind. Whether or not that actually happens, we'll find out. It's been heavily indicated that there will be one coming out soon. We're just not entirely sure what the targets are. They wanted some breathing room for Master Orgrimmar. It'd be kind of a shame if the balance patch dropped right before the tournament after people have been preparing for weeks to try and get to this point. And so, with Paladin, maybe you get to see why exactly that is, or perhaps it's one of those instances where the hype is overblown and people may have just lost to it a few too many times on ladder in a very unceremonious way with, say, a Crab Rider and a big buff.
Yeah, Paladin's interesting to me because as you go up through the ranks, the win rate just falls off really, really rapidly. I don't know, I'm not in the top sort of 200 or 300 at the moment, but for me, I find Paladin quite easy to beat on ladder. But I know that people in the lower regions, the more casual players, like they hate playing against Paladin. It's like it just destroys them because it's... If you don't deal with it very, very rapidly, you just die on turn 5 or 6. Also of note that it's Monsanto that's bringing this. I think he's more known for being a slower, more considered player, and just showing once again why he is a World Championship contender with his versatility of different decks, from Priest all the way through to Paladin.
Yeah, that's right. Monsanto very quietly ramping up his results year over year and just becoming one of North America's strongest, most consistent players throughout time. He started off as an open bracket grinder and player for a while, always like a player that you would see do very well, periodically hitting number 1. and eternally be in that conversation of being a top player, but was overshadowed by some other really bright stars like the Muzzy, Amnesiac, Just Saying trio that was regularly topping out North America. But right behind them in points every single year, like behind Muzzy, behind Sand, was Monsanto at like number 3 and 4 in points every year. And, now that he's put a world championship appearance under his belt, now that he's really trying to put his Masters Tour performances and stringing them well together, very clearly number 1 in points. I mean, the guy is in contention for being the best player in America, alongside, Luna, Frozen, Eddie, and No Hands Gamer, and even the people who've been really putting the results in, like Language Hacker. So I've been really happy to see Monsanto do well. I just feel like he hasn't had that fanfare reception behind him as much as some of the other players. And why do you think that is, Lorinda?
I mean, he's a very quietly amusing guy. He's not in your face. If you don't get his humor, he doesn't care. He'll just carry on to the next joke or the next one-liner or the next video or whatever that he makes. So he doesn't sort of tell you have to like him. I'm not saying the others necessarily did, but they're a bit more flamboyant. But Monsanto, he just has this deadpan face, this deadpan sense of humor, and I think that people don't always pick up on just how funny and how good a guy he is to follow. But you should follow Monsanto now, and you should probably chant for him in chat as well if you're in the Americas region, because TJ needs Monsanto to win some hot takes, and the Americas region needs somebody to do something because they've been doing so badly. So do some USAs in the chat, I suspect, would be a good plan. But obviously for Belgium, Floki has picked up an interesting opening hand.
Right.
And also, he needs to draw on his previous tournament. Remember, it's only his second Masters Tour. Monsanto's done all this a million times before.
Yeah, I'm already enjoying watching Floki on broadcast. You can kind of see the thought process going through his mind. Monsanto's mulligan already over since the very beginning, but Floki really considering what he wants to do with this deck of lunacy. He ends up chuckling and kicking it over, and look what he gets off the mulligan, and Incanter's Flow as well. There is some debate about when you actually use deck of lunacy with Incanter's Flow, because the interactions are pretty important to remember if you Incanter's Flow before deck of lunacy or after. And so that's something for Floki to consider, but that's not going to happen here on turn 1, I believe, unless he wants to be as bold as to coin out the Incanter's Flow, which, given that he has Primordial Studies in hand and a Cranium Session, I think I'd rather set up for that to get yourself going. I think a lot of people are so enamored by the idea of mana discounts that they kind of forget that mana discounts and card draw are a hand-in-hand process and what you need in the equation for success. And so Floki recognizes that, extends onto the board with Lab Partner to challenge any kind of early board that Monsanto can play.
Yeah, Monsanto, obviously, play the Paladin, you've always got something to do on 2, even if it's hero power, although the days of that being a thing you didn't mind having to do are gone. If you have to hero power, you are dead. There's a modern day anything, really, but Paladin in particular. But he is forced to play his best minion first. It's not necessarily the minion you want to put on the board early on against Mage, because they can deal with your first board or 2, but Crab Rider it is, and now Monsanto, having not had it dealt with, has a serious decision to make here, whether to play Goody Two Shields or just to go in with a gigantic Crab Rider.
Yeah, Big Crab Rider makes a lot of sense here. Mage has shown that it's trying to ramp up in its power, meaning that already Monsanto has, in his mind, lost at least a turn of his window, right? You're thinking about each mana discount, but each of those mana discounts stack an advantage the more cards you draw. So it's not like this linear thing where, okay, they play Encounter's Flow, everything is just moved up a turn. It starts to really snowball upon you when you're able to get 1, 2, 3, 4 mana crystals in a turn extra because of the Encounter's Flow, and ways to discount cards like Refreshing Spring Water and gain mana back. So this is very important that Monsanto presses in here, and perhaps another like low-key really powerful thing is this Flame Imp. This is one of the strongest 1 mana cards that you can get in a box of the first day at school. So Monsanto has pretty much balls to the wall aggression coming out here in game 1.
Yep, and I think that's made it very easy for him to make that decision to buff the Crab Rider. But Floki has done the thing, and so next turn we start to see what craziness he can pull out of the deck. I think Monsanto saw the keep 1 and it wasn't a flow, so he knew something was coming up. And he's just going in.
Almost hit the nuts. Having conviction off the top. Conviction, when you don't upgrade it, only targets one minion. Was really hoping for the Crab Rider. But the good news is that now Monsanto is so close to being able to just kill Floki off of the Hammer of Naru swings. If we can just get it at a critical life stage, it'll be really important. Floki draws a bunch of cards that draw other cards. Hand of Gul'dan, Cassid, finds Fungal Fortunes, finds Shadow Word, Ruin, and Devouring Plague. This is what Mage does best. There's even a Serpentine Portal to start building back his own board. Floki can't believe his luck. But, I mean, at the same time, it's entirely believable.
But yeah, he's even going to get rid of the 1-3 as well. It's ridiculous. But good for Floki. Like, I know he's hit the good stuff here, but he was finding it amusing when it was going wrong the other way as well. He's really in the right sort of relaxed place of mind here, even before he hit the nuts. Now he's just enjoying the fact that he has every chance of just taking this game one completely from nowhere with absolute lunacy.
The card that intrigued me the most is, well, actually, hold on. Floki has to kind of debate whether or not it's the Devouring Plague or it's Serpentine Portal. I think the Overload potential here is probably a little bit too annoying to deal with, not to mention that Floki doesn't necessarily know if he can guarantee Devouring Plague to be good in the following turns, because Paladin might build up too much of a board. So I think I can get behind this play.
Yeah, and also not generating a minion gave Cariel nothing to roam into, so another reason not to have a thing on the board this turn. But he's not out of the woods yet, although he's obviously well on the way now.
Yeah, that makes sense. So more card draw finds heal, board building opportunities, destruction. Yeah, Libram of Hope is really powerful in the future turns, but Floki needs to deal, or rather would like to have dealt with this Goody 2 shields, and still can through the Scrap Shot and the Serpentine Portal. These are good damage, or ways to deal damage. Combustion's also on the table here, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Paladin has a little bit of burst in the form of the Alex and the weapons, but not that much. And with the Libram in the deck, well, created in the deck, but it's kind of what the deck does when you get the good draw. You should be okay.
Yeah, it's starting to enter that territory where we talked about how, getting all these discounts are important. Floki has drawn at least 4 cards a turn for the past few turns with, 4 mana discounts, effectively, with the Incanter's Flow and then the reduction of that addition.
And there are 3 Librams in the deck. The 1 Flame Strike, the 2 Mask of Cthulhu's all became Librams. So with only 11 cards left, I think he still has 2 more to go. They don't have to be...
What to do?
Do they have to be? Yeah, they do have to be Libram because it's the only 9-drop in the game. So, yeah. He's just
a lot of ways for Floki to do this. There's not many ways for Paladin to get direct damage going on outside of the Alex Strazas. So Floki needs to stabilize and ensure that he's not getting too liberal with his life total. Oh my goodness gracious, that's 3! All in the hand, ready to go, and Floki even finding a way to press, maybe even threaten game-ending damage, because he does have the Apexis Blast and that Scrap Shot, which does intrigue me.
Let's go back to the very start of the game, though. The ordering he did the flow in has led to this. If he did it the other way around for some reason, then he would be drawing very different cards right now. I think we all knew when Lunacy was played a large amount that you just set up to get these 3 Librams in your deck. And also the amount of card draw you'll get is huge because on one of the numbers there's like 7 card draw cards and 2 other cards. So you're almost certain to get into those as well. Now he's just going to end it in 2 turns.
He's thinking about it. Also wants to just ensure that there's no way for him to lose. So maybe toss in another 1-mana spell here. Pride's Fury buffs up the Guardian and puts Monsanto on a very tight clock. I mean, it's 2-turn lethal setup here for Floki. Next turn, does Akama survives? It is death for Monsanto. Knight of Anointment. What is he going to be able to pick up here? He probably use Conviction. Blessing of Authority is too expensive. to play on the Blade Master Samuro.
I don't think there's
The
any...
attack from Kale does not discount it enough.
Yeah, Floki's got it done. That desperate turn where he was digging and digging and digging and eventually got to clear the board.
Wow.
Now the stabilization. Even if Monsanto had a way around this turn, just Libram into Libram the next 2 turns would have ended it anyway, to be fair. So...
Yeah, I mean, not to mention that Floki just has a lot of direct damage, right? The Pexus Blast and Scrap Shot is basically 10 damage from hand, assuming you get to target the right things that you want. And then Monsanto is going to die just off of that. Going to concede. Floki gets a Game 1 victory. It was actually a little bit close. It came down to, whether or not Floki would draw the responses. We saw that there was a window of opportunity that we talked about, the Crab Rider with the buffs, but it turns out, when your deck costs 4 less mana, you have really powerful spells in the game at a very affordable cost. It ends up becoming quite hard to deal with, even if you are the best deck on ladder right now.
Yeah, it turns out that 1 mana Shadow Word Ruin when your opponent has built a monstrous board. On turn 4, this was, that he was digging for this, is a lot to deal with. It's just too much. And Floki, that reaction is priceless. If he was nervous, they all vanished right there.
Yeah, and alternatively, on the other receiving end, you can see the winds of pain coming out from Monsanto. And for what it's worth, even if Monsanto hit the right minion with the conviction that he drew, if he got the Crab Rider, I think he would have just been a few points short of damage as well. So it's not like, him getting unlucky there cost him. It's pretty much purely about whether or not the mage was able to stop the aggression in its tracks, and it did. Showing you why, as many people were saying, we were talking about at the beginning of the show, it might be the class to beat. But maybe that's just because we're remembering these ridiculous scenarios that it looks like Mage was destined to lose, but it just whips out a victory out of nowhere. It does it so consistently to the point where I think a lot of people say that this is just what Mage does. And some people say, no, it's very like feast or famine. You either, draw a bunch of deck of chaos and you don't do anything, or you draw the nuts. And that's where the heated debate lies. But we're going to put that to rest as we go into game number 2. Floki going to be queuing up the Miracle Priest. Wait, no, that's a rogue deck. Miracle Rogue.
That is a rogue deck, yeah. I was scared there for a second because I'd assumed that the priests were getting banned, and I see a priest, I'm like, oh wait, Miracle Priest? I haven't prepared for this one. But no, very straightforward rogue deck. They both have the same 30 cards in their rogue decks, I believe. I did skim it fairly quickly, but I think they're the same. Nothing to report. The only thing we really look for is there a broom? And there is not. And a lot of people in Floki's practice group did play broom, but he chose not to. He did give them a shout out though for all of their help practicing, and the Benelux community in general. He's doing it for them, I think, today. So see if missing the broom helps or hinders him. We've seen both sides of this over the last few rounds.
Yeah, and I think it really just comes down to preference of what you're trying to do with your lineup. Some people are trying to fight back more onto those board-based matchups, whether they anticipate Paladin to be a lot more prevalent and really feel like they need to contest that. Maybe they just want a slightly better matchup versus Warrior because it's really tough, and Rogue is pretty even against most things, but Warrior seems to be one-sided. There's a lot of discussion around that, and with incoming, the balance changes as well. How does that dynamic shift? Rogue seems to be ever evolving. Monsanto is going to be queuing up the Mage, and he does not have a deck of Lunacy, which is not the end of the world. We've seen it do completely fine without it, and as a result is going to be playing, more defensive things like Cone of Cold and Shooting Star as his way of dealing with aggression.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. 2 Shooting Stars and 1 Cone. I know you and I sort of... We argue a little bit over which side of the 50% this matchup goes, because it's really close between Rogue and Mage. But I feel like the Shooting Stars and the Cone of Cold definitely are not good for the Rogue in general. That's a lot of early removal.
Yeah, the Rogue really wants to be building up pressure through these like 3-2s and 2-3s over time, and if you're able to, as Mage, pick apart that board, Rogue doesn't really get anything going. Right now, Rogue unless you're playing the weapon variant, isn't really hitting you for like 10 to 12 with giant minion. It's really about cutting you down with a bunch of small attack minions and then going for these big burst combos in the late game if needed. The exception being is if Jandis Barov puts out a big pile of stats and you're unable to deal with it. It isn't the opening hand here for Floki. Does have another really important card in Official Octobot, even that Cold Neophyte. So, Floki already at the drawing board of what he wants to keep, because I don't think he can keep everything. I mean, definitely not cards like Tenmu, I think, if you're going to be keeping cards like Jandis, just because it's a little bit too expensive to get. So, while these are great individual cards, Floki does have some important choices here.
Yeah, this is why I don't play Rogue. I don't want this decision. There's all these cards are great against Mage. I want them all. I don't think you can keep the Tenwu. I agree there. Jandis, I would have been interested in keeping, but obviously Floki more interested on getting that early board established and draw into your Jandis or your Kazakas later on to get the mid game there. You do draw through your deck very rapidly with this deck, so it does make sense. And on the other side, Monsanto, Flow, Springwater, Intellect. Things are going to get lively in a hurry for him.
Yeah, I think that, you take a look at what Monsanto's going to do, it feels fairly reminiscent of what Floki was doing the previous game, except this Coin Cult Neophyte, it stalls out the Incanus flow by 1 turn, and as a result makes things just slightly inefficient. Floki pretty happy to see that, Monsanto's already leaning over a hero power, but he doesn't really have much of a choice. Now, the issue is Floki can get off to a good start. I mean, this is nice to disrupt the mage. The follow-up was really the kicker here because he finds field contact in the hand. Now he can play the efficient Octobot to start getting things discounted to get really going in this game and start getting way ahead of Monsanto.
Yeah, Octobot is pretty good against the Shooting Stars and the Cone. And also the way he's played that first turn explains why he didn't keep the Jandis. He thoroughly intended on just coining out the Neophyte straight away. Which puts Jandis a long way down the list of things you want to be doing. Suddenly it's a straight-up 6-mana card that isn't being played anytime soon. Floki just working out how greedy he wants to be with all this.
I mean, greed is one thing. I guess maybe in Floki's mind, he's wondering about what he wants to do on the following turns, if he has a way to activate the efficient Octobot, and he doesn't really have the way to do that right now, outside of brain freezing his own Octobot, which is a little excessive.
Yeah, there's also the play that we see made sometimes where players just wait and wait and wait with the field, and then they just Octobot at the end of all that and remove a load. But now he's got license to do what he likes. He doesn't have to do any sort of patience. He can just go in. Now he's got the backup Octo.
Yeah, and this makes sense from Floki's perspective. He didn't have a way to guarantee a very, very clean activation of one Thief on the following turn, so he held just for one opportunity to discount even this card as well and get that activation. I am curious about which card Floki here sees the most value in, because they're all kind of awkward. You don't really tend to address the board state. Snap Freeze is not super applicable. It's not like you're really struggling with mana if you're going to have 2 efficient knockbots. So Font of Power seems to be the most reasonable choice here for Floki. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, Pexus Blast. That's so big to snipe the Octobot right here and prevent the discounts. And you saw what that Floki kept the efficient Octobot in the hand. And so, Monsanto knows that this was well timed for a very specific purpose. So now he can actually really punish here for not being able to activate that Frenzy on the official buy and get the discounts.
He's also got Lab Partner into Cram Session available. I mean, he's got it available now, but more for next turn after how this has gone, because he is going to Apexis Blast this Octo to the surprise of nobody.
All right,
Chooses not to activate this.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no spell burst effect that's relevant here for Monsanto, since he didn't get to discover a dual class card, but that's okay. I mean, he doesn't really need the battle card. He's got tons of card draw and following up, right? He's got Lab Partner, Cram Session, Arcane Intellects. Monsanto, resource-wise, will be just fine. Floki going to start off with a Font of Power to try to seek if he can get something really good. highest value card is Ethereal Conjurer at first glance. I'm not necessarily sure how good Mozaki is in Rogue, but theoretically it's also really strong because you can get all these crazy cheap stuff with the Efficient Octobot combo and then utilize Wicked Stab as a way to deal damage, almost kind of like what Malygos Rogue liked to do in the past. Is that a possibility here?
Yeah, I think it definitely is. Like, if you get some sort of secret passage into, like you say, Octobot, Field Contact, some Shadow Steps going on, you could do a lot of damage with one stab. Absolutely. Or one Apex
Very wisely.
if you get to turn 10.
Yeah, that's also fair. I don't know if we'll get to that point where he plays Mozaki and Apexis Blast in the same turn. He probably want to set it up. Oh, wow. 2 spell damage minions now. So he has the Astromancer Solarian, and he has the Lab Partner. It would kind of interfere if the Solarian dies with some of his synergy in the deck with Apexis Blast and Font of Power, because they require you to have no minions in your deck in order to get the secondary effect. And Monsanto already has played one of each, so it's definitely less punishing than before. He does have to consider hand space, which is if he goes for Lab Partner, Astromancer Solarian, he draws 3 cards, which replaces those 3 cards, almost makes Arcane Intellect very difficult to follow up. So he is going to only play the Lab Partner. This makes sense to me. Also doesn't put Solarian as a possibility to get punished. Finds 2 Devolving Missiles, not really relevant, although he could pull the trigger here just to deal with the Vanessa Van Cleave. Monsanto can also just play for tempo and play this Water Elemental to try and get ahead of what Rogue's doing because they're trying to power up clearly at this point.
Yeah, he's got to make a decision here how he wants to try and win this game, and the game seems to be telling him you're going to have to use some minions more than usual because he's not picking up the burn. He's only got the fairly clunky card draws in the Arcane Intellects left. You really don't want to be using those. They're so expensive. So he's got a decent minion curve to set things up and obviously slow the Rogue down that way while you're waiting to draw into your better stuff. So that's the decision he's made. And Floki now trying to work out how he's going to proceed. Obviously this Apexis Blast is tempting, but if it low rolls, then he could be in a bad spot. And also he might have to leave up the spell damage if he goes that way, because he would love to kill off the Water Elemental with it. But then letting spell damage stay up is something that hurts you time and time again as Rogue.
It was a tough spot. Floki entertained the idea of Secret Passage. I would not hate that. Just because I'm also hard-pressed to find a good play. In my mind, I'm thinking that Mozaki also makes sense just because it's hard for the mage to immediately deal with it. They just use the Devolving Missiles. They don't necessarily want to be using multiple cards on this, and 8 health is very difficult to remove. Monsanto does have the second copy of the Devolving Missiles, though, so this is no problem. And, Floki was, you can see it in his face. He's like, yeah, I wasn't really expecting much out of this. A Mohawk Artificer comes out, which makes Lacuna Cold surprisingly powerful in this position.
Yeah, it's quite funny, actually. It would... the Shooting Star would kill it as well, yeah.
Sorry, I meant Shooting Star, but yes, the Kona Cold also would be applicable here.
Amusing. Floki kind of half expected that because of how the mage has been playing, even though you can't really predict 2 Devolvings, just because Monsanto had been playing quite strangely, because he's had quite a strange hand. I don't think Floki was particularly surprised by how this worked out.
No, and I think the wheels are starting to come off a little bit of the Rogue train. Not really able to get anything going, falling behind on board. It's a really bad position when Mage successfully landed a Cander's Flow. Has almost their entire life. They're ahead on board and they're ahead on cards. It's pretty much every single category you can imagine Floki is behind in. And now the life total, the one few things that he had as a slight advantage over Monsanto, has completely disappeared. And so now, Floki's perspective, he's in big trouble. He's looking for any possible way to stabilize onto the board, and he's going to pull a trigger on Secret Passage. But very candidly, the Secret Passage doesn't have many good hits. Needs to find a way to remove everything, finds a pair of Wicked Stabs, which is very nice, but doesn't even address the entire board state. Monsanto still has additional things, so Floki's going again for Secret Passage, hoping that maybe he can pick a Prize Plunderer to try to stabilize here, perhaps?
Yeah, and stabilize is kind of, unless it's there, It's not there. The two shadow steps made it very interesting. But stabilize is also a bit loose of a word anyway, I feel, because even if he had dealt with this, look at Monsanto's hand. It's all going to go off again next turn.
Choose soon.
Yeah, I think Floki just has to play this Guardian Og Merchant. It's not pretty in the slightest. But, well, I guess what's really funny about it is that, you know, he actually ends up improving the survivability of Monsanto's board. He wasn't trying to kill the lab partner. This was a very deliberate decision. People were like, oh, why'd you do that? You thought you could Shadow Step kill it? No, he's keeping in the hand for the efficient Octopod. He needs an activator for that card. He needs to go off. He's recognized that the Shadow Step, the value of it was keeping it from the Secret Passage number 2. And Monsanto should know what that means. Like, his opponent just made on like at first glance, if you're just analyzing it skin deep, it's a terrible play. But, you know, it's because he's setting up for something bigger. And so Floki is trying to go off with this turn, and we're going to see if that's enough here.
Yeah, it probably is not, but we are going to have an exciting rogue turn. You can see he's ready. He's going off instantly, which is always the sign that somebody's, you know, about to try and rogue you. You've got to go fast because there's a lot of APM actually required here if you don't go quickly enough. And how much can he get? Probably nowhere near enough, but it has been known.
Well, Prize Plunderer can at least kill off one minion, draw a card, looking for Shadow Step. Does have Foxy Fraud and Mancrick. I mean, these are all cards that can draw another card to help give him what he's looking for. Okay, Brain Freeze helps. Draws one more card. It's not it, Cult Neophyte. And 2 combustions. I mean,
yeah.
Monsanto is very much set in a good position. He has the 2 combustions. If he doesn't have lethal straight up, that's it. Fireball is 7 plus the ping. That's going to be enough to do it. Game number 2 goes to Monsanto. Best of 5 is now turned into a best of 3. And the Mage is making quick works of the other decks here, which, I mean, Mage is the deck right now. Its win rate's very high, just the way its popularity and the amount of games going through. A lot of people are bringing target Mage strategies, or at least teching towards it, and yet, despite all of that, it seems like Mage is unstoppable here.
Yeah, we're now down to a best of 3 in a Mage and Priest-free zone. Identical rogue lists. I think they're 30 cards the same, like I said earlier, and totally different paladins. You've got a Libram Paladin, might have to fight it out with the aggro Paladin to see if he can hang on in there. And that'll be a close one, I think, because the Libram does take a little while to get established, but if it does, it gets very hard for the aggro to go through it. And we may once again see this come down to Rogue versus Rogue, which has been kind of the enforced 4th deck for a lot of players, where they know it's a little bit weaker, but you've got to bring something.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, you got to find ways to influence the matchup without really sacrificing your matchup spread in general. Sure, if everyone was only going to play Mage and you knew that for a fact and you had the foresight to be able to anticipate your matchups, then by all means, there's a lot more that you could be doing versus Mage. But, you know, there's only so much reasonable things that you can do to try to tech your deck to try to beat it. And so with that, we have just the remaining classes. We talked about these being like the very set classes that a lot of people are expected to bring, Rogue and Paladin. And Monsanto going to queue up his Miracle Rogue, which is very similar to what we just saw. There's no animated broomsticks, for example, just really much going for nice amount of tempo and mix of value cards as well.
Yeah, they are actually identical rogues. I'm always very careful not to say that on broadcast because there's someone who will say, but this one card you missed. But as far as I can see, they are identical. The same 2s, the same 1s, everything looking the same. And it just seems to be that Vanessa has become pretty much staple, I think, this week. Something that a card we hadn't seen much of until very, very recently, really.
Yeah, Vanessa is surprisingly strong because if your opponent is aware that that's a possibility, it just what it does is it punishes your opponent for not thinking about their sequencing with how they order their cards. And so with the last card being played is a very deliberate sequence of stuff. Sometimes you end up giving Rogue a little bit extra damage, right? Because things to clear the board sometimes says deal damage, and that gives Rogue the ability to leverage that. Or Rogue gets additional resources to combo with things like field contact or to fill out their curve. It's just a nice little thing to, that synergizes just enough across the board. Say this is a very good, a card that helps glue things together in a nice way if your hand is sometimes awkward.
It's been pointed out to me that I indeed did mess up my look through because there's a Swashbuckler in one of the decks that isn't in the other one instead of the Neophytes. So thank you, Gia, for being that person that I thoroughly expected to happen somewhere along the line. If only I could see straight. Back to the game. The Vanessa thing's really cool that you were talking about because we're kind of used to combustion positioning these days and those sort of positionings, but we are not autopiloting around what card we play last yet at all. So sniping something a bit better than you should get is definitely something that can happen if you're not paying 100% attention.
Well, there's that Swashbuckler that is the difference. Now, I guess from Monsanto's perspective, is there a reason to play another card here or to not play anything at all? Efficient Octobot is pretty good to get out early, but he doesn't have an activator for it. So we have seen people coin out the Efficient Octobot, and what it does is it just makes it difficult for Floki to do anything in response, right? If he plays his own Efficient Octobot, then it gets met by his opponent being able to get ahead on tempo. And we've seen a lot of players, do this and just jump so far ahead of their opponent because you're getting 5 mana crystals. Well, Monsanto's getting 5 mana crystals, and Floki would get 4. But more importantly, that Monsanto gets to have the ability to respond to this Octobot. Punch True Silver Champion. Okay.
It's a nicely shaped weapon, actually, for this matchup because your dagger doesn't do a lot in general. It's expensive, but later on, a True Silver Champion could be very versatile. It's a lot of damage, it's some bit of healing, it kills things. It's actually an all-around good card.
Yeah, and what's surprisingly powerful about this? We talked about how Vanessa Van Cleef is one of these cards that just, help tie hands together. And by getting a second copy of Efficient Octobot, Monsanto can continue to get tempo advantage, and more importantly, some of these other cards that get discounted can now start enabling Monsanto to formulate a game plan. He sees where his end goal is immediately by having the Alexstrasza in hand. She goes down to 8, then 7 mana, then you pick up Shadow Step and Tenmu, and all of a sudden, Floki's dead as early as turn 8. And then at that point, Monsanto is going to just try and push damage. Right now, his game plan is pretty straightforward, and Floki is still formulating the beginnings of his turns here.
Yeah, he's just trying to sort of survive it's not an onslaught, but survive the snowball that is beginning to take place on Monsanto's side of the board, where he's definitely in front by virtue of going first to some degree. Sorry, by virtue of going second to some degree. That does eventually get eroded, though. So Monsanto needs to make the most of his extra mana while he's got it and punish the early start here.
We picked up Guardian Aug Merchant, another enabler for the Efficient Octobot. I was thinking about Kazakus or True Silver before this turn, just because they are good to get out for a cheaper amount of mana and helps you establish your board presence. If he has True Silver, he can just kill off pretty much the relevant minions onto the board with that Brain Freeze and then keep pushing his board state.
But he could play both of those 2 cards next turn if he wanted to do some Octobotting. It would be a little bit frivolous, I think, to do so. But setting up a True Silver, playing a Kazakus and getting some 5 drops, and then just going completely crazy with them must be very tempting. But he is just choosing to do the Rogue thing that Rogue has done for years, which is, at the end of my turn, I have things on the board and you do not.
Yeah, I think this makes the most sense to me because Monsanto is just taking a leaf out of traditional textbook Rogue versus Rogue play, which is to do exactly this. You stick minions onto the board. You leverage existing tools to clear the board and push a little bit of damage and stack your advantage just by having mana-efficient plays. But Floki gets his second Octobot off, is now starting to answer that said board state, and has a cheap field contact number 2. So in terms of the quality of how the panouts has been, Floki's actually been doing pretty well so far with his hand. Monsanto's going to try to mix it up and use that Kazakus to try and get a powerful golem effect.
Mixing it up indeed. Mixing in the herbs with the clay to create his golems. Given a very interesting choice here. Stealth is usually the best way to go, but against another rogue, maybe it's just not that important. They use their resources.
To say, just because the stealth does give you the ability for optimal trades and rogue can't really interact with it, I always think very highly of the Fire Bloom effect. Battlecry deal 3 damage to 2 random enemy minions. It's just such a strong tempo option in a tempo deck that makes me feel like, you know, that's always the thing that you're planning around for. So whether or not he chose Poisonous, I'm not entirely sure, but I do know for a fact that Monsanto does have really powerful plays on turn 5, almost no matter what he chooses there. Oh, interesting. Look at this. Favoring the tempo enough to remove the board completely to set up for that Greater Golem, which heavily makes me think that he picked the +2/+2 to all minions to try to fight for the board here.
Quiet.
Yeah, and it looks like that is the case.
Yeah, that's why he spent so long considering what to do with that turn. Because he wasn't just planning what to do with the golems, he needed to work out, what am I doing on my turn? And that might sound obvious, but sometimes you just pick a golem and go, okay, I want to get a rush golem, I want to have 2 of them, off we go, look for that. But with the options he was given, he had to plan it all out, exactly what he wanted to do. And he looks like he's going to be rewarded for that, because he gets to play around the neophyte that Floki is playing to try and stop some sort of crazy secret passage turn right now.
And I think Floki has recognized that too. The Wicked Stab is just a complete nod to the fact that Monsanto played surprisingly aggressive with a card that might be important. He knows about the Efficient Octobot in the hand because of Vanessa Van Cleave. So because he's aware of that, says, hey, you're clearly trying to set up something with that golem. I'm anticipating the +2/+2. This is just good in Hearthstone right now in terms of understanding, anticipating what their opponent's doing. Candace comes out. Yeah, not really super powerful stuff, but it's okay.
Floki had the sort of let's go face on just before he played Jandis there as well. It's like, okay, finally getting a turn where I'm in a reasonable position at the start of the turn. And Jandis, I mean, you wouldn't take it again, but it's not the best Jandis, it's just an okay one.
Well, this kind of situation from Jandis, where one of these minions that take any damage will end up being destroyed, is quite tricky here for Monsanto because of the prize plunderer dynamic and the fact that he has Secret Passage, which could give him a bunch of other possibilities here. I'm not entirely sure what he could be doing for 5 mana total that's like optimal, but he just needs to find something because right now his hand is not looking very strong. He does find the Guardian Aug Merchant, which can help him improve that possibility. It's probably, in his mind, the Steward of Scrolls, but he can go ahead and dig for cards first. Maybe that Wand Thief just gives him a really easy way to respond to that board. Yeah, he knows.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Has to kind of go quick here. I'm worried about the rope, already halfway done.
Yeah. I think he's okay. I think Monsanto's one of those players who doesn't push it right to the edge. That said, that's right to the edge. So maybe he does. He does like to have a think, but...
Yeah, I think Monsanto was not really happy with how everything ended up playing out, just because I think, he could have killed off the Steward of Scrolls, but at the same time, I think he wanted to preserve HP. It's like one of these things where he also wanted to eliminate Jandis because he knows about the threat of Shadow Step. It's pretty complicated, and I don't blame Monsanto for, kind of at the last second running a little bit out of time and just rushing his decisions because he needed to get things done.
Yeah, there were some bad things could have happened that turn, and he avoided most of the bad things. But leaving up this steward is a bit awkward because it is only a 4-1, so it kind of shouldn't be there in a lot of worlds. But here it is, going to do damage one way or the other. And Floki's going to get a lot done himself here as well.
Does seem like it.
Filling his hand up with as much stuff as he can while it's there to be filled. Because he was running a bit low on value in hand, whereas Monsanto's kind of got a little bit too much value in hand. He'd rather have had more tempo. They're both trying to address that balance right now.
Mask of Cthulhu was the pickup for Monsanto off of that Wand Thief. I'm looking at it right now, and it seems pretty nice. And he clears the entire board, and that is a huge wipe, a very big swing here for Monsanto, and Floki picks up Alex Strauss and needs to go for a secret passage. This is an important checkpoint. If Monsanto can fade this, he just has the board and he should have the game. But it's not gonna come easy for him, as Floki does intend on fighting back. Picks up Prize Plunderer, can immediately wipe this Foxy Fraud. Even can double dip on the Wand Thief right here if he doesn't feel like he is in a position.
Sorry, Dan.
Illusion.
The value he needs to sort of fill up his hand a little bit here is the Potion of Illusion, I think.
It's a really good one.
Evocation's why I'm laughing. Obviously, there's a lunacy there as well, but Evocation with a very empty-looking hand. I don't think he's got many cards left in his main hand. It is going to be very dangerous next turn.
Yeah, he's hoping this is enough to maybe get that value, right? Potion of Illusion with a hand like this, by the way, is pretty strong. If you can get Tenmu back for 1 mana, you can actually start doing the combo again with the Alex Straza and trying to do a lot of power. So this game isn't over yet. In fact, you know, if Monsanto has a pretty weak turn and leaves up a lot of minions, this could actually end up very badly for him. Floki nodding. 2 Prize Plunderers come into the hand.
Yeah, that's going to be a big
Doesn't have enough
deal.
mana, though.
Monsanto's been trying to save this Octobot and, you know, a way to activate it for some time now, but it's got to the point where hanging on in there has slowed him down to the point that 3 or 4 turns running now, Floki has actually had the slight advantage at the end of turns. And Monsanto needs to recognize that he has lost his board advantage to some degree.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to draw even the Orgrimmar at this point, but you know, he's just going to kill off the Tenmu, recognizing that going on to 9 mana, Alex Straza is a big threat. He sees that Potion of Illusion, sees more of these little 1/1 weenies coming out.
Another evocation. And
yeah.
Also a lesson in what to do here with your potion. There's far bigger options available for potion here to be greedy, but no, just use it. Play some little things and annoy your opponent, like start tickling them to death 1 tickle at a time.
Well, Floki has some really powerful stuff coming up, and I really appreciate the fact that, you know, Floki is trying to make something happen with this board, and it's like one of these small, very little, tiny advantages that he's been able to pick up. And Monsanto is, you know, actually kind of in a bad spot. He knows that he could die next turn, and he doesn't want to actually take too much damage. So this field contact and Swashbuckler to start off really needs to give Monsanto something to work with here, because he needs to deal with all these small little critters on the board. Cone of Cold. Okay, that's huge, giving him the ability to deal with multiple minions.
He also needs to get a move on. We can see that Apex's Blast plus a dagger into Alex Straza is just a lethal. Now, that's not necessarily the way he will go, but just pointing out there's 2 turns away from lethal straightforward for Floki here, at the very least. That's ignoring the minions, that's ignoring everything. Obviously, Monsanto will be trying to set up his own 2-turn lethal, which incredibly is probably possible from here, because of the end game that Rogue has. But it's going to be very close.
Yeah, it's very close. And Monsanto recognizes that he's starting to get to that danger zone. One Thief for Combustion, another card to deal with stuff. Oh, wait, hold on. He's shifting his game plan to Fireball. I think he's trying to recognize an opportunity to flip the script. Not to mention that there is defensive capabilities off of Alexstrasza. If his opponent shows a very aggressive stance of being able to throw Burn to the face, then maybe this game will end. But Floki, with that draw off the Olga, now puts Monsanto down to 11. He has 1 damage off lethal. Does he have the opportunity to find it with something, I don't know, preparation, evocation? Is there anything here that Floki can do to up his chances to win right now before his opponent has a chance to react?
But also, yeah, he needs to bear in mind that he might not need to do that. He'll get it next turn for sure. So he's going to try and balance looking for the win, which he's found by the look of that, with not dying. But he's got the Fireball from the evocation, and he's 2-1 ahead, wins the Rogue Mirror, Dan, and that is the big deal here, because winning this mirror match has led to a lot of people winning their matches through this last 3 days.
I can't believe that, just in the sense that while Rogue, is capable of pulling rabbits out of their hat with things like that Wand Thief and Evocation, I mean, Floki had that out specifically on that turn. We're talking about prep, Evocation, trying to find something to end the game there, because the fact is it wasn't guaranteed, right? Because if Floki was doing damage, Monsanto could also heal himself with the Alexstrasza. It was a situation where it felt like Floki was just behind, and Monsanto died with 8 cards in the hand, 2 Octobots. It just feels like there was so much potential left remaining that Monsanto has to feel like he could go back to the drawing board and find improvements in the play to make that game feel like it was a more winnable position. Because I don't feel like this tells you the entire story. You watch this clip, you look Floki at 25 health, and you look at the state and you say, okay, maybe Floki was never going to lose. But it felt like one of these situations where Floki was just barely keeping the tempo on his side and in his favor and was able to finish it. If it didn't, I feel like he was going to die at that point.
It seemed to just grind turn by turn in his favour. At the start, there was no doubt that Monsanto had a great flying start. He had more options available with the second Octo available, which never got played. It looked like he was going fine, and slowly but surely, turn by turn, Floki ground it back. And I wonder if he just crept up a bit on Monsanto there, where he was still going for value when actually he was just starting to get behind on board. Maybe it snuck up on him, I think, on that one.
It certainly seems to be the case. And Monsanto, has definitely experienced disappointing losses before. We've seen it a few times throughout his career. And I'm sure that if, that ends up being a deciding factor in the series, we still have a lot of Hearthstone to play, because if game number 4 goes Monsanto's way, we can still bring it all the way back. And we have seen a lot of good comebacks so far this weekend. But that could have been the game that determined who won this series.
Very different deck here, though, to ones we've seen all week. We haven't seen much of the Libram Paladin at all. With a little bit of tech, the one Scorpion in here just for some extra removal. But the early game as well, playing all of the one drops, basically, just to keep you alive whilst you get into the better, older known Libram strategy. Also, playing Carrier Rome and not Kazakus, because this is very much a Libram-based deck when you get to the late game.
Yeah, Libram Paladin, very much a deck that is very solid, but overshadowed by the other versions of Paladin. I think people have, for the most part, agreed that Aggro and Secret Paladin are the best decks. The data supports it. A lot of people are posting very good results with it. But Libram Paladin is also still very solid. It just has slightly different matchup spreads and, still has that capability of going the distance. It just has a lot better of a top end than the other Paladin decks, which tend to be a lot more linear. And you can see why, right? Like Floki has the Lady Liadrin, which gives him the ability for these late game boards and give him the ability to heal and rebound in situations where the aggressive Paladin cannot, and your opponent that has a lot of burn or direct damage will have that inevitability over you.
Yeah, not the ideal start in some ways, but you got the one drop, you don't complain, I guess, and it should be fine. Obviously, drawing those Librams out the deck is important. It thins it down with the Knight, so... And picking up some stuff now. I said it wasn't great, but now this is looking like a fantastic opener suddenly.
I mean, it does look pretty solid, but Floki has a great start as well, finding the first day of school to the Bladed Cultist. That's pretty much as good as it gets. I mean, you could probably say that Imprisoned Gnarg is the best, but I mean, you're just basically pulling one or two examples. This is S tier stuff that you get.
Monsanto wants some of it, so he gets his own cultist for next turn. And this one's going to be brutal. I think there's going to be cards flying everywhere for the first 3 or 4 turns. Look at this Kazakus into Jandis that Monsanto has available if he can weather this early storm, which it looks like he should be able to do.
Yeah, it's quite unconventional to see, Rogue fight so much by coining out a 2-drop. It's just not something that we've seen a lot historically for the class, but it is, more and more becoming important for the Rogue to get onto the board early, especially against these kinds of decks that try to capitalize off of having a board and buffing it. The Hand of Vidal, very nice for Floki, but not able to deal with that efficient Octobot.
No, that's going to be a problem, actually. A 3-mana Kazakus and a 5-mana Jandis. Yeah, you want some of that as the Rogue. And although Floki has good cards, he's only going to be able to play 1 a turn, because I don't see him really going for Battle Fiend in a hurry. Obviously, with the Libram, that's something, but it's very, very slow hand that he has.
Yeah, it's got to be Elder Attendant here for Floki, just because it just improves the quality of his plays moving forward, and you don't know if he needs to be curving out the following turns. Monsanto does pick up a Wicked Stab. That's not going to be super useful right now. Oh, well, bulk up. No taunt minions in the hand, so unfortunately that does not work.
Okay.
Wait, unless...
Oh, no.
Golems gain taunt?
Dan, behave. It might be. I mean, it's certainly an option, but
Taunt.
it's slow, right? Yeah. Monsanto's
Totally slow, but
he's
he can
showing us
copy
that
his
he's
golem.
seeing it. Bless him.
He's thinking about it. He's going to do it. Monsanto, do it. Okay, I don't know if he did it or not, but he definitely thought about it. Oh, the eyebrow raise. Okay. Monsanto, make me happy. Make my day. Do it.
And now he's hovering over the Jandis as well, which doesn't work because they don't go to your hand.
I'm thinking about whether or not he wants to draw 2 cards or give your other minions +2/+2 right now. He has the board advantage, but how much will it stack? Paladin can't actually answer that very easily. They do tend to struggle with wide boards, surprisingly, but that's because they're often trying to get ahead on boards. So they don't often have to worry about it in the same breath. So, this is an unusual situation that we don't really get to see, and now Monsanto has a very cool bulk-up Greater Golem copy play on his hands. He's done it! Yes, Monsanto, thank you.
Taunts as well. And
Yes! Yes, he didn't draw anything else that could have influenced it. Oh, this is
You're so
awesome.
happy, aren't you? I've never known you this happy,
I
Dan.
am delighted.
It's a chance to do a cheeky dagger up here, I think, as well.
And Floki knows. He's like, wait, what? This actually worked? The bulk up that randomly came to the hand and Greater Golem? Oh, no. He's like, oh, boy, this is really bad news. Because that could be anything on the second end, right? It could be deal 3 damage and get like a bunch of tempo. It could be summon a copy of this. And Floki knows that Monsanto may have a pain train coming his way.
Oh, my.
Oh, boy.
And that's making this decision all the more difficult because he'll have a good idea what's happening here. Yeah. He's just going to go for the obvious stuff. Spend your mana and hope it all goes away. That's all he's got. But you can see from his face that he knows it's coming.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Monsanto's not instantly jamming it, but it's pretty close to instantly jamming it. I guess it doesn't exactly line up statistically well against the Devout Pupil, though. So, if he ends up attacking or playing this Greater Golem, he doesn't have a 5/5 to cleanly snipe after he pops Divine Shields, he would have to trade both minions, which makes the Greater Golem feel a lot worse.
Yeah, and Jandis as well will make more minions to buff, which means that Floki will once again be forced to do some trading.
He could, say, play Mankrik and Wicked Stab and clear off the entire board, and then next turn he has Greater Golem and Brain Freeze. So this does seem to be a much more efficient way for Monsanto to go about the board. That does give a slight opening to Floki to deal with things. And I think maybe he just got some information too. Floki says, hey, if you had the Battle Cry, deal 3 damage from the Greater Golem, you would have had it. Maybe you're trying to build, maybe you either pick summon a copy, maybe you said draw 2 cards or whatever, but you don't have the tempo option, so he can eliminate some possibilities from the opponent's mind.
Yeah, and with that in mind, he is going for the Scorpion. He's got a good idea of the sort of things he needs. Didn't really find great things here, but maybe they're good enough. Conviction, definitely not, unless he's going to use it with the Samurai, I guess. Or maybe it is then. I may change my opinion here.
Yeah, I was thinking about first day of school just because I feel like he wants to fight back for the board here. Ends up finding the Devout Pupil, or rather the Libram to enable the Devout Pupil and say, hey, this is the exact same board, but a little bit harder to clear. What do you have now? And Monsanto does have the ability to utilize the Greater Golem and the Brain Freeze. I don't know if Shadow Step here is relevant whatsoever. And now Monsanto in this position, by playing reactive, actually is, like we described, stuck in the same position, which makes me think whether or not Jandis was a better play on the previous turn, because if you end up getting into a situation like that, you'd rather improve the quality of your board much more than try to just simply keep up with the Paladin. So it's easy to say for us in hindsight. But yeah, Monsanto's going to play this Golem, still get ahead, and now Floki can respond with the Libram of Justice Blademaster Samuro combination.
Yep, he's been saving this for some time. Obviously, he's reduced it to this combo. We're not taking the Conviction, but yeah, this is just nice and clean. And like you say, or like you Carrier Rome also a useful, timely option here. But not having this Jandis down for Monsanto means that the Golems he's got has fewer things to buff. Although maybe he's going to go for double Jandis Shadow Step in one turn later.
Well, the thing about the upside about keeping Jandis was that he has this Shadow Step now in hand. So, it's one of these things where I think it's pretty close, and I totally see the value of Monsanto's line of play here. And it seems to be that Loki's just running out of resources. Until he picks up Lady Liadrin, he's going to be struggling a little bit with the resource count. He only has a couple of 1-drops, which Monsanto knows about. He has this Libram, and he has one card that Monsanto doesn't know about. And so Monsanto does have a lot of opportunity here to get very far ahead, depending on this Jandis.
Yeah, and usually if you're depending on Jandis, you're in a good spot, because Jandis has become a monster even since the nerfs. She's still doing pretty crazy things out there on that battlefield.
Okay, well, picks up just a pair of minions. The egg one ends up being surprisingly annoying because you can just attach her battle cry onto a bunch of the minions in the deck. So that's pretty nice. Monsanto thinking about Shadow Step, what he should use it on, if he should use it on the Jandis here, or perhaps save it for something else later. These are all really important moments because Monsanto's thinking about what are ways that this board can once again be dealt with, especially if there's 2 attacks by Kale on the other side to discount Holy Spells by 2. And to account for all this range, I personally think Shadow Step makes a lot of sense. Jandis, while still is going to be 4 mana instead of 6, is still too expensive to play with Greater Golem. It still just sets up better plays moving forward on the next 2 turns.
Yep, and on top of that, he's kind of out of value right now, so keeping that value coming is relevant to him. But he must be aware that, we can see it's not the case, but he must be aware that soon Floki is allowed to start playing some terrifying turns. He's got to the point 8 mana turns. Monsanto will be scared that these are just going to get too big for him. Good luck, Floki.
Yeah, his Penflinger, not it, but he does have the Libram to bounce back. Libram plus Samuro. I mean, this is a board clear for Floki if he wants it, because the Penflinger, I mean, it's not that if he wants it, he can get it very easily. It's pretty much about whether or not he wants to just fully extend onto the board, and I don't think that Samuro is the play right now.
Let me work my magic.
Floki just gonna extend with these 1-drops. And we're gonna go from there.
Yep. Yeah, this is fine. It looks sort of grim, but it's okay. It's enough for now. And Monsanto not getting that far behind, but is needing some value very soon. This Jandis is kind of the last throw for the time being, but Floki's health total is a big problem for Monsanto because Floki's going to get to draw 2 or 3 more cards, and he's into the heavy hitters.
Trampling Rhino comes out on the other side. Just more ways to deal with the board. And Argent Braggart, a very efficient tempo option. And Floki knows exactly what the Greater Golem in hand does. He knows that he's in deep trouble and needs something really big. He does have the Blademaster Samuro and the Penflinger and the Libram, though. So he still actually is okay. This should be a board clear.
Yep.
My blade seeks
Just to make sure the ordering goes okay, and he should be fine here.
Right, but now, I mean, we're getting to the point where both players have committed almost entirely their resource count. But this was so crucial for Floki because he knows about that Golem, and now at least he should be able to contest that Golem coming out. Monsanto's out of resources. This is a bad spot for Monsanto right now. He kind of needs to find a way to draw cards, whether through Secret Passage or something else. Prize Plunderer, guess it gets the buff from the Greater Golem, better than nothing.
Yep,
barely.
I think so too. And rely on your deck giving you a Secret Passage in the next turn. He is also able to do nothing for a turn and try and maybe increase his number of outs by waiting for a field contact. So there is a distinct issue with going the other way. So you could just hold your stuff and wait. So it's not quite so clear cut as just buffing the Plunderer. And Monsanto's having a bit of a time working that out. He's not taking a lot of damage next turn, and that might encourage him to be just that slightly bit more greedy by keeping it in hand.
He knows about the possibility that if Floki finds another Libram of Justice, that this is game over if he extends the Prize Plunder. Also, for everything that you were talking about as well. So has to just play the 6/6. Hope that's enough. Floki finds Knight of Anointment, draws a spell, finds Libram of Hope. Big pickup.
Yeah. Absolutely monstrous. That, even if it doesn't get the win, which it might well do just on its own, it buys him all the time he needs now to get into those cards to win the game. It buys him the health total to avoid any Alexstrasza mess. It buys him some defense to stop him getting attacked on the board. It's just going to probably close this one out. But Monsanto could still hit a passage, could still hit field contact, could hit both and have a crazy turn of his own.
Those are the cards he needs, because Floki now has found one of his power cards, and Monsanto knew what it was the moment it was targeted at his face. I mean, Floki just barely debated whether or not it was correct for him to heal his own face. He doesn't exactly need it. Shadow Step, one of the weakest draws that Monsanto could pick up. And he doesn't have much health to work with either. This fun little thing that Monsanto did with the copy to taunt, try to give his minions tempo to win back against the board. He had additional options and did not end up paying off here. And so while I tip my hat towards Monsanto for some really cool plays, some really fun lines, it does not seem like it's working out here. And Floki is going to get a huge advantage in the next turn, putting Monsanto on a must-win situation next turn. This turn, he's going to survive. Unless Monsanto decides to call it quits here.
Yeah, is this surviving? I'm not sure this is surviving. This is staring at the board and hoping it goes away, but There's no really sensible way to get out of this.
As the lone representative from Americas, Monsanto very much was, talking about it on social, saying like, hey, cheer for me. I'm the last representative from Americas, really trying to make this work.
Yeah.
And represent you all very proudly. And, he has to take a very desperate line. Now it's pretty much just secret passage. It's a second Libram of Hope off the top. Floki chuckling. One person not laughing sits on the other side of the tavern. Monsanto is very unhappy to see this second Libram the moment it comes down onto the Samuro. Oof.
But another
That's
great
gonna do it.
tournament from Monsanto. Absolutely great.
Game number 4 goes over to Floki. He is going to the top 4. And it's going to be challenging Viper, 2 Europeans in the top 4. We know how strong this region is. Their players are very strong across the board, and showing you why that is. Monsanto, another great run, top 8, yet again, should not go unnoticed. But at the same time, the moment does really belong to Floki, who was able to stick to his outs. That Rogue Mirror sticks out in my mind as being the game of that series. And overall, despite some really cool stuff coming out from Monsanto, the Greater Golem did not end up panning out. Maybe an opportunity to reevaluate how Monsanto approached things with Rogue overall. But, I'm still pretty happy with that series, Neil.
Yeah, it was a good series. Floki, obviously, his first Masters Tour, top 8. That wasn't good enough, apparently. Comes back for his second Masters Tour and is now in the top 4. And also, those are extra GM points. We talked a lot about Gabby yesterday and how he could become a Grandmaster. Well, Floki is now in that conversation as well, with still one more tournament to go, remember. He is racking up a load of points from nowhere in just 2 events. And he's taking down Grandmasters, even if they are ones from the Americas region, and is giving himself a chance now to become a Grandmaster himself with 2 fantastic performances. It's ridiculous how well he is doing in these Masters Tours.
Totally, and it's a pleasure to watch on camera. You can see very, pure reactions to Hearthstone. It's just things are very funny to him, and just kind of almost bewildered by what's going on, and sometimes how good his draw pans out or how unlucky certain things end up being for him. But overall, gonna be happy for the guy, and he's gonna be challenging another Grandmaster in the semifinals. So with that, we're halfway through the quarterfinals just like that. We're gonna cover the last 2 and then move on to our top 4 momentarily and crown a champion today. So, taking a look at the bracket, we have Blycha versus Melody. Blycha, a player that needs no introduction to how well Masters Tours have been going for him, up against another Chinese player trying to avenge Tianming and put China back on the map and in contention for potentially being the best region. And then we have what is the quarterfinal that everyone's going to be paying attention to, Liz versus Gabby. Yet another proving ground opportunity for Gabby to take down a strong world stage performer like Liz in the past. So we shall go ahead and see what's going to happen in just a few minutes. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more quarterfinal action here for Masters Tour Orgrimmar. Stay tuned.
We now know half of our semi-final competitors, but that, of course, means there are half still to be determined. And we are going to get into Blaze, who might be a little bit worried the way that Loki's going. Like, Blaze is the player who is used to being known for being like, he always wins the top 8, but Floki is just going crazy now. And what did you make of that last match, Gia?
It was a ton of fun to watch, honestly, especially Floki's reactions. I did just put in our Discord chat that I think that Floki looks a little bit like a skinnier Andrew Garfield, but nobody reacted. Thanks, guys. Maybe that's just me then. But one thing that remains true and is not up for opinion is Blaze's skill and pedigree. The fact that he's already won 2 Masters Tours is not news to anybody. He is just one of the most consistent players out there in both quality of play and speed of play.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has now got the highest percentage win rate of all of the people who have played a sensible sample size. I can't define that any better because I did it quickly this morning. But he's 68.5% win rate in all Masters Tours. And importantly for today, Blaze has never lost a top 8 match or a top 16 match. He is 7 wins and 0 losses. When he makes the top 8, he wins the tournament. That's how it goes.
I guess that's just a rule then. Sorry, Melody. But then there's also just a rule that for the past 2 Masters Tours, we've only had Chinese champions. So Tianming already getting his run cut short by Viper, but maybe Melody can pull it back. We do actually have very similar lineups on both sides. Over here for Blaze, he has a very standard spell mage with the shooting star in there as a 1-of instead of Deck of Lunacy.
Yeah, which is... I like it. I don't like having the Lunacy in the mirror in particular, and it may come down to mirrors, especially with the very much identical lineups. But we shall see. I also like winding people up by saying I don't like Lunacy, because 50% of the people watching then go, "Oh, Lorinda doesn't like Lunacy. I hate him now," which is always good fun. But Melody was previously titled or battle tagged the head of the Q Block Association, I believe it was. So
I did hear about that yesterday. It's quite the mouthful. I'm glad he switched onto something a bit catchier, but he will forever be known as a Q-block connoisseur.
Absolutely, and has been doing well in the Chinese scene, apparently, going to the playoffs since 2018. So he's been around a little while and finally making his mark. I say that he has actually done okay in other events. It's hard to know how many events he's done well in because there are so many variations on the name Melody that I'm not sure which ones are actually him and which ones are other people with similar names. But overall, it looks like he's got a fairly positive record in several Masters Tours.
Good to hear. He could be continuing that streak with a lineup that, again, is very similar to Blaze's and similar to the entire top 8 in the fact that they are going with a Ban Priest strategy. The difference from Melody's lineup to, say, Tianming's, and I believe Liz also, is the lack of OTK Demon Hunter, which I thought was just almost universally brought by the Chinese region players that made it to this Masters Tour. Melody has instead opted for the Warrior as his best deck, and again, nothing too fancy going on either side here. Players aren't really targeting anything. They're just banning the deck they think is best and bringing the other classes that they feel have the highest win rates against the field, and that is just a solid thing to do. Open after open, big tournament after big tournament, you're always going to have somebody reaching the top, at least in Conquest format, with just the good deck strategy.
Yeah, and it's particularly weird this time around with there being 2 really good classes that do very different things in Priest and Mage, and then 3 or 4 kind of third place equal classes with the Demon Hunter, the Warrior, the Rogue, and maybe even Token Druid I would throw in there personally. I think Token Druid has been slightly underrepresented because it's done okay when it's been played, and you can't target things like you're used to. You can't really build a cohesive lineup like you used to. We've seen 1 or 2 people do it with aggro. We saw Torminos do it with, very aggro stuff, but that meant he had to play Shaman, which, do you want to be that person? So
I don't think it meant that he had to. He just chose to. Like we were seeing from Kranich, for example, also a hard target on Mage with a bunch of aggro decks, but he didn't play Shaman.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah. So he thought that was the fourth best, but a lot of the players were saying it's very hard, and they ended up just settling on, okay, we're going to take the four best classes in our view and tech them well. So we've seen a lot of the priests, for instance, just cutting all the top end and playing up to maybe Ogre on 5 as the top of their casting costs. It's just been a very interesting and weird tournament.
Weird in a good way, though. I'm very happy to see the way the meta has shook out. Maybe can expect a balance patch in the near future, but for the most part, every time I've seen Mage and Rogue and even Priest on stream, it feels like they've had tons of very difficult decisions because of the number of cards they get to play in a single turn. I know you don't like that, but I'm kind of a fan. And you did bring up the tech decisions, Lorinda, which is huge in this mirror because Melody has Lunacy, Blythe has Shooting Star. And if Melody is going for this ban priest strategy and assuming that he will face lineup similar to his, he's going to face up into Mage, it means that he likes Lunacy potentially for the Mage mirror, which honestly, I'm not really on board with that.
I'm not either, but maybe he expected to see a lot of aggro, which it makes a bit more sense. You play the Lunacy and you get all the healing that is available to you that way. Maybe he feels it's just one card, so he'll take his chance in the mirror. And now you kind of... Are you obliged to play it on 4, having picked it up and having not picked up reductions, Gia?
I don't want to say obliged just yet, but there is definitely a strong option for it because he immediately has Spring Water to follow up. And, ooh, okay. Well, in this matchup, I don't necessarily like going for Lunacy in the defensive posture, which means Encounters flow first, which means that you guaranteed get Librams of Hopes for every 7-drop that's still left in your deck. I think Melody is, I mean, he's not seen a flow from Blythe's coined out, so he can kind of assume that he's ahead. And if he is going for the Lunacy game plan, I'd like to see the Arcanologist instead of the Encounters flow here. However, if he's not going to play Lunacy, then it's absolutely Encounters flow.
Yeah, and that I'm pretty sure is summing up exactly what is going through his mind right now. So I think we're agreed, at least here, that he is now probably not going to Lunacy at all. That was a decision that he likely made on this turn, what he was going to do about these pickups.
I mean, it's not necessarily true. That's just my understanding of the matchup, but it could be that Melody is just happy with the possibility of getting Librams of Hope because that's not the only card he's going to get. There's a bunch of other breakpoints that we have to consider. And just the fact that the Spring Water is going to be so insane no matter what happens makes a big difference here. And you already see he was hovering it. So you can see Melody is running Lunacy in his Ban Priest and Leave Up Mage strategy because he feels like it's good enough in the mirror. And the card is so high variance that I'm not sure if that's true, but let's take a look.
Yep, absolutely. It was a decision I'm sure he made on turn 2 when you discussed it. I agreed with you. I'm not going to change now that he's done it, but let's see how it works out. I imagine that he has played this a lot more times than I have, so I'm going to trust his judgment and see how it goes, and maybe he shuts me up once and for all.
The card I ooh at is the card that was originally in his deck in Apexis Blast because it's perfect to clean up the keyword in Ivory here. But thing is, with Lunacy, it's not that everything becomes cheaper, but you have a chance of getting cheaper versions of your original cards because of the way the card works. It is really difficult to describe, but paired with Psyche Split, oh my god, and it's a Greybow? This is so illegal!
Yeah.
Ice has Devolving Missiles, but this is just overwhelming board presence.
Even Devolving Missiles, I mean, the problem with Devolving Missiles on 5-drops that are 5/8s, yes, you have to do it, but they still end up being 3 and 4 drops. But he does have that Hysteria, which is going to save the day.
That's a pretty good one to get off of the Ivory. Big time saved for Blythe there, but Melody has, I guess, just a curve into an 8/8 Divine Shield. I was talking about how I don't necessarily like Libram of Hope in the matchup when you are taking kind of the aggressive stance, which Melody had the right to do because he had the first Encounters flow. But you can also just say the healing doesn't matter. 8/8, that is a pretty good aggressive play.
Yeah, the only question is whether you want to maybe try to shut down the Astromancer first so that your opponent's cram sessions are worse. And looks like that's what Melody's going to do. just to make sure that he thinks he's in front, so stop Blythe from getting any more cards.
And again, I keep saying Lunacy not so good in my opinion in the mirror because you want to have all these burst spells and you transform it into not burst spells, but Melody is generating the burst spells and he did just generate one of his non-burst spells into a burst spell, Apexis Blast. So he kind of gets to have his cake and eat it. And like what you said, using the, or rather destroying the Solarian on Blyze's side not only makes the Cram Session weaker, but also shuts down Blyze's own Apexis Blast from getting the minion value. Huge.
And on top of that, he gets to actually get the heal value from the Libram if he wants it in the future. He's in no hurry to play that. It can just reduce basically a whole fireball on its own if he waits until he's been fireballed, for instance. Not saying he'll wait that long, because if he gets overwhelming board presence, we might just see him make the 8-8. But it means he's in no hurry to do that when there are plenty of other good options available to him.
I would be surprised to see anything but Apexis Blast here, because him playing Solarian means that Blythe can just destroy that, and then the Apexis Blast might not even summon him a minion. So already Melody has approached this like at so many different angles that I didn't necessarily think would happen. Like the Lunacy on 4, definitely super reasonable because he had the immediate Spring Water to follow up. But not going Apexis Blast here, I guess he does get more board presence right now.
Yep, he also would have had to blast face, and he doesn't have the burn to back up that plan. He is going to need to win this on board the way that his deck will likely now look. We don't know for sure, of course. And so he has decided that everything he's doing, I know Blast does put you a minion on board, but it's not the 2-card swing he maybe is looking for out of Apexis Blast, the way he is approaching it.
The Blythe here had a deliberate chance to, say, target not the Solarian and then go for Devolving if he wanted to deny the Prime. But I think he's absolutely right to keep the Prime in the deck, just in case Melody had originally an Apexis Blast in hand. I guess it really doesn't matter, though, that the Apexis is not going to get additional value because the rest of Melody's hand is just insane.
Yep, when you do this, you do get the huge amount of card draw. The downside is sometimes you just draw into more draw, into nothing much, into Murlocs you can't have, and it all just sort of falls apart. But the upside is sometimes you just draw into amazing cards, you make 3 8-8s, and you kill your opponent with them.
The upside is he's just playing Libram Paladin now. Libram of Justice, swing into the Liadrin, then he gets almost the entire 8 points of heal value, an 8-8, a weapon, and he is solidly ahead on board, and Blythe is having a miserable time.
Yeah, he's nicely used his cards, right? He's got the most out of each card. He's getting all the words on the cards to work in his favor. That's just Hearthstone 101, but done very, very well.
And for Blythe, while his deck is more streamlined in the sense that it's burn and draw, and he can consistently expect that, there has just been no opportunity to burn Melody onto a health total where Blythe can know that Blythe doesn't have to respect the board. But now he's also just drawn the Prime for Melody. So Font and Apexis active again. Possibility to just Prime straight up if he's a real gamer. I don't think that's the play, though, because sometimes that's Mirror Entity from Blythe.
Good point, yeah. No hurry to Prime. This card has been the bane of my existence the last few days as somebody who's played a lot of Priest. I have been primed so many times. I'm sure that everybody heart bleeds for the Priest player crying about being primed.
Well, no matter what class you play, I'm sure many people have experienced getting Apexis blasted in the face by Mage, which definitely looks pretty good here. If you're Melody, he can also just keep drawing because, you know, he got the goods off of the Lunacy.
There's the Forbidden card, and generally not a great pickup, those 3 cards, in fact.
They don't need to be great. That's just how far ahead Melody is. Yeah. Even the fact that Blythe picked up a lackluster 4-drop, it's all just such a disaster.
Yeah, as you can see, Blythe, if he's on the burn plan, he's still got to do 30. He's got to find mana from somewhere, and he's got to deal with the board. It is all falling apart in game number 1.
I'm struggling to find an out for Blythe. It might be even just the Prime in his own deck now. because he also had a Solarian Prime, Solarian die on his side of the field.
Get a lot of spell damage, double water, and get incredibly lucky. It's not happening because the board's too full. Blocking the mask.
Honestly, Melody's lose condition is his prime right now. If it somehow casts 5 cram sessions and Melody fatigues or something like that, as long as he doesn't play that, he should be fine. And I guess one optimization he can make is building this current board to not be super weak to Flame Strike. With all the resources he has right now, I'm sure he can build more than a single round of threats. So if he does play Wormweaver, I want to see the Arcane Luminary held back or vice versa.
I guess the only other way he could lose is if those remaining 8 cards are just trash, which can happen, but it's incredibly unlikely. So if he's got Flame Strike and then the rest of the deck was full of rubbish, actually he might run out of threats.
Yeah, possible. You can never tell. It's all lunacy. That's a threat.
Is that the second Libram? I'm just going to check if he's got 3 or 2 in there.
Right. That is the second Libram of Hope. I believe there is still one more.
Yep, 1 Flame Strike, 2 Mask. Those have been turned into Librams, so there is still one more indeed.
What to do?
And I feel this time he should play it. Because there is a chance he starts to run out of tempo if he's not careful.
And after having seen the one of Flame Strike from Blaze, this one is also just very difficult to get through. And yeah, good spot with the positioning for Combustion.
Blaze is not enjoying this. The game has lasted more than 1 minute and he's losing it. That's just 2 things that he can't stand.
That's very relatable. Usually I can't relate to Blaze because he's winning all the time, but slow game, only to have a loss at the end, that is one I can definitely feel in my bones.
He can't even look around at the scenery because he's just playing from inside a black hole or something.
Straight from the void. Melody really doesn't have to do anything here. He's seen Blaze not answer the 8/8, so he's just, you know, using the bad spells, the useless ones, in order to test for secrets from Blaze, which he can then immediately Tidal Surge. He can send the Apexis Blast phase, set up for lethal. And really, again, I think the only out for Blaze is the Solarian Prime that is in his deck.
Yep, that's what he's waiting for. And even that, honestly, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. It is the only out. It definitely makes sense to try and get out that way, but it would need to go pretty well for him, and now I think he's just straight up dead unless the mask... Can the mask hit perfect, 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 perfect? I don't think it even can.
Nope. It already takes 9 procs to kill the 8/8 Divine Shield, and then there is just 6 on board, plus the Light's Justice on Jaina and her hero power for lethal. If he goes Combustion, Fireball, Ping, I believe that's still just 1 short of being able to kill both the 3/3 and the 8/8.
Yeah, the Combustion doesn't land in the right place. The mask predictably doesn't land in the right place. Set up an incredible Combustion. I think that's what he was going for there. Just some sort of miracle positioning of all the pings exacties. Didn't work out, and a quick 1-0 lead for Melody, or fairly quick, not as quick as Blaze.
Very quick. You know, I kind of wish that that was the most perfect mask of all time, where all 9 out of 10 of the hits all just went on the Libram guy, because he still just would have been dead, and it still would have been just funny, or at least.
I think if some of if 2 went in the middle, it makes his Combustion better, because there'd have been a 3-1 in the middle, so his Combustion gets quite big. I think he was aiming to leave them on 3-1-3. I'm not sure if that was possible. I think it may have been. And by possible, we're talking, I don't know, some crazy mathematical number that would blow up my spreadsheet if I tried to input it, I think.
Perhaps the value of a mole. The tiniest of numbers. Anyway, that was game 1. These Mage Mirrors, they do get a little bit clowny, we all know that. And the biggest decisions from Melody were all at the beginning there, obviously whether or not to play Lunacy. maybe I've been burned by the card a little bit too often, just getting all the garbage and none of the card drop. But the fact that Melody had the refreshing spring water to follow up justifies it overall for that game. Although something tells me that even if he had not played Lunacy, he was probably still super ahead because first flow and all that.
Just looking at people telling us how big these numbers might be. But yeah, I think he was 9 out of the 10 hits needed to go in exactly the right place to set up a combustion to buy him one more turn where he was just going to die anyway. So yeah, bit of a long shot, but good for Blige. Given that he's got the reputation for playing really quickly and just getting on with the games, he is still trying to make it work, which is quite funny.
And Melody will be queuing up the Rush Warrior next with what seems to be a very standard list. The only tech that is jumping out at me is the Orgrimmancer. I guess the double Scorpids are also not something we see very often. Orgrimmancer taking the slot of one of the Warmaul challengers.
Okay. That's interesting. Warmaul Challenger being an interesting card in this deck because it's so good when it sticks and gets buffed a lot of times, but a lot of the time it doesn't do much, so I'm kind of happy to see one be dropped, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of the first cards I would cut if I were to cut anything. Generally, I'm a fan of the list with a bit more card drop, but the Orgrimmancer is in there, I would assume, because Melody expects to be facing a lot of Mage, and he is not banning it because he's banning Priest, so I'm not entirely sure if the Orgrimmancer will be helpful at all, because I do feel the prerequisite for Orgrimmancer being good against Mage is already being ahead on board. Otherwise, a single Devolving Missiles can wreck it. But as far as what Melody has cut to make room for that and the Scorpids, I believe he has 0 10th Thrashers, which means that his Ringmaster Watley will be guaranteed to pick up Alexstrasza, no other dragons.
Yeah, if of course you draw them in the right order, which should happen about half the time. It actually never happens at all, at least when I watch Darok play the deck. Watley, just 5 mana, play a card, draw a card, great. But this is a start that a Melody will not be sad about. This is lovely looking curve.
This looks like an amazing curve in the mirror. If you were also facing Rush Warrior, there's often, like, if they don't start with a 1-drop, it's actually hard for them to answer Coin Playmaker, and then you go Rakara and kill them. But against Mage, if you Coin Playmaker, you can get answered by things like Brain Freeze or even Ruined or Ping over a couple turns. And so I am not necessarily sure if the Playmaker is going to be kept. I'm only looking at the Gunarg as a guaranteed keep. Rakara is very, very powerful, but against Mage, I feel like he wants to get a bit more card engine.
And this is why we let you do the Mulligan videos. Yes, absolutely. Got it in one there, and Melody agrees entirely. Looking for more sticky minions.
Blige picking up some minions of his own. Kind of expensive stuff, but the Wand Thief could come in clutch, potentially.
Yeah, very nice to have minions in general as Mage with the fonts early on, but against the Warrior, a little bit less strong for the fact that obviously the Warrior can trade in. It's got the rush going on, gets to choose the targets, but he has hit really good minions there, which isn't rare. The fonts are very strong cards.
I mean, I would honestly say that these are not necessarily good because they kind of conflict with each other in that they both want to be played on turn 5, which is the turn you would rather play a Pexus Blast. But if you can somehow manage to stay ahead on board, that is tons of value. And it so happens that Melody's opening hand is extremely slow. He has Troublemaker, and I guess I did curse it when I said the Watley's guaranteed to pick up Alexstrasza because the Alex did come in hand first. However, Melody now has his Rakara back, which if he wants, he can just use to rush into the Wand Thief right now, which would also corrupt the stage dive. But using the coin feels pretty painful with a hand this expensive.
Yeah, I think he's going to want to coin into Troublemaker for some sort of lethal push later on would be what I would be looking at here. Obviously, that's a long way away, but turn 7 Troublemaker is so much better than turn 8. So he does have to just give up the board to the Mage, which is slightly embarrassing.
Yeah, very embarrassing. Losing to... I mean, on certain websites, this deck is called No Minion Mage. I mean, we call it Spell Mage because it just rolls off the tongue a bit easier, but he is actually just straight up losing on board, like you said.
And now he's back to the cards that he threw away, that he may end up having to play on curve anyway, despite having tried not to. Needs to work out what he wants to do with his conditioning. Conditioning, one of the cards that scales the best out of all of the cards that rank up.
Right.
It seems to just be the perfect number whenever you choose to play it, to put you ahead on board with your minion size.
That was an interesting point you brought up, because there was an option to go something like Conditioning Stage Dive that turn and then have the coin for turn 5 Rikara plus Playmaker. But upon further evaluation, I agree with Melody that he needs to do something about the board right now, because it's not like Blyze's primary win condition is just removing every minion from Melody. His win condition is burning Melody down. There is not that much healing for the warrior other than Alexstrasza and the hero power, which is really slow. So at some point, if warrior loses board and doesn't have a good refill, mage can just chuck all the fireballs face.
Yeah, anytime mage gets, let's say, 8 damage out of their minions that they create, it's just unbeatable because their damage is so much. So you have to deal with it as the opposition. But now Blyze is the one who's going to have to deal with stuff because these two are getting out of hand.
Right. Leaving up the Rikara last turn was a bit painful, but I agree that getting the flow down was a bigger priority. How Blyze wants to sequence this turn is very interesting, because we could see something as bold as like Mozaki and just freeze these two and deal with the problem later. The more disciplined play is probably in the realm of Devolving Missiles. Or he could go even Flurry with the Ras instead.
Arden, and they're going to do a lot of damage to this board.
I forgot, honestly, that Varden deals damage to minions that are already frozen. I just treated them as a Frost Nova with no additional effect. My bad, Varden.
Okay, Melody is now cooking, though. The stuff is getting onto the board thick and fast, and Blyze is now going to have to start to deal with it. Does have the Raz, does have those good minions he picked up at the start, but Melody is going to be able to play big threat after big threat every turn for the foreseeable future now. Probably till the end of the game, one way or the other.
But they are not lining up well this turn. If he had one more mana, this becomes a cleaner turn with the Playmakers to pair with the Samuro. As it stands, though, just a Samuro on his own is probably warranted here. Melody's main concern is not about maximizing value. It is just making sure he takes as little damage as possible from here on out, because he has threats for days.
Yeah, I wonder if the way this is lining up, if he gets tempted to start weaving in some hero powers, which you don't really do. It's not really an option that you want to be doing, but the numbers don't quite add up nicely to nice clean totals. So I wonder if he'll take the opportunity to gain 6 or 8 armor over the next 4 or 5 turns.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch if the Samuro was buffed or not, but if he's going for this play, I assume it was not hit for any buffs. And that means Blyze has an opportunity to set up for a very strong turn. We are looking at double Spring Water in hand with Mozaki, which means he could do something like Mozaki Spring Water for 3, Spring Water for 4, and then by that point the shooting stars are big and he's probably drawn as like way more spells, and he can go for a huge removal swing.
Yeah, I think Melody's aware that the Samuro is buffed, so he's trying to be a bit greedy. Melody is aware that there's still 2 minions in the hand that Blyze has chosen not to play, and I think that might be why the Samuro is not coming down. He's a little bit scared of, what are those 2 minions? Why hasn't Blyze played them? What mana cost could they be based on what I've seen? And he may have identified at least that one of them could be a Raz. That will be on his mind, I feel.
Yep, that's fair. And the taunt does its job also of just blocking all the minion damage, which is a reasonable thing to assume because Blyze had already played 1 Devolving Missiles. Melody is going to cash in on the Samuro now, though, with the Playmaker, and that means that the entire board gets swept up really nicely. Yeah, just trade into the 5/4 so the Samuro doesn't take an extra 1 damage. And now he's just hoping for not Flame Strike.
Yeah, not Flame Strike. Although even Flame Strike, which is the worst thing that's likely to happen to him, gets Troublemaker.
Here's the turn. That's 1 spell. Back up to 4 mana. 2 spells with Refreshing Spring Water. Okay, 2 spells with Incanter's Flow, so the rest of the deck is cheap again. 3 spells on Spring Water. How big can the Shooting Star get? How big can the Combustion get? Oh my goodness.
Bly's trying to do his own version of Gabby Jam here, but he's not quite as impressive at it. While that was all kicking off, as he was gaining mana instead of losing it.
I don't know, Lorinda. This is pretty impressive to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming in here to this board.
Texas Blast, Combustion, and he can fit in the Phoenix at the end. And he gets Envoy Rustwicks. I already forgot about a Rustwicks today in a Rush Warrior game. I will not forget this time. But more importantly, Melody is just faced with an extremely juiced Mozaki right now.
And no sensible way to clear it. Obviously, there's Scorpids into Werho, great, but realistically, Melody needs to be getting on playing these big minions and hope that whatever Blythe is doing goes away.
It's just so huge that he can't deal with that. It's such a rare situation where Rush Warrior has no Rush minions in hand. They have Rush Synergy minions, but unless the Troublemaker is an exact sniper and he swings in the weapon, the Mozaki sticking around, which means the Ross is huge. So I agree with Melody, just trying to look for a miracle from the Scorpid. He can use Athletic Studies to potentially find a way to deal with the Mozaki. With the weapon swing, I think there's quite a few good outcomes. Oh, the broom is so nuts!
Wow! Imagine a world where Broomstick is good in Rush Warrior. This is where we're at today.
Stop my work.
Crisis averted. That was about to be the biggest RAS of all time from Blyze's side. I think the Mozaki was juiced with 5 spells by that point.
That was ridiculous that you're looking for Broomstick as a Rush Warrior when all your cards have Rush. Obviously they don't, because Scorpids don't. And now Blythe is temporarily out of stuff to do.
Temporarily being the keyword. He is still holding on to this Raz for a bigger clear because next turn the Phoenix wakes up, so the Raz is already minimum 3 damage AoE, which is the right size to deal with the 3/3 Troublemakers, which Blythe timed this Mirror Entity very well for, except for the poison sticking around. So good on Melody for not attacking face first, because that was about to be a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, and Blythe, again, when we talk about using your health total as a resource, this is what he's been doing for 2 or 3 turns now. And it looked like it was going to pay off for him until that miracle turn from Melody.
Melody just taking the swing here and giving the 3/3s the best chance of getting rid of the Water Elemental because he is trying to protect his 8/10. Blythe still has this Devolving Missiles, which... Sixer Prime!
No time!
That's so illegal! That's just better than the Raz turn. Or is it? Wait. That's a lot of damage. Looks like he'll just test with the missiles, and if it goes super wrong, then he can go for Zixor, but it did not go wrong. So he is just shipping all the burn to the face. Never mind the Raz. He's just setting up lethal. Wait, he already has lethal.
Oh, it's actually lethal. Oh my goodness. And no matter how much Mage I watch, and no matter how much I know that when you've double flowed and you draw 3 cards, you always have lethal, I always refuse to believe it. I always look at the board clears and then they always kill their opponent every single time. And he's leveled it up. Amazing game of Hearthstone.
We just have all of the superheroes in this top 8. We have the Flash in Blythe. We have Loki. I guess he's more of an anti-hero in Floki because you guys are all calling him that. And I don't know how Blythe does it. He just saw the lethal immediately when I was still tunneled on the Raz, which already kind of looked like a good turn. And it wasn't guaranteed. It had something to do with kind of evaluating the chances of the missiles hitting the right place. And then as soon as it did hit the right place, Blythe was like, all right, this always gets there. And Too bad we didn't get to see the Zix sword do its thing, because I'm pretty sure that also won the game, but of course it's Bly's. He will find the way to win the game as fast as possible. Double Skull is a great way of... Mask is a great way of doing that.
I like the way he always looks like, yes, I knew that was going to happen. He looks perpetually bored at the fact that everybody else is so bad at this game. Like, he just... I'm sure some of it is playing to the camera, it must be, but he just looks like, yeah, well, I won this game, obviously. Every time he has this look on his face, it amuses me intensely.
Me too. I don't even know how the Skulls got all the way down to 4. When did he play 3 flows? It's just insane. Melody, even though it looked like he had a very, very strong hand there, I think the main point of contention was the slow early game that he had, which, to be fair, I was advocating for him tossing Rakara because I thought it didn't get there. It wasn't quite sticky enough against Mage in the early game. It turned out that Bly's had the opposite hand that just built up for a big late game push instead. And it's hard to evaluate which iteration you're supposed to be mulliganing for. In any case, Bly's now has his turn on the Rush Warrior, where he is running a Cutting Class and a Shield of Honor.
Cutting Class is a card that I think we can see, the more we watch this deck, is a good card. That's how I feel about it. The card advantage you get is good, but you can run low on cards that you actually want, even though you've got cards in hand all the time. And I'm not a fan of the Shield, but I'm not Blythe, so I'm not even going to go there. But personally, I feel that the Shield is just a wasted card, and you just don't need it for any damage against anything when you're banning Priest.
Remains to be seen. I think Shield is one of the ways to actually get utility out of the Warmaul challengers that isn't Rakara, because as soon as a Warmaul hits the board, your opponent is very rarely going to actually kill it because it only represents 1 damage of a threat. But that is the prime target for Shield of Honor because you can turn it into a high attack, high health threat. It's like Battlegrounds, you know? The growth on the attack and the health is important.
Battlegrounds and Hearthstone at the same time. I'm not sure I can handle 2 games at once. So let's just commentate on Battlegrounds and I'll have a chance in life. But joking aside, it is this mirror now. It's a very big deal because they have got almost identical lineups. So the mirror matches are where it is at. And now they've both got the Mage out of their way. We have this Warrior versus Rogue best of 3. And that, to me, makes me wonder if it's just going to come down to Rogue versus Rogue again, as we've seen a lot this weekend.
It might. If you showed me the opening hand pre-mulligan from Melody, I would have told you, why is he playing Priest? I thought that was banned. He had Scorpid, Ogremancer, and Samuro. The 2 cards I said before Samuro are very special tech inclusions in his particular list. I can see the Scorpid getting a lot of work done against Rush Warrior because it lines up so well against Warmaul Challenger, and it usually takes either a weapon swing or a buffed up 1/1 from the bumper card to deal with the Scorpion in a convenient way, which of course the opposing warrior won't always have. Ogremancer, though, probably just a 5-mana 3/7 in the match.
Melody does have a particularly awkward mess going on here, though. Really wants to get Parade Leader into Crab Rider down. That's the intention, but you can't just play a Parade Leader against an opposing warrior and expect it to stick. That's a big deal.
Actually, this early on, I think it's okay to expect it to stick. The actual only answer is either like an already corrupted stage dive into something strong or coin Warmaul Challenger, which happens to be in the hand for Blythe. And Blythe with the thumbs up knows that he has the exact check for this situation. He's very far ahead now.
Yeah.
You know what? If he draws Shield of Honor, it'd be pretty good.
Yep, I've been waiting for somebody to pull me up on that all weekend, and you finally had enough of my insolence, I can see. And yet, Shield of Honor will indeed get a lot of work done here, but so's the weapon going to get a lot of work done when the Ganag whatever it does, hides next turn.
Yeah, waking up, or he's finished the weapon is what it is. While he's dormant, he is smithing away. And the weapon for his master, Blaze, is preventing Melody from just playing Tempo Playmaker, which in other circumstances is a pretty powerful play in the matchup, actually. It's not that easy to answer because the strong rush minions from Warrior don't come out till around turn 5, or otherwise they require a parade leader to be dealt with. So it already feels like because of that Gunarg alone, Melody's hand is stranded at the moment. Next turn he has Parade Leader Crab Rider, but he'll be quite behind on tempo.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to work out, does he ever play this Playmaker if he doesn't play it now? Obviously you're just throwing it to the wolves, it's going to get hit by the weapon, and you really don't want to. But because the way that Warrior builds up cards, there was this sort of element of, well, maybe it just never gets played, but you know, he's playing the sensible way of doing it. He is just going to protect his cards, but what a horrible Hearthstone turn that was.
Indeed. Is going to take a look at what's behind the curtain in Stage Dive. Runtak is a great one to get. His turn 4 admittedly looking a bit lackluster, but just the sheer tempo he has already with this board presence and the weapon, I think should be enough to stave off this, what looks like a Crab Rider Parade Leader turn to answer back.
Yeah, the Runtak with the Challenger in hand in particular, not so much the one already on board, is going to create some problems, I think.
Upon further inspection, this could also just be a Sword Eater turn because Melody could try and set up for Crab Rider with Parade Leader and Playmaker all at once. If he plays the Crab Rider now, the Playmaker actually has no synergy with anything in this current hand, and he'd have to wait for top decks. So I wouldn't mind the Sword Eater. It's also a turn before like the strong 5-drop plays from Blaze, like the Runtak. And Blaze is not running 10th Thrasher, so there's no chance of it coming down this turn unless it's generated by Athletic Studies.
Yeah, Sword Eater makes a lot of sense. It could actually start to pick off some of the things on the board. The Playmaker he's trying to get some value out of as well, although to some degree it might be a bit of a red herring right now. I wonder if this Playmaker just doesn't have much of a part to play in this particular game.
So this turn from Blaze, he did pick up Parade Leader, which made me do a double take, but it's Blaze. Of course, he already knew what he was going to do before he even saw the card off the top, which is put all his bumper cards at a health total where if Melody plays literally any minion, they can bump in and fill his hand with fodder for Runtak to buff up. And then the Parade Leader that he had saved in hand becomes even stronger as well. He's just setting up for the best possible reactive hand, and Melody feels cornered because of it.
Yeah, Bly's just going to get that Runtak value. He's also looking as nervous as I've ever seen him, which isn't much, but there's actual visible wanting to win the game of Hearthstone on his face. I wonder if the antics of Gabby have inspired everybody to be a little bit more motivated, because they want to stop him from winning it.
Well, let's not put it that way, but I'm sure they have to be aware, especially the current GMs like Blaze, that there are new kids on the block, literal kids. Gabby is 15, coming for their spot.
Gabby hates that, you know that as well.
That's a compliment, having achieved that much at that age. I don't know.
He hates being called kid, which is something that you've got to remember, because that means we have to call him kid at every opportunity.
It's a compliment, Gabby. If I could have done this 10 years ago.
Yeah, me too.
I can only imagine.
I'd have been 12. Okay, so Melody has set up over the course of time, as Gia has been describing, this opportunity to at least have some value in the hand, and now it's time to try and get what he can out of it. He's still been perpetually behind, but he has managed to hang on in here without getting too overrun and without taking too much damage. And this is his payoff turn. This is where he starts to fight back.
Somebody changed the card art on Desperate Prayer to Blaze's face right now. Look at him. He's just praying for no conditioning, no conditioning, no conditioning, because that is the card that checks this situation. If it's not conditioning, Blaze is in a really good spot. And as soon as he sees the Parade Leader come down before any spell buffing the hand, he knows he is so far ahead.
Yeah, it's still not ideal for him. There's a lot. there's a lot going to happen with this parade leader, but you do have to take some L's during the course of a warrior mirror. It's just there's too many cards going on and too much synergy for you to just steamroll someone.
Absolutely. After you've seen the bumper cars on both sides, it's very much just a back and forth response. But the fact is, if one player has the hand buff, they just get so much more stats in the long run. It allows them to take value trades. And even though for Blyze's case, it wasn't conditioning, the run thack, I'm pretty sure is good enough here, especially since he has his own parade leader to respond. It's kind of like the old glaive bound tennis. Second parade leader ends up with the advantage.
Yeah, and the nature of the Rush Warrior is like that all the way through, but this definitely accentuates it. It's only turn 6 as well. Look at all the nonsense that is going on. That's the power level of this deck. And with nerfs coming, if this deck isn't nerfed, we might be sick of Warrior in a few weeks' time.
I feel the deck is fine learned. It's so sweet. It's a whole new archetype. Let it have its time in the sun. Blyze there just deciding whether he wanted to catch in the parade leader, but I definitely like his decision to hold on to it because that kind of board from Melody didn't require the parade leader. We were talking about how the one who can hold on to that trump card to turn his small minions into powerful removal tools will have an ultimate advantage is so important in this matchup. And pretty much all of that is just leading up into turn 8 because first Troublemaker also gets a huge advantage in the matchup. So Blyze just partitioning his resources in such a way that he can clear the runway for Troublemaker as best as he can next turn. And since it's now turn 7, he is cashing in everything he can.
Yeah, look at all this stuff. It is just so much numbers right now with no AoEs available and with Melody being forced to use up a lot of his riders in the previous turn. Blyze takes the opportunity to put a really large board out there.
Okay, can Melody pull this back? Maybe. This conditioning, the Dark Moon Riders are just a little bit short of being able to trade well with the Crab Rider.
They're too short to ride, Gia.
This might be a Kargath just to give Melody some type of win conditioning. Win conditioning. That's what this matchup is in a nutshell. But Fishy Flyer, of course, gives him more immediate value, which kind of needs.
Yeah, he's taking the Kargath, like you say, that gives an out of sorts, I guess. But it's down to an Alexstrasza on a situation where Alexstrasza is not lethal, and it doesn't have rush. That's the key. It just sits there and gets rushed at.
Very true. Melody has to take some ugly trades here. The difference that +1/+1 can make is insane in this matchup. And the Kargath being at 3 health, that is prime bait for the Troublemaker ruffians.
Like saying, don't be the 1 in 4, don't be the 1 in 4, don't be the 1 in 2, thank goodness.
I love your real-time updates there. Oh, that top deck! I was kind of memeing about this being the out, but it shuffled right to the top of the deck. Wait, Melody's just ahead now. Because Blyze is gassed out. He was relying on that Troublemaker sticking, and the 9 health was supposed to make it immune to Alexstrasza, or at least able to survive 1 hit. The stage dive needs to hit big money. That's not it, though. Okay, the Shield of Honor looks bad. I'm eating my words.
Yeah, it's suddenly a poor card, but yeah, in fairness, the description you gave earlier, if it had turned up early in the piece, would have been good. It would have been a very good card. And did you see there, Blyze was not happy taking 10? It felt like he could use it as a resource, but if he had taken the 10, this Alexstrasza would actually just about have finished the game off.
Yep. I think Melody goes digging with the Scorpion here. Actually, just Alex to face. There's a world where that sticks, and honestly, if he waits for it to play it, it's even less likely that it's gonna stick. The 8 damage feels like it's always going to be aggressively stanced from this point. So maybe Melody just wants to take the window where maybe Blyze doesn't have a good opportunity to deal with it. And he actually kills off the Gunarg. Wow, the discipline.
Yeah, and Blythe was happy about that. You could see that he sort of blinked it off. It's like, okay, you don't want to do me for 8? All right, let's not take 8 then.
Yeah.
I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but you can see that Blythe thought it was wrong.
Yeah. I was also surprised by it. Oh my gosh, this top deck.
You Watley, mate?
Of course, no more dragons left in the deck, but even a single draw for Melody would be pretty good. Although looking at the list, it literally is just a single draw of bumper card that's left for him because he's also just played both of the Sword Eaters already. I think this is War Cash.
That's a lot of stuff, actually. I think you're right.
Why is this becoming a value game? It's like a Control Warrior mirror. What's going on?
Yeah, Blythe just isn't playing cards, partly because they're garbage, but partly because he's trying to save up for some sort of removal attack and a comeback.
He's looking for, I guess, conditioning by this point, or even the other playmaker you would settle for. The Dark Moon Riders get a lot more value the longer he waits. There's also ETC value, as Viper so clearly showed us in his series. But because of Melody's Kargath Prime, Blythe doesn't have the burst as a win condition here. Okay. Attack is a start. Field of Honor does something.
Okay, you can have your little shield. But yeah, it's
a very
actually
tentative something.
Here for a good time.
No, I do concede it's done a lot of work here. It's good work letting Blythe keep a minion on the board of a reasonable size. Obviously, it's going to get taken down immediately, but it is forcing Melody to deal with it, which is all he can do right now. Melody's still in the driver's seat of these.
Can't believe it. It's coming back to War Cash. It's coming down to War Cash. He really is just a Control Warrior now. Look at this. Shield Slap. Bulwark of Azeroth. Hello?
Imagine.
I am imagining. Well, the Shield Slam looks pretty good for the Runtak, and then he can use Bumper Car plus token to deal with the Murloc.
Save the bulk so you never ever get Alexed. That would be kind of fun. Just keep it for a few turns.
Yeah. Honestly, I think he's far enough ahead that if he really wants to save all the value he can use the Bulwark instead of a token to deal the last damage on the Murloc.
He's feeling that. He's looking at it too.
This has become a value battle, and so each of these 1/1s, especially with Rikara in hand, potentially have more value than a single charge on the Bulwark.
Blythe knows what he wants. And he's
Sorry, it is
I
two
think.
charges. Oh, the cutting class, the tech. Conditioning, pretty good. Rikara, pretty good.
And he's just going to wait. Of course he's going to wait.
No, it's just correct here because he has to have them all rush to immediately get value from Rikara. So he's waiting to see what else was in the War Cache. Melody takes the bait. I'm hesitant to say whether or not Melody should have played anything at this position, but because he's the player who has already played Alexstrasza, it feels like he's just trying to get over the finish line here, but this is exactly what Blythe was waiting for. The mythical rank 3 conditioning and the playmaker off the top. Blythe is fully back in this.
Yeah, and he's back in it.
He's just won this.
Yeah. He's just taken his patience. He's waited for the exact right moment to dump his hand when your opponent only has one card left in their hand, so they can't run it back at you. And now he's just threatening either lethal or as near to lethal as I can't be bothered to count. It is 31, not 32, so whatever.
It's a lot. I also like holding that last Dark Moon Rider because he hadn't seen that last minion that Melody was holding onto. For all Blythe knew could be a troublemaker, and he would like to get a bit more damage through.
Blythe's pumping the air there. He is absolutely delighted with this, and I'm not surprised because he has had nothing all the way through this game, and he's made the best use of the nothing that you could possibly hope from him.
Just insane, the patience and the understanding of how the mirror plays out despite the Kargath Prime that I jokingly called the out from Melody, giving him a bit of a window. The difference that conditioning makes is just unquantifiable in this matchup. You can already see the Murloc, the Crab Rider, not being able to take a value trade means it can't get value off of Rakara. Means that there's one more minion sticking around for Blaze. Bulwark, I forgot about the interaction where when you swing with it, it actually uses 2 charges because of the card text as well. And Blaze now, only thing he's scared of is Troublemaker at this point.
Yeah, he's deciding whether to just put his cards down or not. We've seen that he's generally favoured not playing them if he doesn't have to, because you get more and more value the longer they're in your hand. You get to buff more things with your Parade Leader, for instance.
Yeah.
And once again, we see him just sit.
It did give him a lethal setup, but I guess the other fear was also Samuro, which, I mean, it would still have to get a buff to get things done, but Blaze kind of knows that if he just sits with an 8-7 and an 8-8, Melody has no answers for that, having already used Alexstrasza. So Blaze is saying, I don't have to commit these resources when Melody has literally 0 outs to kill them with 1 draw off the top in the first place.
Yeah, and it's really instructive. I'm glad we got to see this game, because it's very tempting to think that because Blaze plays so quickly that he's not necessarily playing patiently sometimes, but he has kept the cards in his hand. He just kept them in his hand quickly. So he has the ultimate gaming patience. He just wants to get on with it. He just doesn't need the extra 74.5 seconds on the clock.
My brain is struggling to grasp the concept of holding cards quickly, but if anyone could do it, it's Blaze.
Yeah, sorry about the turn of phrase there. One day I'll learn how words work, and then maybe I'll get a job in talking or something.
Okay, very close to lethal for Blaze. It really just takes 1 more turn. Sword Eater, sure.
Yep, lethal on board in many different ways, and I can't think Melody could find.
He has 1 Scorpid left in the deck. Maybe that can hit Brawl, and if the Samuro survives, that's something, but I am not calling Miracle outs anymore, Lorinda. That is game. Blaze takes it in the most intense Rush Warrior mirror I've seen. It just really looked like it could have gone either way there after the Kargath Prime top deck.
And the prize for that, after all of that hard work, is it gives your rogue a chance to beat the warrior. That's it. That's all he's earned out of all of that, which obviously you want those extra percentages. Hearthstone's all about taking percentages. But after the next game, if it's rogue versus warrior, there's a very good chance it just goes straight to 2-2, and all that hard work didn't matter. But he has brought himself a percentage chance, 20-30% chance of just winning the match in the next game by this win.
Oh, this moment. Somebody clip that reaction from Blaze. Add it to the long, long montage of the amazing reactions we've already had here in Masters Tour. Orgrimmar.
Yeah, the French players putting on a bit of a show for us, and you know we'll be seeing a lot more of them by the look of it through the rest of today. And of course the Belgian players, the French-speaking players.
I'm also glad we got to recap this turn in particular, because Melody did that very unexpected play of targeting the Alexstrasza on a singular minion. Because to be fair, if Blaze hadn't picked up the Crab Rider there to pair with the Shield of Honor, he was in big trouble. The Alexstrasza having the maximum amount of health on it, because Melody chose to remove a minion, was going to be persisting problem for Blaze. And you know, I'm still not sure whether that is helping the case for Shield of Honor or kind of denying the case for it, because it did sit dead in hand for many, many turns before it came in clutch at the end there. I don't know.
I think if you're going to play it where you hold back in the mirror in particular, it's going to be useful more often than if you're just sort of playing your cards out in a more aggressive fashion against some of the other decks. So maybe it's good in particular in the games where you do hold on to your cards, which isn't that many games, but yeah, it's only a one-off. It seems to be in and out of various decks. Maybe people just cannot agree. But now it's the main event. Can the Rogue get it done? Lies with a standard-looking build, I think, Gio. I don't think I missed anything this time to be pulled up on.
Yeah, this looks pretty standard indeed. He has the broomstick in there instead of Tenwu, which I kind of considered Tenwu to be standard, but for the very first few builds of Miracle Rogue, people weren't running that. It kind of got slotted in there because of its synergy with Alexstrasza and also Jandis and Kazakus and Mankrik, basically all the battle cries, but it can sometimes be difficult to maneuver in the deck and often ends up as a 2-mana 3/2 if you're faced against a deck that is very proficient at removing your minions to begin with. So I think the broomstick will be more useful on average to Blyze in this particular matchup. However, he doesn't have the sometimes teched in Scorpids alongside the broomstick to really give Rush Warrior a hard time.
Apparently from, I cannot remember, and I'm so sorry because they're bound to be watching, somebody said that they played the Scorpids and they weren't very good in this build. Yeah, they played them in the tournament thinking it was good tech, and they turned out to be sort of pretty mediocre. So not having Scorpids feels like the way to go as far as the feedback I've had at least. But again, you go into the tournament, you make your decisions, you've tested 7 or 8 decks in 1 or 2 weeks, and you stand by your choices, live or die by them.
In this particular matchup, I would venture to assume the Scorpid would be more useful than, the field in general. So I understand why that person said that maybe for this tournament. Of course, it's not all Rush Warriors in the field. But even thinking that way, Scorpid can just be very slow in the matchup, where a lot of the time the win condition for Rogue is to just burst onto the board as soon as possible before the Warrior can put together their huge conditioning types of comebacks. But oh man, the opener from Melody is fire. He has Parade Leader into Crab Rider.
Yep, if you want to start hitting your opponent very, very quickly, that's the way to do it. But now picking up the 1-drop as well may put him off. No, he's just going to do it. I don't blame him either.
Just keep moving.
Yeah, I mean, it made him hesitate for quite a bit, but clearly before that entered the hand, he was already committed to coining Parade Leader. When you keep that alongside Crab Rider, that's just a package deal. It's not quite enough attack to one-shot an Octobot, but what it does do is say, I'm gonna kill you in a couple turns if you don't answer the Crab Rider. And a lot of the time, Rogue is not keeping Brain Freeze, they're not keeping Prize Plunderer without support, especially on the play. So the Crab Rider is actually really difficult to remove. It so happens Blyze can kill it with Cult Neophyte and Prize Plunderer and Shadow Step the Prize Plunderer. And then he swings into it, but that would leave the Parade Leader up, which is not great. So maybe it's even Wicked Stab instead of, Cult Neophyte.
Yeah, and you can see that he hates this, but does get the job done, and that's the important part to a large degree. You've seen Melody use the coin, which is an underrated resource. We just treat it as a given because we play against it all the time. But now Melody is going to kind of have to play backwards on curve. No follow-up, no third minion here that impacts the board immediately, and that's going to allow Blyze to get Mankrik and One Thief down next turn, most likely.
Big deal. Melody invested a lot into that hand and hoped that the rest of the draws would help work his curve out, but double Troublemaker in the opening, not great. Sorry, I did miscount on the Prize Plunder there. Didn't actually take a swing, so that's nice for Blyze to have a bit more health to work with. I wonder for Melody if there is any consideration for just conditioning already this turn, because he does have his turn 5 Ogremancer lined up, but looking at it again, he doesn't necessarily have a turn 4, so he could conditioning next turn.
Yeah, I was thinking that conditioning was an option there, but whilst you were explaining that, Blyze has drawn a 4/4 and it is on the board. Wow, why did I call it a 4/4? What am I talking about at this point? Blyze has just got me all flustered up. He has drawn a Kazakus, Neil, and he has played it. No wonder.
The rush is big here, and even though it's only going to buff 1 minion, it's fine. Blyze gets so much pressure online. Oh, interesting. He's going to keep the Golem at full health as well because the Gunarg is going off next turn. Very disciplined play, I like it, even though he doesn't push the 4 damage immediately. He makes it much harder for Melody to answer the Golem, and it also checks the play of Ogremancer this turn.
Yeah, that Plunderer did a lot of work. It was a 4/3 that killed 2 things, basically, and hung around the board. Forced a lot of issues, and Blyze
Cool.
Just getting the damage together. Is he going to get this done with a rogue? Is he going to actually manage it, Jill? We haven't seen it on cast hardly at all turn it around.
Oh, the Cult Neophyte is so big here. He can't conditioning Samuro this turn because of that. That would have been a clear.
Why is it when Blythe plays, everything just seems to work out perfectly? It's not just luck. Like, he sees every available option or something when he's on it. We have had days where he's not been on it, but when he's in the zone like this, it's amazing how often this works out for him.
Anyway, it's not a loss just yet for Melody because he can conditioning this turn and then Samuro next turn. He can still sweep up a couple of the minions with the Orgrimancer he has right now. It's going to be painful and very awkward, especially since Blythe can kill the Orgrimancer on board and, you know, it essentially got zero value for Melody, but he is just relying on the Samuro to sweep up the next board, clear the runway for Troublemaker and take it from there. But Blythe, having picked up the Fireball, probably has something to say about it. Jandas off the top has something to say about it. Raz and Divine Shield off the Jandas has something to say about it, Lorinda.
It didn't even go into his hand. It was on the board directly from his deck. He just picked up the card, turned it over and put it on the board. It never touched the sides of his hand at all. And now he's just going to clear up the board. He's got massive stuff everywhere. And Melody is stuck with Troublemakers in her hand. And this does mean a lot of trouble.
The Ogremancer didn't even have to go in. I mean, the Mancrick didn't even have to go into the Ogremancer. Okay. Melody, though, of course, one of these minions is only on actually 1 health.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Rancor, does that... It still has to be Samuro, right? So if the illusion is on the Divine Shield and Melody attacks the Divine Shield, Mancrick, Raz are left up and he's dead to Fireball. So it feels like Blythe is still just going to win this.
Yep. The Rancor it's an interesting pickup because it's never going to get played. Because next turn you're playing Troublemaker and taking your chance of killing a minion with it anyway. And the turn after that you're playing a Troublemaker. If there's a turn after that, who thinks there's a turn after that? Raise your hand.
Actually just dead no matter which of the minions is illusioned because of Fireball and then the dagger there. Raz essentially 4 damage and then of course the Carousel guy 5 damage. That is Blythe taking the series 3-1 in the matchup that looked like, on paper at least, that it is a huge uphill climb for Rogue, but Blythe is through to top 4, still remains undefeated in every top 8 of a Masters Tour he's been in. Just incredible consistency, but hats off to Melody as well too for putting in a very, very good run and adding yet another feather in the cap of the Chinese players during Masters Tours.
Yeah, I get the feeling that we haven't seen the last of Melody. He's been around for a little while, sort of accruing decent results and looked very solid throughout this tournament as well. On the other side, I am just checking Twitter to some degree, and Gabby has been talking that he doesn't want Blythe to win because he just doesn't want to play him if he gets to the semi-final. And so I was wondering why Blythe was feeling quite so much, because Blythe is usually fairly chill even when he's picking up massive victories. But yeah, I wonder if Gabby has fired him up just that little bit extra with those comments, a little bit of French rivalry building up there maybe later in the day.
Did Gabby specify whether he didn't want to face Blythe because they're both from the same country, they're friends, or because he thinks Blythe is really good?
He doesn't want to face the lineup, I believe, was the reason.
Okay.
So, but I don't want to say it like that. I want to say he hates him. They hate each other. They want to fight in a cage. But yeah, I think it was just he doesn't want to face the lineup because he wants to play Melody's lineup.
Very fair. The lineups are similar overall, though. It's just that the fact that Melody had, I guess, the lunacy in the mage and then the priest that we didn't see. Although I can't quite recall if Gabby's been banning priest anyway. But we'll get into that later because we have 3 out of 4 of our semi-finalists decided. And big headliner, Lorinda, Europe winners.
Yep, with 1 left to go. Could be an all-European semi-finals, which would be quite ridiculous and quite scary for all of the people trying to get promoted as well, because they'll be taking each other's points. But China have had a fantastic tournament, and RNG Liss is a solid player. So he'll have quite a lot to say about that in this final upcoming quarterfinal.
Very exciting stuff. That last series was already a nail-biter there. I can't get over that Warrior Mirror. It is still stuck in my mind despite us having one other game at the end there, but it did look pretty straightforward for Blaze after getting the Kazakus. If anything, I think it's a case for why Ogremancer and Warrior doesn't necessarily fit. Again, Ogremancer is a card that helps when you're already ahead on board to lock out the other opponent, but we'll see if the techs come into play a bit more between RNG Liss and Gabby, because we're also seeing some unusual choices. I believe in Gabby, the Penflinger and the Rogue might be coming in clutch.
Yeah, Gabby's shown all the way through this that his lineup is the best lineup. I think we have at least 2 examples of that going into this last 5 players. So I do actually think, now I've reread that tweet, that he doesn't want to play Blaze because Blaze is good. That's the implications of the tweet. He just doesn't want to play the player, not the lineup. But we will have that set up for you very soon. So we are going to get them at the board. Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a moment with a final quarterfinal.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour Orgrimmar. I'm TJ, and joining me for the 4th and final quarterfinal of the day, it's going to be Derek Brown. Derek, how you doing today, man?
TJ, I'm ecstatic. I think that we have got ourselves, in my opinion, the most exciting of the quarter-final matches. And already we are seeing a very clear trend shaping out today with all of our quarter-final matches having one European player, one non-European player, be it mostly Chinese players, but one America's representative. And so far, 3 for 3 with the Europe players going through to the semi-finals. And now the player that I think has the most rallying behind him, the most rabid support, it's Gabby. And it's time for his quarter-final match to see if he can get all the way through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, he's such an expressive player, and you can obviously tell that he cares so much about, doing well, making it to Grandmasters. And, we've done the spiel on him so many times. He's 8 years old or whatever it is. But I'd like to talk about Liss a little bit because he's kind of, I think, float under the radar, at least as far as this tournament. Obviously we don't get the same exposure to the Chinese players as we do for European, Americas, Asia Pacific because of the Grandmaster system. But despite not having as many players as a region like Europe, they still had a good representation in the top 16. And the 2 Chinese players that we've seen play in the quarterfinals thus far looked great, right? Even though they ended up losing their series overall, they look fantastic. And Liss is here to try and carry the torch and make it 3 in a row for China, which would be a big deal for the region, at least when it comes to international competition.
It would be a huge deal, and it's not the first rodeo for Liss, because if we remember, all the way back in Masters Tour Seoul, which I think was the second ever Masters Tour that we had, he finished in the top 4, effectively 3rd, 4th place at that point. It was a very different metagame. Obviously, it was the very infamous win for Felkeen when Luna's Pocket Galaxy was at peak power. But while that was a very impressive performance, honestly, he's had a pretty disastrous run through most of the other Masters Tours. If you look through his score, 0-3, 0-4, 0-3, 1-3, 1-4. It's taken 5 Masters Tours for him to get more than a single win in a single run, which is, not to rag on him too much, because clearly getting through to the semi-finals of a Masters Tour is a huge feat, and potentially doing so again, I think would go a long way to hopefully rebuild his confidence, because after a disastrous streak like that, you definitely start doubting yourself.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe it's just Mage being good in the metagame, right? That's the key to his success.
Yeah.
Mage with cheese cards in the metagame. No, he is playing Deck of Lunacy like most of the Chinese players. Mm-hmm. And honestly, we've seen some in both quarterfinals. Both the other Chinese players just like ripped Deck of Lunacy, crazy outcomes from it. So I could expect nothing less. And because of the lineup differences, there is some interesting dynamic between these 2 players where we see a Priest Man on one side. That's normal. It's what Gabby's been doing throughout the whole tournament. But Rush Warrior banned away from Gabby, leaving up the Priest. And Priest is Gabby's bread and butter. He's been playing a lot of Miracle Priest, but even, going back a year, right? Consistently rank 1, playing a lot of Priest, honing in lists, being an innovator, right? It's a scary proposition to have to leave up Priest against Gabby, because sometimes it feels like a free win.
Yeah, it definitely can feel that way. We've seen Gabby kind of pick up the mantle of players like Zixo back in the day, Tyler when he was in his prime, where you just pick the best deck, you become the best player at it, and you play truly absurd numbers of games on ladder, and you'll just always rank 1 and just kind of laugh at everyone who isn't able to keep up with you. As you said, with the Priest, he's been doing that primarily. It was with the Risky Skipper Warrior beforehand, the Pain Warrior that he was so proficient with, but now with Priest being pretty universally agreed upon as the best deck, he is I think, going to be a real dab hand with it now that it's been left up. And it is an interesting choice from Liss as well, because we've seen warrior bans before, but generally it comes from aggro lineups, like we saw from Thor Menos, where it made a huge amount of sense to ban the warrior, because he had Shaman, he had all of these other decks that just rely heavily on getting board control, and warrior just deletes board control from its opponents every time. So for Liss here, I'm a little surprised to see the Rush Warrior ban, but clearly it's been working well for him thus far.
And we'll get to see it against Priest in game number 1. Not a great matchup. I definitely like the Priest versus Rush Warrior. I think it was one of the reasons why Priest started to come back in the metagame after the balance changes, because Rush Warrior started to become quite popular on ladder. But one thing that I like about Gabby is that when he's focused, and we compare him to Amnesiac, right, because of the the age and whatnot and how promising of a player he is. But Amnesiac's the only other player that I used to see get that intense adolescent focus, right? Where you can tell that he's completely zoned in on the match and knows exactly what to do. And sometimes that leads to him playing really fast. Sometimes it leads to him like really making sure, sitting up, that he's going for the play. And I know Gabby's going to hate this because he doesn't like being called a kid or young. But on the topic of adolescent focus, as a father of a 2-year-old kid, when he puts his mind to something, oh my God, if he wants that piece of chocolate in the pantry, he will get that piece of chocolate no matter what it takes. And that's how I feel about Gabby when it comes to winning Hearthstone games.
Now, I know that Gabby hates being compared to children. But anyway, my 2-year-old baby who loves chocolate, it's the same thing, really, here. It's just 1-to-1.
Yep. Glad you got that. The Venomous Scorpion being played on the board early, very difficult for Rush Warrior to deal with without like Bumper Car and some 1/1s. It's because they want to try and value trade over with the Rushmans early on. Plays around Crab Rider, Warmaw Challenger, pretty much any of the early game tools outside of Bumper Car plus rushing 1/1s in. Very difficult card to deal with and buys Gabby a whole lot of time.
Yeah, it's just very, very clean play. It's not especially complicated from Gabby, but it's the classic way you want to order things with Priest. You discover your spells with one Makers and Scorpids, and then you go for the palm readings to reduce everything. And not only has he got the Scorpid on board now, it is now a 3/9 in addition to that, representing obviously absurd amounts of board control here. Isn't there a minion that's a 3/9 taunt in Hearthstone? With poison, I mean, even not taunt, like a 3/9 poison. I think.
Yeah, it was another Scorpid.
Right, it's evolved.
Yeah. It has. It was power infusioned and then melded and added to the game, and then taken away from the game. Sorry, that was convoluted. But yeah, this game feels very much so in Gabby's favor. Even so early on in the game, gets to get Light Shower Elemental down. Still acquiring resources as well. Not even skipping a beat, right? Getting to play for tempo, but still cycling through the deck.
And Gabby is just such a vibe. Rage Against the Machine blasting, Light Shower Elemental on turn 5. This is Hearthstone time. Let's go.
What now?
I'd like to think it's Celine Dion. French-Canadian, but still French. I don't even know what you're trying to set up for here. Trying to hope that conditioning is going to get ripped off the top. I mean, that's a non-corrupted stage type. Like how? Gabby's gonna kill this before anything's ever played. He's like, oh my, what?
What? Oh. That's it. You don't beat this as Rush Warrior. This is like the one time we've seen Priest on stream this weekend. It's banned every single series, and now the one time we see it, it does this on turn 6. This is why you ban Priest.
Oh, jeez. Is there anything that's possible here? He can Parade Leader, Blade Master. No, it can't Blade. It's not buffed at all.
Yeah.
Have to go like run Thack this turn, and then attack in with the weapon to the Light Shower Elemental, and just completely. I mean, Runthak is like a conditioning, a worse conditioning that deals 3 damage in this stage of the game. And the weird part is if you start trading off the other minions and leaving the Scorpions up, which have too much health, then you no longer can try and get a buffed Blade Master Samurai because it can't trade into the Scorpions and still get the Frenzy effect off. The poison happens first.
Yeah, I guess this is about as good of a chance as you have. You at least get to clear off the Sethek, which is very important. Otherwise, you can just expect to see a whole chain of buffs into losing the game.
Yep. Harmony again. What we got? Double Holy Smite and gets a Sethek back because nothing else has died. It's just Light Shower Elemental and the Sethek. Oh, and a Powered Feast. Cool.
Yeah. I think that's really the card to highlight that maybe could be the one ticket back in for Liss is Blade Master Samurai. If he can find a way to buff it up right now, I mean, he's probably just dead this turn anyway, or the very next turn, but that is the one way that you have to go for a big AoE clear in Warrior, but with still not even having found a conditioning, he can't even buff it.
I think the best turn is probably just to set up for conditioning right, which would be Overlord Runtak and then Bumper Cars.
Sure. The worst thing is, though, that Blade Master Samurai is a frenzy effect, so you can't even attack into the Scorpid or it just won't trigger. It's not just a death rattle on the card, and so even then, even if you could buff it, it's just not going to be big enough to clear them off.
It's like sitting back and thinking, this is the tough spot. Got to find something creative here. I mean, he could just like initiation and then pass the turn, or not pass the turn, deal 10, and then pass the turn, still be okay. But he's trying to maximize here. If a minion sticks, he has lethal next turn. I mean, a minion sticks, period, he has lethal next turn just on board.
Yeah, I mean, you had it right the first time, TJ. He could pass like 3 turns here and still probably just be winning the game, even if he wasn't hitting lethal next turn. But now with one of the stickiest dragons in the game, a nightmare to clear off. Even if you're not a Rush Warrior and have actual removal tools, it's still just way too much. In one of the most one-sided games of Hearthstone I think I have ever seen. Like, Liss obviously had a bad hand, make no mistakes about it, but Gabby just played this game perfectly. It was, it was an easy game to play well, but optimizing it to the perfect degree where you just get absolute maximum pressure. That's how we start things off. Let's go, Gabby.
Yeah, nicely done. And that's kind of why we said that Priest honestly feels like a free win. Though I think, he obviously had a strategy leaving it up. Rush Warrior, the only deck that he really had left that wasn't at least decent against Priest. He has Mage with Deck of Lunacy. That looks like it's tech for Priest with not many defensive tools, right? Not running Shooting Star and running Netherwind Portal. And then the secret aggressive buff Paladin, which has been doing quite well against Priest also. But Priest power level just feels so high right now, and especially against Rush Warrior. It's a huge liability, and the fact that he decided that Rush Warrior itself was worse against his lineup goes to show a testament of what he probably think one of those decks is going to get a win against my lineup. It's about whether or not I can corner something else, and we'll see if that's going to be the case.
We shall see indeed. For Gabby in the next game, though, it looks like he is going to be lining up his Spell Mage. Very standard stuff. It looks like he's gone for what I think was the same list. Oh, well, I was going to say I think the same list as Viper. Of course it's the same list as Viper, with the Shooting Star as the 30th card in exchange for what a lot of players have gone for. I think it is, as you were saying, for Liss, the Deck of Lunacy, as most of the Chinese players are going for. We've seen, obviously, Netherwind Portal. Even Orange was tweeting out that he goes for double Flame Strike in his build of the deck, which is not something I've seen from anyone else. But overall, it doesn't make all too much difference. It's just the standard build of the deck, and should be able to hopefully get a win here for Gabby, because I still very much believe in the power of the deck as just one of the top 4 decks.
Yeah, whichever of those cards you decide to not put in your deck, you'll just get it from Ruined Orb anyway, so it doesn't matter at the end of the day. But Spellmage does have some matchups that it could struggle with, but again, Spellmage is, in my opinion, almost similar to Priest in power level, where it can just take wins against everything. Obviously, it has some better matchups, but if you start with Canner's Flow and Refreshing Spring Water, there's not really a deck in Hearthstone that's going to struggle to try and come up with wins unless the rest of the draws are just dead. So it looks like Liss is going to be queuing up that Aggro Paladin, has opted for Secrets instead of the all-in Death Rattle, Divine Shield, Sticky Minion buff strategy. But it's kind of a middle ground, right? He still has a Blessing of Authority, no Blessing of Kings, but still has those early Sticky Minions plus Conviction. He just throws in the Secrets there to give him the better potential to get off to those crazy starts that are so difficult to deal with and play around with the wide breadth of Secrets that he has available. Playing 4 different ones, including a Reckoning in the list.
Yeah, it's definitely making its way back in, and I think rightly so, it's a perfectly good Secrets play in your deck. The real problem for me with this build is just that you, I think, sacrifice some of the benefit of sticking a minion, because in the buff version of the deck where you're running Nerubian Eggs, Blessing of Kings in addition to the Blessing of Authority at the top, not only is it easy to stick a minion, but you get a huge benefit from sticking a minion, whereas with this build of the deck with only the Hand of Adults as the real big buffs and Convictions once you hit turn 5, I feel like the ability to go for super aggressive starts at the start is a little bit limited, but it does come with the upside, of course, that you're a lot less vulnerable to devolving missiles, and your Secrets can wreak havoc with all the spells that the mage is trying to play as well. So it's all ups and downs, positives and negatives, but at the end of it all, the deck is set and it is on Liss now to try and take the win against the mage. Not the easiest of matchups, but with a hand like that, you're in with a fighting chance.
Both players with quite good hands. Gabby, with the Canner's Flow, you can be, a little more conservative with your mulligan. You can keep removal spells because you know that you have the flow to get that cheaper, and that's the main card you're mulliganing for. So, like that keep. But yeah, the Secret Paladin does feel like it has higher highs but lower lows than the buff Paladin. But that does mean that in matches like this where you're in a single elimination quarterfinal, that you just need to win with it once. You just need that high once, and that also seems to be what the Chinese players are going for in this event. Bringing Deck of Lunacy as well in their mage, which has fallen out of a lot of the European players' lists. So kind of goes along with the theme of higher highs and lower lows. The choice between Hand of Adult and Sword of the Fallen, because it was a 3 keep, the Sword of the Fallen has merit, and also you don't have the risk of pulling another secret from your deck, but he really just wants to get some pressure rolling.
Yeah, honestly, I was actually kind of interested in going for the Sword of the Fallen there, just because it shouldn't be underestimated, the power of just thinning cards from your deck. And who knows, maybe they have the second flow, or they want to go for a cram session on turn 2, which maybe they're disrupted from the fear of Oh My Yogg. But it works out perfectly well here for Liss. He can follow up with the sword on this turn and keep the pressure rolling. Kazakus is a premium top deck for this point in the game.
The light dims, but we fight.
Yeah, the 5/5s, especially if you can get something like Stealth or Divine Shield with Summon a Copy. Oh, tempo play.
Those are 5 drops.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and you get 2 of them. 2 for 1 special on 5 drops.
Oh,
mwah. Delicioso.
My kind of game. Right, Oh My Yogg time. Gabby crossing his fingers. Looks like something pretty decent happened, and correct facial expression. Yeah, it's okay.
That means no swing from Sword of the Fallen. Essentially heals for 5 as well, with all the damage that would have been on board. Potentially more if there were buffs, like another Hand of a Doll. So all things considered, decent, yes. but could fall a little bit further behind on tempo. But Encanter's Flow rolling, Refreshing Spring Water, and Arcane Intellect in the hand. If Gabby can get through the next couple turns safely, there's going to be some fireworks.
Somewhat surprising to not see Kazakis on this turn, because I'm aware that by going for Knight of the Anointment, he has a very high chance of hitting Hand of Adal or Conviction, which is clearly what he's setting up for here to get maximum pressure next turn. But if you don't manage to hit the Crab Rider with a buff, your amount of damage does drop quite drastically.
Yeah, it looked like he did just want to get the Oh My Yogg off.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just to try and disrupt and maybe protect this board a little bit. And then can go Kazakis next turn. And could even fit in the Mystery Winner. Or could go for a 1. Not sure how powerful that is, though.
Ooh. That's a good draw now, though. I'm thinking you can... The real question for me on this turn, because I'm obviously looking at Swing and then Hand of Adal plus Northwatch Commander, but the question is, can you get away with just ignoring this 5/5 and sending everything else face, or do you have to trade up with the rest of your board?
I guess the question comes down to like Devolving Missiles and Combustion. He saw one Combustion that was Oh My Yogged, so maybe that makes him feel a little bit more comfortable that Gabby wouldn't be able to push past with that. And I'm pretty sure Devolving Missiles may have been played already. This is actually a tough turn because there's also like Mystery Winner as well to maybe even get another secret for Disruption. True. And Northwatch Commander plus Swing, and you'd be able to play the extra secret. But it's going to trade down here.
And this seems pretty good to me. It's the turn before Flame Strike is available, even if it came off of the cheapened version, thanks to the Incanter's Flow. And it's just a very awkwardly shaped board for the rest of Mage cards to clear it up. As we can see, it's tough to deal with this.
It doesn't look tough based on what Gabby's doing right now. Actually looks incredibly easy, but yeah, these are quite beefy minions.
Oh, Devo! Oh no! We spoke too soon.
That we did.
And this is the, I mean, sorry, missing trip 3 times with Devolving Missiles is not the punish, but just the overall idea that by not going for Shooting Star plus Combustion before he drew with the AI, there was always the chance that you can't clear this 6/5, and now is the time for Liz to strike. You've been given the blessing of something sticking on board. This rarely happens at this point in the game, and you've got to maximum crank up the pressure.
I mean, this is a Combustion clear with Ashman Solarian. Ashman Solarian, Shooting Star, and then
correct.
That is a full clear. Oh, it's the juice.
That's so sick.
I guess that's why he wasn't worried. And that's why he also didn't play the Ashmancer Solarian 2 turns previously when he had the chance. It's also why he didn't just unload the Shooting Star there to be mana efficient last turn. He was trying to set it for that big clear. And I mean, from this position with Encanter's Flow played, and you don't have board any longer as Paladin, it is very difficult to win. There are some outs though. Gabby's at 17.
Yeah.
So Liz could get, say, Hammer of the Naru into Alexstrasza, right? He's got Talon Forging as well, Cena Devolving Missiles that could pull Alexstrasza. And then, of course, Kazakis Golems could at least divert some of Gabby's attention to trying to deal with the board. Or if he gets stealth, you know, maybe they just stick. And that's the extra damage that he needs.
This is not what we stood for.
So I believe that's it's either Reckoning or Galloping Savior. Those are the only 2 secrets that are left to be pulled from the deck. It is Galloping Savior.
Yeah, it is
That's
Galloping
decent.
Savior in the end.
Refreshing Spring Water. Oh my goodness. He's also got Cram Session. This could be quite the turn. And that'll be the 3 cards, so then he can Apexis Blast the Galloping Savior if it comes out. Works out nicely. All right.
Ooh.
Rainbow!
Oh, that'll work out very well. That'll get you jamming.
And he drew the last secrets in the Sword of the Fallen swing, even if he could do it, right? He doesn't want to attack it at 4 damage to get a secret.
And
this is not good.
Right, and this is the awkward turn as well. It's 1 turn before Alexstrasza. It's 1 turn before Kazakus plus 5 cost Golem. Do you have to go for 1 in order to just go poison and shoot? And then hope to win the 50-50? Like, that sounds awful. But you're just losing at the moment.
Okay, so he was offered Poisonous and was offered deal 3 damage.
Yeah.
So if he did take 1, he hit it, which I can't imagine any other thing be good here. And he's it. Oh!
Yikes.
Ooh, bet there's something great inside.
And for Gabby now, this has to be a case of just mopping it up, right? You can clear the board with any combination of spells that you want to go for here, really. You know that nothing is going to get in the way of your spells being played with both Oh My Yogs having come down. So you can just go Shooting Star, Mask of Cthulhu. Even though you know here that your Greybow will die, do you even really care?
Or do you even attack, right? He's so far ahead.
Yeah.
Maybe you preserve that taunt to.
That's true.
He knows that Alexstrasza is in hand. He has full information right now.
Yeah.
He knows there's no more secrets left. The only information he doesn't know is the randomly generated secret from the mystery winner. It is Galloping Savior, but from Gabby's perspective, it could be any of the other secrets besides Reckoning. So gonna test for Oh My Yogg with the cheap spell. Sees that it's not. Okay.
Time runs out on me.
Snap Freeze really just an insurance policy here, honestly. Just saying if you do play the Alexstrasza next turn, I can freeze it and ignore it.
Yeah.
You want it?
And really unsure at the end here. He's thinking obviously with Galloping Savior. He knows that the remaining one is going to be killing off his Greybow if he attacks with it, so he just chills. I think this is a good way to end the turn here. It means that he has maximum pressure on board. Greybow will respawn because of the Ethereal Conjurer that was played. And it's going to make it nigh on impossible for RNG List to get through all of this.
Yep. There's the remaining cards in the list. Hammer of the Naru is the big one. Maybe Blessing of Authority if things stick. The Knight of Anointment could pull the Blessing of Authority, but it could also pull Convictions, which at this point it doesn't. I mean, maybe Alexstrasza sticks, but very unlikely. Or at least can stick and able to be attack itself. Looking unlikely. And Gabby's really just trying to make sure that he can keep the board clean or at least buy himself some time. Has double mask to try and end the game. Honestly, at this point, he might be able to even just run List completely out of resources and force him to be playing a single card a turn.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt it will even get there, given that Solarian Prime is still in the deck waiting to come down, but the point is still valid. It's I don't think there's going to be enough threats in the deck to get there for Liss. That's nothing.
May the light.
Ice Barrier and Oasis Ally.
Oh,
Oh man. I mean, he's at 10 mana, so can just Hero Power and just load up some Convictions, you know?
I don't think that
Obviously,
gets there.
Yeah, it's not good. One of them could be pinged down.
Yeah.
Evolving Missile still exists. 2 mana Fireball, 5 mana Flame Strike.
Yeah, you can just fireball that away. Mask of Cthulhu sets up lethal next turn. It was a strong start from Gabby. pretty much perfectly weaving around the secrets as best as possible, even with imperfect information. And he gets up in lightning speed, 2 games to 0. The Priest was the freest win of his life. Mage was a little bit more hard fought, but with a good hand and some very strong play as well. Our boys looking set to go through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and the last deck remaining will be the Rogue, since the Rush Warrior was banned away. Weirdly enough, like if the Rush Warrior has been the deck that when it's last to go, I'm like, ooh, this one could be shaky. Yeah, Rogue has just been good, right? It's just it hasn't been really banned. It's been a staple in a lot of players' lineups, and it's been throughout the first part of the tournament, the Swiss rounds. It was actually floating above a 50% win rate, which is crazy for a deck that everybody expects to be brought. Right? It wasn't this deck that came out of left field that didn't have a significant sample size that surprised everybody. No, everybody knew that players were going to play Miracle Rogue, and still was able to do quite well. So we shall see if Liz can beat the Rogue 3 times in a row. You know, I wouldn't put past him. Still some strong decks himself. Rush Warrior, good matchup against Rogue. Paladin is hit or miss, and Mage obviously is kind of the X factor. Rogue is incredibly susceptible to burn damage, but you have to get that opening right and not let the Rogue get the ball rolling too fast. So can sometimes fall prey. But some decent matchups across the board for List, but winning 3 times in a row is a tall task.
Yeah, I've been slowly coming around towards the Rogue versus Mage matchup a little bit more, because again, I've been playing a lot of Rogue over the last few days, and I think having seen some of the better players pilot Rogue a bit more and gotten more used to the matchup myself, I think that your ability to go super wide in the mid game really should not be underrated against Mage, because yes, they have a copy of Flame Strike, but that's not often going to be found. It's often not that potent if you have big Mankrik on board, if you've given Divine Shield to one of your minions. Golems often have Divine Shield as well that make it harder to clear them off. And if they're using Mask of Cthulhu to clear off your board, they often just don't have enough burst to kill you in the deck, especially as they will not find all of their burn before the game is over. It's not to say that it's a bad matchup at all for the Mage. I think if they do find the flows at the start and deal all that burn damage, obviously Rogue can just die. But with a player of Gabby's caliber, I think the Mage is fine. The Warrior, like you said, is not great, but the Paladin is just a dream matchup for the Rogue. I really, really like Rogue's position against Paladin of any kind at the moment.
Yeah, Gabby has quite a good list for both Mage and kind of Paladin, right? True. With the Double Cold Neophytes and Penflinger. I think the Broom might be a little bit better versus Paladin, because it lets you go for bigger swings, right? A lot of times it's the early board that matters the most. And Penflinger, oftentimes you just don't have the mana to make it meaningful in the early stages, whereas Broom can turn all of your minions into damage instead of just having to rely on your spells. And the Cold Neophytes, obviously, against Mage, you talked about those big boards in the mid-game. Well, you can protect those big boards even more so by throwing out a Cold Neophyte alongside it, maybe with some Shadow Steps. You're in for a good time. So Gabby, from this stage, has to be an overwhelming favorite at a 2-0 lead in the series. But, you know, anything could happen. Anything could happen. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we're just like, pack it up, on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's close to that point, though. Gabby has been, obviously, as we saw there, when he gets the good hands, he makes the best of it, like we saw with the Priest. But he's just been really good at finding these weird backup win conditions if you don't find the goods in your starting hand. And so I think he is in a great spot. And here we see Liss going for what is very arguably the worst matchup first. But he has got himself Righteous Protector into hand of Adal. Once again, one of the, if not the best starting play that you can make as Paladin. And Gabby, by keeping the field contact, is going for a little bit less board control, you could argue, in the early game, because generally I'm looking for the likes of Prize Plunderer, Foxy Fraud, anyway to just gain maximum tempo, but he's instead opting for a higher value option, setting up for the mid game.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, right? Maybe he thinks that if, especially on the coin, if he hits Octobot, like it's just a win if he keeps field contact, right?
True.
And if he's full mulling every other card, sure, like you hit that, the game almost ends. But this is kind of difficult to start off. You know, Foxy Frog Van Cleef gives him the most options moving forward, because next turn he will have Righteous Protector plus Brain Protector plus Brain Freeze.
Right.
As a way to answer back. So I like this. Field Contact might be stranded for a while since he's going to have to play for tempo. But he's going to have a board lead this early on into the game. And it's not just, oh, he has a 1-1 and the Paladin has nothing. No, he's got a 1 with Divine Shield and a 2-3.
This is what I've been talking about. This is the power of Vanessa Van Cleef. Yes, the cards you get can be good, but it's a 0-mana 2-3 when you have Foxy Fraud in hand. That's just absurd. And now here with... I mean, honestly, it could just be Field Contact coming down right now if you want to go super aggressive, or I guess more likely Tenwu plus play the Vanessa again, or just Man Crick off the top if you're an absolute lord and can top deck like that.
Yeah, Man Crick, obviously the best play in this scenario. Field Contact still could be vulnerable to a Crab Rider, but I mean, that was it. Man Crick, vulnerable to nothing. Except losing his wife in the Barrens.
It's his one weakness.
It's his Achilles heel.
Not having a wife. And I think here for Gabby, he can just quickly realize that no matter what the secrets are, once the Northwatch Commander has been played, if that is the play that comes down, as I expect it to be, no matter what the secrets are, Gabby's in a great spot because he can bump in with the Man Crick, and then even if it is the Reckoning, it is then a 3-1 that dies. That's not that bad anyway. He can go Field Contact Penflinger to kill it off. That won't even proc any of the other secrets. It's so clean.
It's quiet.
This is quite good.
Quiet.
One thing is that if the Field Contact is dealt with, he's somewhat out of stuff.
That's true.
And it will be dealt with, but I mean, he has such a tempo advantage. If he just picks up any type of value generator off the top, I think he's quite good. Is it? Ooh, 1 turn.
Interesting. This turn's not easy because you really want to step the... Sorry, you really want to go Tenwu on your Vanessa to get yourself a...
Oh.
Interesting, to get yourself a goody 2 shields, but in the end he steps the Penflinger, obviously expecting it to be Oh My Yogged, but he realizes that's the one secret that it is not in this instance, which does give him perfect information.
I wonder if in that instance you would attack first with the Vanessa and then try to Shadow Step that in case it's not Oh My Yogg, then you get the Penflinger back.
Right.
But maybe that gives him less options to kill the goody 2 shields if it is that.
I like the way he's going about it here. It was, I mean, it was very likely to be Oh My Yogg, with that being the one secret of which there are 2 copies. So I think it was definitely you go into that turn expecting it to be Oh My Yogg anyway. And even if it isn't, this is still fine. A 0-mana Penflinger in hand meant that he was able to clear off the goody 2 shields, and he just has an extra trick to be able to clear off extra damage if necessary.
Oh!
Ooh. I think Gabby is thinking. And I'm not sure why.
It's you got to put it on Headmaster Kel'Thuzad, right? Because the first thing that Liss is going to do is he's going to attack into Mizaki. And then he gets a free trade over Headmaster Kel'Thuzad. Maybe it's not that simple, though. Because maybe he wants to take out the Jandis and take out the Kel... Oh, if you... Actually, it might be Headmaster Kel'Thuzad or making Mizaki the...
Illusion.
Illusion. No, it's Headmaster Kel'Thuzad because I think RNG Liss would attack into Jandis to prevent Shadow Step or Tenwu, and then take the value trade over the Headmaster Kel'Thuzad anyway.
And just leave up Mizaki.
and just leave up Mazaki. I mean, he's seen a brain freeze, right? Is the Wicked Stab spell damage really something that's going to matter? I don't know. Oh. Blessing of Authority could be big here from Knight of Anointment.
I mean, you could just start with it, and then if you miss anything good, you could just go another Hammer of the Naru, even if you have to overwrite the final charge. I'd be very happy to do that to get a 6/6 on the board.
Conviction. This is actually really difficult.
Wow, really?
Is just to make sure that the Mazaki can be cleared off and he can take out the Jandis.
He was going for 1 cost. He missed poison. He gets draw a card, though, which you're probably looking at here. Although deal 3 damage would allow you to clear the board.
Lifesteal, deal 3 damage.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it'll allow him to clear the board if...
Oh! Oh! The mind
did pick the Mazaki!
The mind games!
And now Gabby gets to Wicked Stab! And get a 6/6!
Oh! That's so sick! He just realized it! He just realized what he can do!
That's like the best Jandis mind game I've ever seen. It almost never matters.
Oh wait, he's doing it on the Kazaka so he can step it back and
so he can Tenwu it.
Oh, that's so cool.
Looking for a few good mercenaries.
Because the only thing his hand was lacking was value, right?
Oh, he's so sick. He's just so sick.
He can Guardian Og Merchant, the Headmaster Kel'Thuzad, and get a value trade over.
Yeah.
That's an upgrade.
The problem is maybe the 7/3, but... Oh wait, he has... What does he have in his deck there? Cost 4.
Oh wait, does he have... It doesn't... Oh, it doesn't activate.
Oh, he has his own Kazakis.
No, he forgot. Oh, he forgot. No!
I'm like, wait, there's nothing in the deck that should cost 4. Yeah, Kazakis cost 4.
No way!
So actually, that play ended up not being that cool. He should have taken the 6/6.
That was garbage. I mean, it looked so clever.
Now he's out of stuff. So if Liz just plays board control here, which he can easily, and make another Hammer than Naru. No! That was the best play I've ever seen until it became the worst play I've ever seen.
I am speechless, TJ. I am utterly speechless.
Can he set up for a 2-turn lethal here? I mean, pretty much, right? Gabby's not removing anything. Yeah, he's going to lose. There's Alex in hand next turn. It's almost certainly lethal. Wow.
Gabby,
okay, so the idea behind it was cool. The idea behind it was cool. But there's a reason why you play Kazakis in your deck, because it's strong. And he's like, oh, I play Kazakis in my deck. This is the crazy next level play. But we all forgot that Kazakis costs 4 and shuts off the other Kazakis. So I liked how Gabby played that up until that point. The mind games on how it would work out, how the buffs would... See? Just the expression.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
I mean, I don't want to take away from the fact that that mind games there, it wasn't one play, it was 2 specific plays he made. And the mind games to put it on Mazaki was so clever. I've never seen a mind games off of a Lucia be that powerful.
Yeah. But imagine if he had Wicked Stabbed the 6/6 instead. That play would have been so much better, because then Tenwu would have been in hand to try and get more value from some of the other cards, potentially. Yep. I think maybe even having a chance to almost full clear the board there would have been all of his resources, but then, that's how Paladin wins. They rely on those resources. Lys's hand had a Hammer of Naru, but, if you're looking at 4 big minions across the board, Hammer of Nari goes down in value significantly. So, not the best pan out for Gabby, but at least he's in the mindset of trying to make creative plays.
And I hate to say it, but just to inject some tension back into the series here, that was the good matchup, I would say, for the Rogue left over for Gabby. Now he has the likes of Mage and then Rush Warrior to close things out, which goes from good, medium to bad very, very quickly in terms of the 3 matchups left. Liss is spacing this out beautifully in order to paint the picture of Gabby's impending demise. It's very far from over, of course. Gabby is still probably in the lead, or almost certainly in the lead, being 2-1 up now. But the cracks are starting to show with that unfortunate end to the game there where, you know, he gave us the reaction of, I've been playing like a god all weekend. Let me have one mistake, all right? It was going to happen eventually. But it's getting a bit scary now.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, maybe not in that situation, but that could have been game losing, right? There was a good chance that he could win from that point if he plays that turn a little bit differently and remembered that the Kazakus was blocking his ability to get a Golem. But still, Rogue, good deck. This is tough, though. Just because Cold Neophyte is great in the Mage matchup. Efficient Octobot, maybe not as much, just because, you know, unless you have a way to activate Efficient Octobot in your hand, Mage is one of the best classes at actually dealing with Octobots early on. They have Combustion, which deals with it without giving the Frenzy effect. They have Devolving Missiles to pretty much just trade 1-for-1. And then there's the option of Jandis. If you keep Jandis in the opening hand, on the coin it gets a little better because you can play it on 5.
Right.
But then you're sacrificing some of your potential early game in order to just try and have that power play on 5. It's an interesting mulligan, actually. Pretty difficult.
It is. I think it's very, very tempting to full keep this, but I will say that specifically against Mage, Octobot is not quite as powerful as it is in the other matchups. As you said, there's obviously the fact that you they have many ways to deal with the Octobot, but they also don't give you many opportunities to activate your own Octobot by just attacking in on the other side. And so while Gabby does, I think, correctly go for the double Octobot here, because any chance that you can get to go coin Jandis on 4 is something to consider. But it's still a tough mulligan, I think, there.
Yeah. Mini Mage, I think, just the best option, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You really want early game. Mini Mage offers you so much flexibility. You get to hold on to the spell damage for as long as you want, because Rogue just doesn't have a way to deal with it outside of Kazakus Golems. And then it can also be used as a way to trade over once it's attained its value to kill a premier target. Gabby happy not to see Incanter's Flow. Sure of it. And
Efficient is sufficient.
Efficient Octobot. Again, vulnerable to devolving missiles, but pretty much everything else is fine.
Ooh. And there it is. I still think this is very much the correct play from Gabby. You're not getting very much value at all out of Cold Neophyte going into turn 3. The only thing you're denying realistically is Arcane Intellect, because everything else is just 2-mana spells that they're going to play anyway, with the likes of Cram Session or a Incanter's Flow off the top. And it means that even if this Octobot is dealt with, he can then just go Octobot and then Prize Plunderer to kill his own Octobot, and then Jandis on turn 4. It's a very, very smooth curve, and one that I think is the best way to pile on pressure at the start.
Efficient is sufficient.
Yeah, honestly, if you look at the way that Gabby's deck is constructed with, the Guardian Aug Merchant, Penflinger version of the deck, he's actually got multiple ways in his own deck to activate his Octobot, so makes the keep make even more sense. But there's Incanter's Flow for Liss. It's not on 2, but 4 he'll take it, especially with Refreshing Spring Water in hand. Both players now having these kind of crazy ideal openings with an activated Octobot on the Rogue side and a Incanter's Flow on the Mage side. This is going to be fireworks.
And especially with that pickup, Gabby here hoping for good 5 drops. And even if he misses here, which he didn't, he is hoping for Jandice to stick, because Tenwu being picked up now, you will gladly throw that combo piece down in the mid-game in order to try and replay your Jandices and pile on the pressure before Flame Strike comes online.
Another interesting turn, because Liz has an Incanter's Flow reduced deck and Refreshing Spring Water. Cool. Also has Firebrand plus Ruined Orb. That could maybe even be a clear or close to it, right? Could remove a large portion of this board. Could maybe go for Devolving Missiles, but I think there's too much stuff on board. In order for Devolving Missiles to be good, maybe you do this first.
Do you not just start with Spring Water, though? I'm not really sure why he's holding on to that.
It maybe works out a little bit inefficiently. He wants to go for a bigger turn, right? But I would say, is there any downside to it? And yes, because Gabby plays double Cult Neophyte.
Yeah. Not the biggest fan of that, to be honest. I think you may as well just throw it down. Like, yes, you can get second Encounters Flow off the top next turn, but outside of specifically exactly that, I'd like to just see what options you have available in the deck. But we're seeing Secret Passage coming off the top quite rightly here as well for Gabby. The rest of this hand was not quite getting the job done, especially as whenever possible, you want to play your Cult Neophyte going into turn 7. But here it looks like a pretty clean hand with Vanessa Van Cleef and both the 1-drops. You can clear everything but the Mini-Mage, and you can get yourself a Ruined Orb. Oh no, sorry, Devolving Missiles, which is still pretty good. Maybe you even play that.
Yeah, you can get rid of the Mini-Mage if he wants to. That's if it hits. Okay, yeah, that is a clear.
Give me that.
Has board, some decent cards in his actual hand. Not the best, but has the Alexstrasza Tenwu combination. Only one discounted though, but could set up for like a 2-turn with that. And Foxy Fraud can unlock a lot of cards that are drawn off the top. He's looking for some of those big value generators currently, like Kazakis, Field Contact, pretty much anything that could get this hand to be a little bit bigger.
Well, I'm definitely looking at just keeping the card draw rolling. I think that the Ethereal Conjurer, it's just the kind of minion that that Rogue really happily preys upon. A single Wicked Stab will deal with it, or basically just a Brain Freeze can answer it very, very cleanly.
What have they done to me?
Wow, playing incredibly conservatively.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Okay, Swindle.
Great top deck. Okay, we're back online. Secret Passage, probably for next turn.
Yep.
Let's see what you've got.
Muzzle their magic.
Go wide on the board, protect your board as much as possible by making the spells cost 2 more. So all the spells will be +1 of their original cost from Liss's deck, which I still think is enough.
Yeah.
And yeah, I agree with this.
It plays around Flame Strike, it plays around Mask of Cthulhu, even if it comes off the top of the deck. It is more than worth it to dismantle the Alexstrasza Tenwu combo, because unless you got a Shadow Step to go on either the Alex or the Tenwu, it wasn't really even a combo yet anyway, because it was 1 mana too expensive, even when he got all the way to turn 10. And so it does mean that it looks like Liss is going to be tanking a lot of damage here, unless he can get Brain Freeze, Devolving Missiles. There really isn't that much he can discover when everything costs 2 more.
None of these are even playable. Refreshing Spring Water has the highest upside for next turn, and the one thing that Liss has going for him is that the Imprisoned Observer actually will sweep up most of the board next turn, which actually does make Gabby's turn a little awkward, because there's not that much stuff in his deck that has more than 2 health. He's already used Jandice. He has Man Crick. He could try and go off with Field Contact, or just try and assemble resources and go for a burnout, because he's got 8, 9, 10, 13 damage on board. Now 11 damage on board. So he's getting pretty close to just Alexstrasza and Wicked Stab to be enough.
Wicked Stab is essentially just game if he can find it here. You point it face, Alex next turn. That's it. This is basically game, as Gabby is proclaiming to whoever will listen to him. Yes, Gabby, you have drawn the card that wins you the game. Well done. I think he might need to fit in the dagger as well in order to get it to exactly 8 health, which he does. Now, even if Ice Barrier is found, it's still lethal. I don't think there's anything that Liss can do. I don't think there's anything in the deck. I don't think he can generate anything even to pull him back here. It's just over.
Can he kill him from 30?
When all of his cards cost 1 more? Doubtful.
Doubtful. I mean, he can hope that Alexstrasza is not in the deck, or not in the hand. But he knows that there's been one card that's discounted by the Octobot that's been held onto for this long, which...
Yep.
Not the most promising scenario if you're Liss right now.
There are no 5-cost lifesteal rush cards. You don't have Sandhoof Waterbearer in Standard anymore.
I don't think there's anything that heals.
Yeah. I think this is just it. And I love that we got to see it in this game. I was talking about it just beforehand, where this is the kind of rogue play that you need to win the matchup. You go wide in the mid game, as he correctly did, of course, but it's the timing of your Cult Neophytes. That is the X factor that can truly push you over the top in these matchups, as Gabby has done here. And it looks like, unless a miracle comes off of the Apexis Blast here that I can't think of, he's going to the semis.
There you have it.
And the cycle of life is
Not quite as big of a pop-off as he had when he actually made it into the top 8, but still a Gabby pop-off nonetheless. And you know what, Derek? That sets up for an all-European top 4. Whew.
It's just been dominant so far. 3 Chinese representatives plus Monsanto representing the US of A, TJ, and yet still it was not enough to overcome the dominance of the European regions yet again.
Yeah, that's my favorite joke because he's Canadian, but, you know, honorary member of the old US of A. As is Gabby today, you know. French flag also is red, white, and blue, just in a different order.
You don't get to take credit for this. This is his moment, DJ. America's failed again, okay? Get over it.
Yeah, I got to get over it. But Europe, I guess, taking back their rightful place at the top of competitive Hearthstone. It's been China dominating for at least quite some time, especially considering that, you know, the past couple Master Tours that we had have not been too friendly to their time zone. They have less overall players competing in the events, still managing to put up some great performances. And I think Liss did as well, right? Not really any shaky moments. No Tenwu's on the Kazakus with Kazakus already in your deck and realizing it can't be activated. So big shout outs to those 3 Chinese players that we did see in the quarterfinals. But the moment belongs to Europe. The moment belongs to Gabby. He'll be going up against Blaise in the second semifinal. It's kind of crazy. The 2 like unbreakable narratives playing against each other, where Blaise looking for yet another Masters Tour win, and Gabby just trying to cement himself as one of the best players in Hearthstone, currently continuing his streak of incredible win rates in Masters Tours, trying to get that spot in Grandmasters.
It's just such a sick top 4. I cannot express how in love I am with all of these competitors up at the top. We, of course, have Gabby, who everyone is rallying behind to try and finally get his win after his dominance for years now on ladder. We've got Blaise going for his third win in Grandmasters. Floki with the entire Benelux community and most of Europe rallying behind him as well. And Viper, who for a long time now has kind of, I think, been honestly brushed over when we talk about the best players in Europe or in the entire world competition, but with a second place already under his belt in the World Championships, to follow that up with a win here in a Masters Tour would firmly put him in that upper echelon of players. And no matter what happens, TJ, I'm going to be a happy man at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Viper was an arch-villain randomly generated legendary minion away from winning a world championship. And that's as close as anyone will ever get, right? Pretty insane that people still gloss over. But to be fair, people still gloss over Hot Form, and he finished second at a world championship too. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. First is all that matters, right? And so Viper looking to try and get over maybe some of the doubts that people have about his play and win a Masters Tour. But Derek, I believe that's going to do it for me and you. That is the quarterfinals in the books for Masters Tour Orgrimmar, which means we've got 3 matches left, the 2 semifinals, and then at the end of the day, we're going to crown our champion. But before we do that, we're going to have to go to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. More action right here at Masters Tour Orgrimmar, right after.
The quarterfinals are done for Masters Tour Orgrimmar in 2021. Welcome everybody to the top 4. It's time for the semifinals to find out who is going to be joining us in the grand finale, who's going to continue to improve on their existing legacy. Our top 4 is all European dominated. A couple of grandmasters, a couple of people who might become grandmasters, as well as some rising stars. We'll tell you all about it. We're going to focus on our first match on the left, Viper versus Floki, and then coming up afterwards will be Blycha versus Gabby. Very stacked. Here to bring you alongside the action with myself, Rodan, is Lorinda, also from the EU. I'm sure y'all are very happy over there with the results. I'm sure other regions wish that there was a little bit of a more diverse representation in terms of the other regions that are playing. But, I mean, we're kind of used to it at this point, aren't we, Lorinda?
Yeah, and I don't get to gloat that much, given that I'm casting Americas quite a lot this season anyway in Grandmaster. So I'm sort of honorary Americas region representative to some degree at times now. But yeah, it's very good to see these people that I've known, met many of, spoken to many of, doing so well in this tournament, and the French-speaking community once again having a great time of it all. With 1 Belgian, 2 French in the top 4. But kind of the forgotten about player is Viper, weirdly enough, for, as TJ was alluding to, like runner-up in the World Championship in a 3-2 final, is kind of the outsider of these 4 people. What's even going on here?
Not necessarily sure. I mean, with these kinds of Masters tours, there's just a lot going on, but if there's one thing you kind of have to look at, it's almost the lineups that are getting this far. They all have one thing in common, is that Priest, Mage, and Rogue are exactly what the doctor ordered. Their one exception to the fact that all 4 of these players are bringing very similar lineups is the Paladin in Floki's lineup. So something to consider moving forward is, whether or not people should be considering that these are the 4 best decks in Conquest, or if perhaps it was just really strong play behind the players, combined with the fact that they're playing quality decks. One of them being Spell Mage. From Viper side, no deck of Lunacy, instead playing anti-aggro tools in order to handle the aggression coming out from a lot of decks. And from Floki's perspective, last time we caught up with him, Lorinda, he was playing this Libram Paladin a lot of cool shenanigans. I wonder what he's got in store for us in game number 1 on his side.
It'll be interesting to see how this one works out, what he decides to do. But that Libram Paladin is fairly unique. It's not unique in the entire tournament, but it was very unique towards the top end of the tournament, at least from what we have seen on broadcast. But he is going to open up with the Mage. Like you said, not a lot of difference. He has got the Lunacy, slightly less early game control, but it is fractions. It's more about whether you get your Incanters float or not is far more important than a tech card here or there. We are seeing, the same 33 cards cycled around in circles in this Mage deck.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw Floki do some pretty big Spell Mage plays yesterday in his qualifying matches for top 16 and even beyond. So, with these Spell Mage decks, they're fast, they're furious. It can get quite degenerate at times where neither player really playing any card for value on the board. Instead, just prioritizing drawing cards, discounting them, and going for a ton of pressure, whether it's through building up a board out of nowhere, or it's going to be leveraging things like spell damage to get a bunch of burn to their opponent's face and be able to try and get the win very quickly there in successive turns. So with Mage vs. Mage coming up, we've seen that a lot of times these kinds of mirrors can end up determining who gets the big advantage in the series, especially when the lineups are this similar. We do have, that unique Paladin in this top 4. In fact, not many people brought Libram Paladin in general to the field, so it was a bolder call. But, with Floki thinking about every edge that he can possibly get, having a Paladin isn't really that edge. I really think he's going to have to find a way to win in things like this Mage mirror and potentially the Rogue mirror later on.
And this is a massive match for Floki, not just because it is a Masters Tour semi-final, but if he can pick this one up, I believe he goes into 2nd place ahead of Frenetic in the standings and behind only Gabby. So the reason we made more of Gabby's matches yesterday was because that was when he got to go to number 1 in the standings. Floki started off, because he's only played 2 Masters Tours, a little bit behind. If he can win this, he can get himself looking very good for a Grandmaster's slot. And look at this opener.
Yep, Encounters Flow and a deck of Lunacy with Refreshing Spring Water. Pretty much the holy trinity of what you're looking for early game from Floki, which is discounts, card draw, and maybe even some shenanigans with the deck of Lunacy. Viper does have the Encounters Flow himself, but he does not have card draw. And so when you look at his hand, it's almost entirely reactive and not something very strong, except he picks up the Encounters Flow number 2. So the moment Viper picks up card draw, we could see some incredible explosive turns here from Viper.
Yeah, I think fireworks is actually the right term. It's not just hyperbole for once now, because that fire will just be going straight at the face. We could see an OTK in 2 or 3 turns' time from a Viper, but he has to get the card draw first. And with Floki playing the Lunacy, he's going to have access to heal, and he's also going to have access to very powerful cards immediately. And he does have the card draw. He is in a fantastic spot right now.
Oh, geez. Okay, so already starting to heat up. Viper, by the way, choosing to play the I believe, Rig Fair game. Yes. And I like that because we talked about how card draw is going to be one of those limiting factors, knowing that Floki will likely want to be focused on developing on his turn, and it's not necessarily efficient for Floki to be hero powering. So Viper is in a situation where it's actually great. If Floki has a hero powering, that's 2 out of 4 mana crystals when he's already played Deck of Lunacy and the Encounters Flow, meaning that he's not actually developing much and doesn't have many good plays, or he can draw a bunch of cards and really capitalize off the fact that he got his discounts as well.
Yeah, I wonder if Floki... Well, Floki does sense him. It's obviously a thing that he's got loads of cards and Viper does not. He has several ways of doing damage that don't involve the hero power, maybe using this amulet, for instance, for one of them. I feel like he's going to try and play around the Rig Fair game with the amulet, and he's going to, Dan, which slows Viper down a huge amount when you're drawing cards from your Lunacy.
Definitely. Is going to play these minions in good position to play around Combustion. Very heads-up play and positioning from Floki. And proper sequencing as well, just to ensure that the summons will come in first so he can play his Imprisoned Phoenix and stop it. We don't often see a capitalization of dormant mechanics, but when they do pop up, it is very pretty to watch because that kind of play is what's going to disrupt Viper a ton. It could easily have been a full wipe with this Combustion. Viper still has counterplay. He could Devolving Missiles to try and snipe that mini-mage, understanding that spell damage is a way for Floki to punish him with cards like Cram Session. So I am curious if Viper wants to pull a trigger on that card.
Floki's got a guaranteed 2 spell damage in 2 turns' time for this Cram Session, though. So even if Viper does manage to put some temporary setbacks on Floki here, Floki will have a lot of card draw in this deck, the way that it's built, and also, yeah, he has that Cram Session backup. With the Libram of Hope already in hand, Viper's going to have to... Yeah, I think he's just got to panic now and start digging when he really doesn't want to. He wants to save and try and get more out of his cards. He just can't afford to.
Ring toss? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Netherwind Portal, a very nice one to disrupt your opponents as they're playing a bunch of spells. And then I guess it's all whether or not he believes that he wants to get Mirror Entity for more tempo. Oh, I don't know if the Ice Barrier is really important, given that burn is just often the way you can win. So I'm anticipating either the Mirror Image or the Oasis Ally here. Or Mirror Entity, excuse me. Mirror Image is no longer in Standard.
Once again, choosing an efficient way to stop Viper from crocking that fair game. This time with just a fireball to the face. He's going to do it at some point anyway, so choosing to do it now. And next turn could be a big one. We saw Floki take Evocation as Rogue earlier in the day, but I'm not sure if he's going to be so keen on it as Mage. He's got too many other things to do with limited time.
Yeah, I mean, right now Floki is just pouring on the damage. You can see the value, you know, a little bit of a punish on Viper for not dealing with the spell damage minion, the mini-mage. And I get where Viper's thinking. He might need a Devolving Missiles. There are going to be potentially really powerful minions like the Guardian that comes out. Remember that Floki is not really playing with the usual amount of resources. Viper has to prepare for potentially the worst if your opponent summons a giant minion that needs to be dealt with. Now, Viper does look up an opportunity to pick up this Font of Power. However, I do wonder if evocation is crossing his mind at all, given that he is looking for more meaningful ways to spend his mana, and Font of Power could whiff pretty hard if it just gives him some low-quality minions.
Yeah, it doesn't tend to whiff too badly. That's one of the great things about the font, but evocation gives him access to that card draw, but Font of Power is kind of guaranteed card draw in the position he's in. He needs to get lucky as well because he's so far behind, so give himself a chance to find cards like Raz in there, which he misses on, but still gets an Astroman, so that might be a card he wants to immediately play to get rid of, to try and find a way to high roll is the only word for it, I think, to try and high roll his way out of this game.
He's going to need to. Viper finds a Firework Elemental and an Astromancer Solarian on top of his Conjurer. Okay cards, but not exactly what he's looking for. Floki picks up more direct damage, Piercing Shot. Another opportunity to drop Mini Mage.
He goes for it.
And draw a bunch of cards. This is starting to get kind of out of hand here because now Floki will be able to refill his hand, basically.
Yeah, I think he's just paying a tiny piece of attention, not there's much he can do about it here, to how much damage he might take next turn. I know that sounds ridiculous, but you're up against somebody who's done a lot of Incanters flowing over the course of the last few turns.
Wow.
And has 7 attack on the board.
Oh my gosh. Wait, is that... I was kind of counting how much damage this Piercing Shot does. 10 damage.
Pew. Oh my.
It's just a ton going on here. And Viper does not have the answer. It's guaranteed. I guess he could if the Devolving... I mean, Devolving Missiles has to hit both of the stealth minions. If it doesn't, then that's really bad news. But maybe he could pick up something else to help wipe it if he finds AoE.
He's in a world of trouble. Have you noticed, by the way, how much more nervous Floki is now? Now he's getting close. At the start of the day, he was pretty happy-go-lucky, taking it in his stride, all those, comfortable cliches of happiness. But this game, he's a lot more nervous because it started to dawn on him. He might become a Grandmaster. He might win the tournament. Those two big events in his life are very close. So he's a lot more fidgety and nervous this time around.
Yeah, I totally get it too. He's very close to be able to reach a important goal of getting into Grandmasters and putting himself in contention for that spot. And he's going up against a Europe Grandmaster and a quite intimidating one. Viper is a very strong player. Rundor for a desperate attempt to stabilize that 1-3, end up surviving, or rather the inability to trade is a significant deal. Floki can actually buff it and push a little bit extra damage, but he does miss a lot of damage from hand now. He's got a lot of decent tools, but no lethal.
Which is bizarre given how much he's drawn, but this is the one thing about having the Deck of Lunacy early. The good thing is you get all these amazing cards. The bad thing is you sometimes have to wait for the actual win. You don't get to just point everything at face very often. You can get some burn, but more often you get this sort of weird set of minions that play out. And he really doesn't want to play this. He's doing everything he can to resist playing this Libram of Hope. Because even though it's an 8/8, the healing is very, very useful a lot of the time if things go wrong.
Yeah, and you can see just how painful it is that Viper still hasn't been able to capitalize off the rigged fair game. Floki doing a great job having deduced that it's just that secret as a possibility. Makes Viper's plays very limited without those extra cards being drawn. He does have the Arcane Intellect. Let's see what it draws here, assuming that's what Viper wants to do.
I mean, he needs to try and get some sort of crazy lethal, some crazy 2-turn lethal. He really needs to find Spring Water to try and get some mana out of, and he's found none of those things.
He could try to play Aegwynn and draw more cards and then Brain Freeze to stall out the Guardian. However, he doesn't have a way to deal with the 1-3, so the rigged fair game is still going to be inactive. But I like that because the only way he can win potentially is something like his Astromancer Solarian or just drawing a bunch of cards and all of a sudden whipping out a bunch of burst from nowhere. And burst it is. Look at how much damage he has in the hand. He's very close to be able to find a huge, big swing turn. The issue is whether or not Floki can end this game very soon.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on the combination of spell damage and potential burn in the hand there, especially if Viper can generate some mana next turn with the Spring Water. A Fireball into Spring Water into a second Fireball into a Prime somehow with 14 mana on the turn. It's not quite possible, but maybe you can get one Fireball and a Prime off.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at things like Mask of Cthulhu. Is that ever going to deal damage to the face when Floki can use a Libram of Hope on his own minion, then Psyche split it to get a crazy amount of stats on the board? This is so much to overcome. And Viper has to hope that this Astromancer Solarian Prime can do something huge here.
Yep, 4 great spells and a potion he needs. So he can have 5 great spells off the second one.
So the Combustion is interesting as a pickup.
It is, but I don't know.
I wonder.
I'm trying to see if there's any play besides Solarian Prime, and I think Viper's going through the same thing. Is there like an opportunity for perhaps use just double Fireball to be more consistent? Floki clearly does not have a lot of damage. He's doing the hero power push 1 every single turn for the past few turns. So this puts him in a situation that Viper recognizes that if there's a way for him to swing the board, he could use Astromancer Solarian when he has an empty board and potentially just capitalize off of the random targeting when there's only one target, that's Floki's face.
And even if he's playing the Solarian, does he want to Combustion first to take off these Divine Shields, or does he want to not do that so he's got a mana in case he hits a potion so he can play the second Prime? There's a lot to work out, even if he's decided he's playing the Prime, but he is going to go for the other method and start trying to blow the things off the board.
Yeah, and so the double Fireball is going to clear off a good portion of stuff. It's definitely not the ideal setup here for Viper, who has to trade all of his stuff here, does not actually get the benefit of Astromancer Solarian Prime getting that death rattle, but you know, survival is the big priority, and then he could capitalize off of Solarian Prime. A good almost board clear here from Viper. I get it, you know, his burn is unlikely to be able to go to the face for the win.
Is this a glide coming up? He's just going to dump all the things on the right-hand side and glide, or is he going to save it for a little bit longer?
That's interesting. Gliding to, you know, refill his hand. It's a card that actually got a ton of hype when it was first revealed, but has since been quite disappointing. We'll see if Solarian Prime delivers that hope, or will be equally disappointing, as Viper will be casting these random spells here.
He's trying to point at all the minions he can. The 8/8 seems to not be there. It looks like he can attack onto the left if that arrow's anything to go by. We shall see, I guess.
Oh, Mask of Cthulhu. Just a little bit too shy of clearing. Needs another Brain Freeze. A Ruined Orb. A Ruined Orb actually helps him clear the Guardian, I believe. It's 4 damage.
Yep. Another bit of
potion. Oh, he's gonna use the Ring Toss. Part of me thought Potion of Illusion with another opportunity for Astromancer Solarian.
Look at this though with the glide. He just gets to ruin all the cards that Viper just picked up and refill his own hand and kill off the Prime.
Yes, that's right. And also, you know, they don't keep that same cost when you shuffle something into the deck. And so Viper looks to the skies. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Eat your heart out, Reddit. See, Glide is insane.
Glide sometimes in the combo Demon Hunter is actually quite good right now. It's more of an occasional utility card that you pick up. But yeah.
That's game. And Viper shakes his head, knows that it was going to be tough to win in general, but I mean, Deck of Lunacy Mage when it gets a lot of time, it really just creates the win conditions because you're just doing unfair stuff. Every one of those cards, while they're randomly generated and they don't inherently have a lot of synergy together, can get there because you just naturally play more powerful spells and get that discount. And so the sheer value of a ton of these cards combined with just proper situational use spells of game 1 victory for Floki. And that's got to be annoying for Viper to deal with, because we said how the Spell Mage Mirror could end up being a big influential factor of who gets the significant edge, given that the lineups are pretty similar.
Yep, Floki there with the 1 mana, 10 damage piercing shot, doing a lot of the damage, but all the way through this game, pretty much in control. Viper was often having to rely on more and more of his burn being used up. So even if he had sort of not lost there, he was already kind of out of gas going forwards. A lot of his stuff had just been used, and Floki was in a pretty safe position. And that's twice today we've seen Lunacy Mage play Lunacy on 4 and win the mirror. So I may have to eat some humble pie at some point, although I probably won't bother eating any humble pie. I'll just say that I said it all along.
That's strictly optimal learning this, so I'm behind that. I mean, Viper hung in there a lot longer than I thought he would. It just felt like there was going to be a little bit too much from Floki's side. He's spotted some pretty cool plays. When this stuff happens, it's just game over. And Floki was able to cruise to a victory, not even taking a single effective hit point, just because he had those Librams ready to go. He was actually overhealing on a lot of situations because there's just not enough health deficit for him to restore. But that's just game 1. Remember, this is best of 5, a single elimination. And we are going to go to game 2. Floki turning to the Miracle Rogue. This is the second time, but I won't be baited. It's not Miracle Priest. It worked on me a couple hours ago, production. Nice try.
Yeah, they tried to get you into the net twice there, but we can see all of those field contacts there hanging out in the Tenwus, and yeah, we know this time. And the Rogue has been the weak link in basically everybody's lineup, if that makes sense. It's just the weaker deck, but it's not that weak. We have definitely seen it get enough done, and if it could pick up a win here, particularly if it's against the Mage, we don't know what it's against yet, then getting it out of the way would put him in a fantastic position to pick up the series, advance to that final.
Well, the final, I mean, is really nice to have, but if you look at the conversation that many people are talking about, it really is a lot of times talking about Grandmasters. That's what the Masters Tour system is for, not only to give open players an opportunities, but to find out who will be joining us for that Pro League season. And, you know, with the Masters Tours giving us only a few of those chances, you really have to maximize that. It's exactly what Floki's done. Floki's only appeared in a couple of these Masters Tours and have done so well in both of them. Let's see if he can keep it up. Going to game number 2. Rogue has to go up against a Nicander's Flow opening once more from Viper, and we'll see if he can with that Cult Neophyte in hand.
Yeah, he's got decisions to make here, because these are all cards you'd want. You can throw the Brain Feast pretty comfortably and just hope they don't keep the font, although Viper has got the font, as you can see. But the Neophyte's really good. The Jandis, we've already talked about. If you're coining out Neophyte to stop a turn 2 flow, the Jandis can be a bit slow. The Field Contact, obviously, if he's got nothing to go with, can be a bit slow. You've got to plan right now what you want to do. What are you doing the whole game will depend on how you keep this mulligan. And he may just go for the Neophyte because he's going to coin it out. And that's the better looking hand now.
Yeah, I mean, the entire tournament this weekend has really put on a display on how to counter the Mage, and is purely the timing and how you leverage cards like Cult Neophyte. You heard Derek Brown talk about it pretty extensively of what his thoughts are on the matchup. We were kind of talking about how Rogue going into the weekend felt pretty evenly matched versus Mage. And while the data does have a couple of outliers with Weapon Rogue, it does feel like when Miracle Rogue plays very well and draws, you know, around this kind of average hand with the Cult Neophyte, it ends up being in a very favorable position against Mage, assuming you can follow up that aggression.
Yeah, he's actually choosing to curve. He's going to let Viper have the flow, which is a very, very difficult decision to make, but he's decided if the Viper does play flow, yeah, And the nod there from Floki. I mean, he kept 2. You can't be too surprised. Now he's just hoping the neophyte's enough to curve out properly. Maybe he's going to do it a different way, but he can curve into Jandis by keeping this coin after picking up that Jandis that he did throw away. He didn't really want the Jandis, but now he's got Jandis. He wants to play it on 5.
Yeah, that's great recognition from Floki. He saw that Viper, like you mentioned, kept a couple cards, and he knows that in this matchup, that 2 damage can make or break everything about his aggressive plan. And because of that, he's getting additional chip damage from this Guardian Arc Motion. That's 4 damage for 1 mana. This has paid off very handsomely, and Vipers are not in the most comfortable position. Floki wisely positioning as well around the combustion. Overall, as much as Viper had a pretty good start, this is a little bit uncomfortable for him.
It is, although he's going to, as soon as the Dormant wears off the minion, he's going to get into a fairly good position. This thing will wipe out any rogue minions at 100 yards. It is dangerous. And so just being able to combustion a 3/4, just get rid of the Mankrik might actually be quite good here. He would rather not commit anything to board this turn as a minion. He'd rather try and get some burn going because he's going to have control of the board anyway next turn.
Wow. Hexus Blast and Evolving Missiles. Evolving Missiles not necessarily as insane in the situation that you would expect. Even though it's free, you're only going to reduce a little bit of damage onto the board after you Hexus Blast. But still, it might be valuable because clearly Floki is pushing every little bit of damage. So if he's trying to squeeze out 2 damage here, 2 damage there, then don't give him that extra 2 damage by letting these things survive onto the board. Oh gosh. 3 to the same target. Really wanted to reduce that Guardian Arc Merchant down by 1 power as well.
Yeah, it was a hard decision to make because obviously the Imprisoned Observer is going to kill the things on the board, but like you were saying, Viper recognizing, hang on, Floki has chosen to keep the coin here. Why would you keep the coin? Well, Jandis is kind of just the only answer. There's some Kazaka situations. So Viper knows, like you were saying, that damage is huge, and therefore he's not going to allow it. He's going to try and force them to trade in.
Yeah, from Floki's perspective, he has to continue to commit to holding this coin for Jandis. Gonna hold on to the prize plunder, recognizing that the Imprisoned Observer is going to wipe his board, and this is a very important moment for Viper. Now he can actually even take initiative onto the board preemptively before Jandis, which makes Jandis just that much weaker.
Yes, Jandis, because of the nature of the illusions, is nowhere near as good if your opponent has the board presence. Because suddenly then you can just get it wrong when you ping one of them or whatever, you can trade into the other, and Jandis herself, if she's not Celestept, is just not very big. So yeah, great spot here for Viper.
We saw what Mini Mage can do last game. I'm kind of contemplating that to help give Viper a lot of oomph. Things like Combustion, Cram Session, Ruined Orb all get significantly better with Mini Mage. Can also put out that Wand Thief and Apexis Smuggler, start to really rack up that board presence. And because the Rogue favors tempo so much, when he has all these things onto the board preemptively, it's just going to make the trade so much easier. Viper has turned the corner officially, and now is in the driver's seat, unless Jandis from Floki's side can really help swing things.
Unless Jandis. Many people have lost Hearthstone games by saying unless Jandis. Obviously, on average, you just get a couple of 4/5s or something like that, 5/5s. But just sometimes you get the 7/8 taunt to get in the way of everything.
Mini Mage. And the Enchantress Flow that was generated off the Ruined Orb.
Woof. Here we go.
Fans hate to see it.
Now has to decide when he wants to contact the field for backup. Soon. Yeah, very soon.
Yeah, I think the Jandis is just, it feels really weak. If you end up getting a choice where there's no taunt, your opponent can very easily take it down. Mage already has a much better time versus Jandis because of their hero power access, so they can ping off whatever minion they don't have, or just clean up Jandis very easily without having to commit anything. So Floki's going to get to the drawing board. Wand Thief finds okay stuff here.
Font of Power he's going for. He does get to keep one minion from that. And if he gets to his whole deck, maybe he gets some value out of it for 3 minions later.
It's huge. Prize Plunder allows him to clear the board now. Okay, he's going to go for a little bit extra value. I like it, actually. The Wand Thief. I don't think the opposing Wand Thief is that big of a deal to remove.
Potion with Jantis? It's a bit baity.
It's a bit baity, but at the same time, I kind of wonder what the Devolving Missiles could hit. It's not really a deck, Viper doesn't really play many minions. I guess for him, that's the way to answer the mini-mage.
Yeah, he's got to get that mini-mage. It's hurting him. Every spell doing extra 1. Doesn't sound a lot, but we learned last year how good spell damage actually is. I think it took us a long time as a community to catch on to the fact that spell damage is nasty.
No, it's a good point. And when I think about it that way, Devolving Missiles makes a lot of sense. And he also ended up drawing another field contact, and he has Font of Power, so he does have resource generation. And you don't really need too much more redundancy in that because you have to be able to answer your opponent. Mask of Cthulhu clears the board, pushes a little bit.
Yeah, and if he can spar here until turn 8, which he might not be able to do, in fact, he's not going to attempt to. There was the opportunity to 10 Wu and Jandis, but he's just going straight for the Jandis now.
Ooh. Well, it's a little bit tricky because the Fleet Hoof can end up rushing right now. But if he rushes, then Viper will know, or rather, if Rushdon doesn't die, Viper will know which minion he just needs to hero power. So he's just going to take the trade while he can. Funny enough, the attack the random enemy can actually hit the mini-mage as well. So Floki does actually have a way to deal with the mini-mage without the Devolving Missiles having to be played.
That being said, he would love to be able to force that 5 damage into the face. 21 isn't low total, but 11, if this thing can hit face twice, suddenly becomes pretty terrifying.
What to do?
Cram session, drawing more cards. If free Incanter's Flow, sure.
Yeah, all your spells now cost -7. You gain mana each time you play them until your deck explodes and you can confuse the software. Of course, this is getting ridiculous.
Time runs out on me.
Yeah, at this point, Viper is just going to overwhelm Floki. In the next couple of turns, finds a stealth minion. Just not what he wants to see because that's extra form of damage for Floki. It's not 5. 5 is a lot more than 3 in this case, but still, Viper is not pleased to see the result of that.
It's kind of 6. The second one connects as well. It's unlikely to, but it might. Right, so Floki just concentrating on ordering here. He's got a lot going on, so knows he's going to devolve, does that while he's working out the rest of his turn.
Okay, Kazakis comes to the hand. Wand Thief first.
Yep.
See what can be pulled from the mage class. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
When against a spell-based deck, Netherwind Portal is pretty okay.
Too far away from being able to take a 10. You don't take it very often, but you can sometimes. So we'll be taking a 5, which is the most natural golem to make. Problem with making a copy is Flame Strike is a card that exists, so sometimes you'll find drawing 2 cards is more popular here.
Yeah, keep up that hand economy. Floki is pretty close to being able to find a win condition through the burn plan. He's getting kind of close, but, does end up missing things like his Alexstrasza. But the other pieces are there. The field contact, the efficient Octobot can help him draw a bunch of those cards. Speaking of drawing cards, Viper is flowing. Ruined Orb. Okay. All right, game. All right.
You also talk to the game sometimes, do you, Dan, like the rest of us? It's just, all right, game, you win.
It's true that I don't feel like I can summon a particular dev, you know? It's not like I'm not going to like blame Dean Ayala or like, summon Chalky or board controller Cora. You know, I'm not gonna invoke their names in vain, but I do have to talk to somebody when I'm playing. I talk to Bob when it's Battlegrounds.
I think that deck tech has now got the job of being invoked when things go wrong.
That's right. Nicholas, what are you doing? Viper Combustion will clear off this entire board state with Massive Cthulhu, trying to piece together a burn plan. This is 9 damage going upstairs, or rather downstairs from our POV here. Floki now down to 9 life.
Has Viper just missed a lethal or done something ridiculous?
I think...
Oh, he could have Flame Striked maybe and then Fireball and Mask next turn for more damage. Is that a thing? I'm trying to work out what he's missing.
It could be, but Mask needs to... His opponent's going to build up a board as well. Oh, he had a 0-mana Combustion in hand.
Oh, yeah.
Star. Okay, yeah. So he could have actually played it way more efficiently. Too busy memeing about Hearthstone devs. Apologies. So Floki now has to capitalize while he can. The good news is that there's nothing for this lifesteal to really bump into at the moment. So Viper can potentially find a way to still just get there anyways. But by doing so, messed up an opportunity to set up 2-turn lethal. And that's not what we want to see. Viper can be better than that here. And he knows it. And if he just draws another burn piece, it's not going to matter. But for now, if we look at the straight amount of damage in hand, Viper's off by 1, I believe. Because he has the Wildfire and the Fireball, but no additional spell damage.
Floki throwing out the Neophyte, like, he knows full well that it probably makes no difference, but... the Neophyte a little bit overmatched with however many flows it is that have gone through Viper's hand this game.
Well, it did matter a little bit, right? Because I think he could have... Oh, no, he couldn't have killed him because he doesn't have 10 mana. The Wildfire, Fireball, Raz, Phosphorus Spur would have been lethal, but it cost 10 if he didn't play the Cult Neophyte. The most efficient way to clear here. Viper also knows that he has the damage next turn guaranteed, so he just has to avoid taking damage and potentially dying. He also has to avoid this lifesteal connecting, and there's a couple of ways to do it. He could just Flame Strike, you know, Hero Power, Combustion, any kind of combination of doing so.
I think what he's trying to do is use as many cards up, weirdly as it sounds, in his hand, just to make some space just in case. That's kind of a habit you end up getting into in Mage, is using cards slightly inefficiently almost to make sure there's room for your other busted cards.
Yeah, I mean, he is good to go next turn with that Fireball in hand. And from Floki's perspective, there's really not much that he can do to stop that. I mean, I think part of the reason why is Viper is aware that there is still 1 Mage card that Floki hasn't used, so he's still keeping that in mind when he's doing a lot of these plays. But there's one thing that we know Rogue still struggles with. The only card that can really disrupt is Alexstrasza, and Viper was playing around that, I believe, by trying to make sure that he has minions on the board in case Floki Alexstrazzas himself.
Yes, yeah, that was absolutely the reason, I think.
So Viper is going to win this game because I don't think Floki can do anything from here with 4 mana remaining. Can't even really clear the board off, I believe. So that's going to be the end of this game here. Floki's going to count down the final seconds here and see if maybe he can do something. I'm wondering if Efficient Octobot actually gave him that ability to clear, just because he has a full hand and a discount can be relevant. But it's just not going to be enough. And I think what Floki's going to do is just try and do his due diligence to see if Viper has actual lethal, and he very much does.
Yeah, and he knows this as well. Viper has been playing in a way of, I'm going to burn you for a couple of turns now. And yeah, just a small little smile. There's 6 cards left in the deck for Viper. It's absolutely sure that he's got the damage. It goes to 1 each, and for the millionth time in the last couple of days, the mages are out of the way, and now we can get on to business.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about at the beginning of the day. It's a conversation we're probably still going to have. Is Mage the best deck in the format? And despite the fact that people are trying to target Mage, it seems like everyone is still able to pull out a very consistent win rate above 50%. I mean, that tells you something. In tournament environments, people are concentrating on what to do to beat the best decks, teching their lineups to do so, and it still comes out with a positive 52, 53% win rate above the other classes. There might be something onto the belief that Mage is the best class right now.
Yeah, I still will argue with you, and I enjoy arguing with you because it's fun. Because I think that the fact that Priest is getting banned so much means that Priest is the best class. But there is the argument that if your Priest doesn't get a play, it can't prove it's the best deck. So you've definitely got that on the side of the Mage. Either way, I think that people don't want to face either of these two decks, whether it's ladder or in tournaments. They're both very powerful decks and both very hard to do anything about. The primary cards, whether it's the Elusia in Priest, whether it's just the burn that comes at you in Mage, very hard to stop no matter what you do.
And now, all of a sudden, with the mages out of the way, we have Paladin and Rogue versus Warrior and Rogue. Viper going to bring out that Rush Warrior. It has been a very powerful class against these lineups in particular because the matchup against Rogue has really been pulling that Warrior win rate. Warrior's actually been doing pretty badly against Mage in particular. It feels like Mage's biggest win rate spike has been against Priest and the Warrior. And so, Viper, with that cleared, can feel pretty confident moving forward.
Yeah, he's got the double Tent Trasher in this build, which is a build that I personally think is good. I think if you're going to build a Rush deck, make your things have Rush. So Tent Trasher, which sometimes becomes quite cheap to play as well, I think is a super minion. But it will depend on what he's up against as to how this pans out, of course.
Totally. I think that these higher quality minions are important, right? We're not playing the Anchorman anymore because it had Rush and Frenzy. I think as people gravitated towards the beginning, like, oh, it fits in this package very nicely and it draws me a card. But, recognizing like what you're trying to do would just try to cheat out stats relative to its cost. Tent Thrasher does exactly that. So I like that card a lot and I can get behind it. And it's going to be important because we're going up against a Libram Paladin, which loves to stick minions on the board and repeatedly make their stats better through cheap Librams of Wisdom, and even have opportunities for big board swings through the other forms of the Librams, the Libram of Hope, the Libram of Justice. So with that in mind, it's actually been a little bit of time since I've seen Libram Paladin go up against the Rush Warrior, because on ladder myself, I feel like I haven't seen Libram Paladin in quite some time compared to the aggro and mid-range and Secret Paladins. So based off of that, how do you feel Secret Paladin Libram Paladin does relative to the other Paladin decks versus Warrior?
I think it does. It's slightly slow. It struggles to remove things, and therefore it's a little tiny bit worse. But, and it's a big but, it's the animated broomsticks. There's 2 of them in this, which help you to have 2 turns where you can compete on an equal footing with the Warrior, but with better cards than the Warrior. But you only get to do it twice, and you've still got to draw the broomsticks. They're like your wild cards, your jokers in the pack, to try to equalize. And I think that will bring this down to very close to 50-50 personally.
Well, if you were to go based off the data, Neil is pretty much on the money here. It's a little bit tricky because a lot of the Libram Paladins out there also play the secret package. It's all quite incestuous, if you will. They're all sharing cards amongst each other, and it's like really difficult, I believe, to identify. Is this a secret paladin? Is this an aggro paladin? Is this a secret aggro paladin? Is this a secret Libram paladin? Is it just Libram paladin, or is it just mid-range paladin? I don't know. I am going to post about it and complain anyways. Pretty much how the cycle goes.
Don't like them, they're paladins. The Outdoor Truth Seeker is the big card, though, in this. It's a 5-drop. It seems really slow, but it does so much work. 4/6, it's the right shape you want. Taunt slows your opponent down. And then, of course, the massive Libram reductions. Everything you want in a card, that's why you keep it, even though it's an expensive card.
Oh, well, Intrepid Initiate to start things off with the second day of school. It's Groundhog's Day, apparently.
Oh my!
Paladins in the Skullomance Academy.
second.
I swear, I did this already.
And that is a really, really good school as well.
Yes, the initiate is really powerful. No one really needs to, go beyond the fact that a one-mana 3/2 is really strong. I mean, sometimes they're strong enough that warrants a downside, but in the Intrepid Initiate's perspective, there is no downside if you just be able to play another 0-mana spell and get some reasonable board presence here to start things off. Viper has to debate if he wants to answer this or not. He could just play Bumper Card, let his opponent trade into it, use Dark Moon Riders, clean up the board that way. But either way, he does have to evaluate whether or not his Crab Rider is just going to be threatening the board or trading. He could also play Crab Rider just on the board right now. That is opening himself up to get punished by a 2-mana buff.
He may also be looking at what he wants to do with conditioning here. Okay. It's a very awkward card early in the game, but +1/+1, if you find a way to sneak it in early. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when your minions are all basically the same size as your opponents, obviously the +1/+1 means they win every fight. But now Floki's minions suddenly are out of sight and away. 5/4.
Weapons for my master!
Yeah, obviously Viper not happy to take 10 damage from the Intrepid Initiate, but the Bumper Car and the Fiery War Axe will be able to clean this up. And does pick up a Playmaker. So this is doable, right? Viper does have some pretty strong combos available with conditioning. This can be pretty nasty, but it's whether or not Floki gives him the breathing room to be able to do that, because when the Rush Warrior starts transitioning into big combo plays, they start to go through this phase where they have to very narrowly toe the line between letting the board build up and also, being greedy enough to go for these big tempo swings. And it's a little bit ambiguous from Floki's perspective, right? Like, he saw a Bumper Car being held, and that Viper was timing this to be able to respond to it. I wonder what's going through Floki's mind at this moment as he's approaching these critical turns.
Yeah, he's thinking, how do I set up my 2 Aldors on turn 4 and 5? What's the worst that can happen? How do I make them survive just these 2 turns? And also he's thinking things like, where's all my Librams? I need them fast. But I think generally he's just being very methodical and taking care. Viper, on the other hand, has got the Tent Trasher available next turn, which is going to allow his conditioning to tick up on turn 5 and get a lot of work done on these Dark Moon Riders.
Yeah, well, the Aldors can come out the following turns in succession and immediately start jamming the Librams. Floki deprioritizing playing minions onto the board for tempo. Obviously, does not want to overload, so that has to be ruled out. Cards like Blackjacks are not that important, so I guess from Floki's perspective, might as well capitalize on that hero power, since the 1/2 and the 1/1 does not make a significant difference unless Viper is committing to his Dark Moon Riders, which I believe would make Floki happy anyways, because that's minimal value that you can get off of a surprisingly valuable resource.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the way the deck is put together, they often are not 1/1s. They're often significantly bigger than that. We saw Bly's earlier just keep them in hand for so long until a situation came where they could come down and clear the board by being buffed by different angles. And we're going to see similar here with Viper. They're going to be large when they hit the board.
Yep, everything's been building up towards this. One of the criticisms against bringing a deck like Libram Paladin, you're quite linear with what your game plan is. It's pretty much just this. We're set into motion now. Floki is starting to hit his stride, which is to just play minions and use Librams on them. And now Viper can strike back. Overlord Rumpack hits the board. These are going to be big minions that are going to get buffed, and they get duplicated. This is going to be very difficult for Floki to handle without a Libram of Justice.
Yeah, the same exact thought was going through my mind. He's set the ball in motion for this double Truth Seeker, and he's just got no room to do anything interesting. Obviously, picking up Carrier's given him some options now, but he's fighting back against what's going to be a huge board next turn. He playing 1 minion a turn doesn't cut it. That's not going to be enough. He's got to find something else. He's got to divert from the plan, I think.
Yeah, I think so. You can't let your opponent buff up repeatedly. He does have ways to fill up his mana. Gariel hits the board, and Aldor Attendant can also be played alongside with it, or any of the other 1-mana drops. I'm starting to consider about how cheap the Librams can get with the Libram of Hope, so I do like that.
Yeah, just looking, I think, at the hand of Adal briefly there, because he could have buffed the Cariel out of range, but I just don't think he minds this trade. If it happens, it happens. He doesn't see it coming anyway. He knows that it's more likely that these Darkmoon Riders are just going to come down and trash his board anyway.
Well, I mean, Viper has conditioning and can play pretty much any combination of cards. You could talk about Samuro. You can convince me that Sword Eater is correct. But, you know, either way, he is in a very good spot to start leveraging his damage and start finding a way to overwhelm the Paladin. Like we mentioned, Libram of Justice is often what you are thinking of when you're building up a big board versus Libram Paladin. And so Viper is also somewhat testing the waters. You know, he knows, Viper knows that Floki knows that he's holding buffed up Darkmoon Riders, and that's something he has to be mindful of. But, you know, can Floki afford to take 8 this turn? I don't think so. And this is one of the situations where Libram Paladin, their plays are heavily telegraphed. This is the only thing Floki can do.
Yeah. He did nod a little bit when Lady Liadrin was drawn. At least it gives him a plan going forwards. He's picked up the Libram of Judgment, which is now corrupted. That's a lot of health swing in both directions. So he has ideas, but the trouble is, like you've mentioned a couple of times, they are so linear that the cards need to do the work, because there's not much the player can do to change the outcome. Which is fine if the cards do the work, and they have been doing the work. And
right. Well, Viper can just get past this very easily through Playmaker and the Darkmoon Riders. Doesn't actually have to commit the Crab Rider either if he wants to be safe versus that. Keep it for the reload and then really have a smooth curve. But also could just set up a 2-turn lethal this way. That's all viable here, and Floki is in trouble.
Yeah, good luck with modern day Paladin dealing with this lot. No Consecration. There is a Barov in the deck, I believe. And there is the Broomstick, but it's just not got enough friends. I know how it feels. Poor Broomstick.
Well, does have a couple of minions to play with that Broomstick. Libram of Judgment can also come out too. Is it not enough? I think he should be okay, because all of these rushers should be able to at least pick apart everything and keep him alive. He also has the Libram of Wisdom, so he can keep trading up. Don't forget about that.
That's true. That is very true. So yeah, the fact these are big riders doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, he just has to trade up, but I think he still isn't in the clear yet because he can't kill off everything.
Let's move quickly.
8-8 goes into the Crab Rider. Libram of Wisdom into a 3-attack minion, trade into a 4 health. Oh, he wants to kill Playmaker. Yep, that is a priority as well.
Yeah, that's the problem, right, against this deck. When it starts getting established, everything's a priority. You got to kill them all.
It's true, and then he can do the last Libram onto the taunt minion. Floki may have missed the last attack that he put queued for his Blackjack Stunner, which looks like to be the case. But he's done a great job to fade the aggression so far. And this is his big stand, because what's coming next is very powerful. A Lady Liadrin opportunity.
Gonna need it.
Wow, and stage dive. All right. I mean, Viper setting up that lethal once more. It's not within Alex Strasser range, just narrowly outside of it.
The Barov that he could have done with last turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me think.
Pause.
Just looking tough. Yeah, you play Lady Liadrin. You don't have a free Libram of Hope. You can't actually find a way to stop this damage. Libram of Judgment plus Lord Barov is your best bet, but I think he might just be dead on board if he does that. Oh, it's so close. It's very, very close.
I wonder.
Really is. He's trying to make it work. He's running out of time as well. I'm running out of time to make it work because I'm struggling to make it work. Harder for us because we can see the Alexstrasza. Yeah, he gives it up, and Viper, from out of nowhere, is 2-1 ahead.
That's right. He's on the doorstep of another Grand Finals appearance in a major tournament. Looking good, playing well, for the most part. A couple of things he could tighten up that he knows. But the most important thing is that Viper just has to win one more game, and he is through to the Grand Finals to play against the bottom half of the bracket winner. All he has to do is win with this Rogue. And personally, I think that part of what makes Libram Paladin a little bit tricky to deal with is the fact that Rogue has a lot of game plan against Paladins that take their time building up just one with like the Librams. So we'll see if Floki can be able to survive in this series. But, the Rush Warrior just put on a clinic of why it's such a powerful deck. There's just no room to breathe from Floki's perspective. And if Floki had a little bit extra time, I mean, if he had a way to play Lady Liadrin and get that Libram of Hope back, Viper was out of gas at that point. Only had Alexstrasza. So it came down to the wire, which we've seen happen a lot of times.
Yeah, it turns out that when you've got a deck that buffs minions quite efficiently and plays them versus another deck that buffs minions quite efficiently and plays them, it's going to be close. So there's a reason that a lot of the players in this top 16 are incredibly good players because mistakes are actually punished more than people give it credit for in this format. A lot of people saying it's it's all about drawing your good cards. Well, there's some of that. I'm not going to deny it in some of the matchups, but also it's incredibly punishing in the close games where you miss a damage or you make a misplay. You can get punished, and over time you do get punished, and that's why we see this tremendous top 8, top 16.
Yeah, and we will see if Floki can turn it around. Again, there's not much data out there on what Libram Paladin does, but if you were to extrapolate a little bit off of the Secret Libram Paladin versus just Secret Paladin, it does seem that this is a slightly better version against the Miracle Rogue than the traditional lists, especially if they're not playing Secret Rogue themselves and have access to Blackjack Stunner to really punish things like Libram stacking. And we do anticipate that to potentially be a factor moving forward, especially if there's nerfs coming through. But Viper's going to be turning to this deck. That's all that's standing between him and the Grand Finals is exiting with this Rogue. And it's a very solid list so far. There's nothing really to complain about whatsoever. It does have that one Penflinger, which I think happens to be pretty solid against Paladin as well. Mm-hmm. So it's a good inclusion from Viper's end.
It's good to see Viper doing well again. After he came second in the World Championships, we saw him in a few Masters Tours, and he was doing very well. And then he seemed to take sort of a few months, not off the game completely. He's never stopped playing Hearthstone, but a few months where he took it a bit easier, which is, in a 6 or 7 year career, there's nothing wrong with having some downtime to recharge. And this season, he's already got a second place in one of the Grandmasters weeks, and he's in the top 4 here going well. Do you feel Viper's a bit more recharged, a bit more into it again now?
Possibly. I think the off-season was a really interesting one. A lot of the Hearthstone players were thinking about how the new core set would work. A lot of them were highly motivated just based off of the crazy amount of rotating cards. Some people were just reinvigorated by the fact that Classic came out and felt like they got in touch with their roots a little bit. All these Grandmasters are motivated for different reasons. It seems like Viper is coming back refreshed and looking dapper as usual. So with that, let's go ahead and check in on how these opening mulligans look. Floki already has the card draw with the Efficient Octobot. I mean, we've already talked about it a handful of times with Mage, and it very much applies to Rogue. This is what you need to do in order to get things rolling. From Viper's perspective, what is going to be kept on his side to win this Rogue mirror? Does he keep any of these cards?
I don't like any of them. I can see arguments for keeping Field Contact if I know, if you want to play safe, but playing safe isn't really a word that makes sense. You know, the play with the highest win rate is the safest play, no matter what. But if you feel like you had a chance of going off, so yeah, he's thrown it all away to no surprise, and he has got the reward of Foxy Fraud and Vanessa Van Cleef in his opening hand now.
All right, well, Floki came. Apologies. Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you. I was just checking.
Sorry, I think internet had a little hiccup.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Apologies. Remote casting, so fun. All right. Well, Floki ends up going for a card draw. We've seen a lot of people coin out the efficient Octobot here, and instead prioritizing the Foxy Fraud. Any thoughts, Neil?
It just sort of fit the situation better, I think. He hasn't really got many cards yet. He could be more greedy with the Octobot. He saw Viper full mulligan, so he thought he had time to make this play. But yeah, he gets the bad news for him that he doesn't have the time at all. He needs to get on with it, or he's going to start taking a beating.
Yeah, and Floki just saw the Vanessa Van Cleef. We talked about how Vanessa Van Cleef, one of these cards that really helps tie a lot of the hands together, and you can see why. Being able to get the one thing that Viper really needed, which was card draw, and get a copy of Swindle. And so that was definitely something for Floki to consider. Anything that he did, whether it's coin, efficient Octobot, or going for the Foxy Fraud, would have led to a situation where Vanessa Van Cleef gained tempo for Viper and also some resources. Very nice.
Yeah, if your opponent's going to mulligan fully into Foxy and Vanessa, all you can do is roll your eyes and post on Twitter, I think. It's just a thing that happens sometimes, and it's why these players do better than a lot of other players. They're the ones who are able to take those knockbacks and just get on with it and play the next game as if nothing happened.
Yeah, totally true. And from Viper's perspective, he's going to have to... I mean, he did struggle a little bit in game number 1, but he's done a great job to bring it back in games 2 and 3. The struggle was mainly against the deck, not from any technical play perspective. It seems like, for the most part, everything's been pretty solid. From Floki's end, he did get the discount, but he needs to figure out what he's doing in terms of the rest of this turn. Okay, Shadow Step. He's going to, aim to use the Prize Plunder this turn?
Yeah, he's going to set up Jandis for turn 4, I think. That's his full plan here. On top of, getting some tempo now, as you pointed out earlier, you can't play Jandis successfully without having the board. And he's going all in on this turn 4 Jandis with his whole hand basically being removed here. And hope that carries him. And honestly, I think it might well do.
I like it. I think this is really well done by Floki, getting Jandis down to 4 mana. And now Viper has to go for a greedy play, rack up resources, and hope that his swing turn can be just as powerful. And more importantly, hope that Floki doesn't have extra ammo, and that Jandis comes down.
Oh, look at this. He even gets to get his free Alex Straza out of the forward ring.
That's brutal. That is so brutal. Really well done and set up by Floki. That was a very impressive turn 3 into turn 4 setup. And Viper is now going to have to hope that he can do something equally powerful. And he's just behind. He's 7 minions behind. 10, 15, 18, 19 damage represented with the dagger next turn.
Yeah, more. Because he might get 2 attacks out of the 5/6 in some circumstances, plus the stab. He can potentially brain freeze his 5/6 and get another attack into a random enemy, which could well be just the face.
Also true.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Drawing cards. Hoping he finds some way to be able to get out of the situation. I think Prize Plunderer is the key.
Usually is. Not found.
Shadow Step.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Still digging through.
Still not finding anything. Might hit the Shadow Step one more time. Hard to say.
That's an upgrade. Roughly.
Oh.
It's turn 4 on Floki's side, Dan. Look at this board. It's nonsense. I love it.
Yeah, it's so much power, and you can see how desperate he is. Brain Freeze. Try and stabilize. Well done by Viper, but man, is that pretty underwhelming relative to what Floki could have been doing. And Viper has a ton of resources. He's very far ahead in the card count. But what he's not going to be ahead in is the life total. And Floki has a way to really make this hurt with that Brain Freeze.
Yeah, and remember that Floki will get a guaranteed Alexstrasza. If Viper manages to stabilize by killing off the board, then Alexstrasza is going to be coming. So all he has to do is get Viper down to 8. Which sounds like, oh, he's on 24. That's a long way, but he's guaranteeing 5, 8, 10, 12 here.
I mean, that's putting him down to a very critical amount of life total, right? Now it's like Alexstrasza plus a Wicked Stab. But that's still several turns away. Efficient Octobots have been used. Viper knows that he has time. And a lot can happen between now and when it's 9 mana and Alexstrasza. So, you know, I think Floki, as much as he set up himself pretty well, he might get really close and then start losing it because Viper has another big discount turn possible with the Efficient Octobot and the Penflinger to activate it.
Yeah, he's going to gain like 9 mana or something ridiculous here. It's a real cliffhanger. So stay tuned after these messages. No, let's carry on. He's going to draw basically the whole deck and have lots of mana left over as well. Oh, can he turn it around, Dan?
He's going to start doing it right now. He has the Wicked Stab for the 5/4. He can most likely deal with some of these other smaller minions if he finds... he actually can, because the Penflinger will come back. Penflinger can take out the Prize Plunderer. Cult Neophyte also to help stall and make sure that his opponent isn't playing a lot of powerful cards.
Yeah. Obviously, Viper knows about the Alexstrasza, the way that this has worked, so absolutely.
Oh boy. It's like Viper was really hoping to hit. Oh, did he get the card off in time with the Wild Thief? He did.
No.
Oh no. Well, now he's going to be put within the range of Alexstrasza. His card draw source has been doing a great job getting him deep into the deck, but this is not really the situation that Viper wanted.
Not at all. Obviously, Floki in a bit of a pickle here, because which of these combos do you use? So he's got to work out how he wants to trade and work backwards. But he would love to make sure he gets 4 damage done, but he may just not be able to. There's too much stuff here that needs removing. And Brain Freeze and One Thief, pick one.
I think I want to One Thief and get the card off of that. Brain Freeze isn't super impactful unless you're really looking to trade a minion, or rather maintain a minion. And the minions that you're protecting to do so are like one attack and 2 attack minions. So I like the spell here. Refreshing Spring Water.
Wow.
It draws 2 minions, but at least it helps him draw cards. Trading onto the board.
Yeah, but next turn he should be alive still. Got to do 2 more damage. He's got to survive 3 turns. Sounds easy, but it might not be. Viper has a lot going on.
Well, he does have his Alexstrasza in hand now. One thing I realized is that he has access to additional mana crystal before his opponent. And so what he could do is just on turn 9 Alex himself in anticipation of what Floki wants to do with Alex Viper. And so Viper is in a very okay spot, assuming that Floki doesn't have anything else besides that. He knows Alexstrasza is in hand. He knows that Floki has drawn 2 more minions. So if he can continue to set up a situation that's going to be hard for Floki to answer the board state, Viper could do this. It's winnable.
I think it's more than winnable. I think he's turned the corner. But it's definitely possible for it to turn back the other way. But that's not the pickup that Floki wanted, and he knows it.
Yeah, especially since Guardian Augmerchant has potential to wipe the correct minion. But it's very likely that Viper had chosen Waste Ward, and I'd be so hard-pressed to believe that he chose his 5/6 Elemental instead. That would be just so galactic brain that I would probably lose my mind if he's like anticipating Floki to use things like a Guardian Augmerchant, which was not in the hand at the time, and he has so many cards remaining in order to play around that possibility. Floki could also guarantee a kill by just hitting the Janus and reducing the board power by 2. That's a very reasonable way to go about it. But either way, this is a very good opportunity for Viper to twist the twist the knife and really make it hurt here.
Oh, I think Twist the Dagger is probably better as a rogue, to be honest.
Yeah, fair enough.
That works quite well. But yeah, Floki out of resources, but the two things he still has going is Viper on 10 and Alexstrasza in hand. But Viper is about to have a monster of a turn that changes the whole course of this game. We've seen it coming, so we've known it's been changed for a while. Obviously, we can see the hands, but Floki's going to get the really bad news that Viper has basically everything he fears.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lifesteal immediately as a potential high impact effect. If he can deal 3 damage, that's 6 life gained. He can also get the ability to buff his own board as well. I mean, these are all pretty solid options. He has a wide board immediately, so it's a ton of stats. When you say summon a copy of this, you're getting more than that if you're able to buff 3 minions onto the board, and Viper already has that. But Grom's Blood's also pretty solid to summon 2 of whatever minions he ends up picking.
Hurry up! He's already roped 1 turn in this game. He's got like 1 million cards in hand. I realise you've got to make important decisions in a hurry here, but losing his luck on the timer every time.
I mean, Viper is known as a very slow, methodical player, but it's led to him to be able to set this up very nicely. The summon copy with Rush also sets up a 2-turn lethal. Floki has an opportunity with this secret passage. Now the question is if he wants to play Proxy Fraud before it, because he will discount his next combo card.
Care to make a wager,
I think
friend?
you might as well. You don't lose much. Most of the time it costs you 0 to play this. You might as well have some board presence. You may well need a minion. If everything here goes perfectly for you, you might need a minion at the end of this entire turn anyway. Oh, if you Wicked Stab face and Viper doesn't have Alexstrasza, can you survive? No.
I mean, that is the question, right? Can he find a way to set up this 2-turn lethal? But the thing is that Viper does know that possibility exists. And not to mention, is there an opportunity for Floki to die, right? He knows that some cards are discounted in the hand. I don't think he can afford to make that calculation at all. If Viper has lethal, he has lethal. But more importantly, this is his only out. Play to the Alexstrasza in hand. Viper is ready for it.
Yeah, because he had the re-dagger, then it wasn't relevant anyway. He managed to get the desired health total, but he knows this is coming. Viper's only got 5 cards left. And this is the bad news for Floki.
And no hope remaining because Floki now is threatened with his Alexstrasza. Has to actually Alexstrasza's opponent's Alexstrasza in order to survive. And Viper now is in the driver's seat. 9 on the board. His Wicked Stab now does an extra 6. That is lethal. He has done it. Viper has turned around a brutal game 1 into a 3-game consecutive victory and will be going to the grand finals of Masters Tour Orgrimmar.
Amazing scenes here with Viper reaching his second place this season, but 1 was in Grandmasters. This is the big one. There's a lot of money for reaching this final. And Viper, I don't think was on many people's radar and absolutely should have been going into this tournament. But he's made it. He's into the final, and what a final it should well be, no matter which person he ends up playing against.
Yeah, and you know, Viper even was talking about how he's a little bit nervous going into today. You can see how it's kind of intense for him, right? Deep breaths. You can see how he's like taking all these outcomes. It's a little bit sometimes difficult to digest. But when you have this much pressure coming out from turn 4, what composure, what a way to play to your series of outs. Understanding that, hey, I could end up just using a lot of these cards to try and pick apart the board, but what's really important is that I also capitalize off of my mana discounts. Great recognition, some tough corners, a lot of easy ways to mess up, right? Like when it looks, it might look like on the surface if you just kind of tune into the match and say, oh, Viper just got really lucky he didn't die and Floki just ran out of gas. But that was exactly the only way that I feel like he could have won when his opponent has 7 minions on the board, including 2 Jandis minions on turn 4 coming out, threatening to kill him on the following turn. That was really well done by Viper. Shows you why he is very much deserving of one of the top player titles in Europe.
Absolutely. And we'll mention a bit about Floki. He's going to be in the top 3 contenders for Grandmasters. Based on the last 6, well, the last 5 plus the next one, the last 6 Masters Tours will count. But also, because he's only played 2 Masters Tours, if he somehow doesn't make it this time around when we go to Dalaran, he's still going to be in a great position to make it 3 tournaments after that because he's got such an amazing head start with his first ever tournament being a top 8 and his second ever tournament being a top 4. Even if he somehow misses out in Dalaran, he will have 3 more opportunities to add to his already gigantic point total.
That's right. Floki is a player to watch out. Fun guy, you know, pretty interesting decisions from his deck building perspective, choosing a Libram Paladin, a very good result. But there is one player that will be joining Viper in the top half of the finals. When we return, we're going to have Blaisha go up against Gabby. It is going to be a fiery one between 2 French players. Don't miss it, so don't go anywhere. We're going to come back in just a moment with more Hearthstone action here at Hearthstone Master Tours Orgrimmar.
We're approaching at the end of our stay here in Orgrimmar as we have one finalist all ready to go in Viper. The second finalist is going to be decided now in our second semi-final match, and it is an all-France semi-final, Gio, with X-Blaze trying to get his third win in a Masters Tour, and Gabby trying to live up to everyone's expectations of him as one of the best ladder grinders we've seen for a long time in Hearthstone, and it is finally starting to translate to some multiple good runs in Masters Tours, all culminating here in potentially a finals appearance.
Oh, Derek, there's so many parallelisms we can actually draw between these two players. Of course, the surface level being them both from France, but also the lineups are the same in all terms of archetypes. The two of them are respectively, in my opinion, the king of Masters Tours and the king of Ladder in the hardest region for both of them. It's just, I mean, no matter who wins this, they will have felled a giant on the other side. And a three-peat for Blaze would be an amazing story, but Gabby, it really feels like all of Twitter has rallied behind him and his playlist.
Yeah, exactly. He's one of the funnest players to watch as he just gab jams away every single series. But now, taking a look at the lists that our players are going to be running at the start, I believe, although I didn't get to see that it is likely to be a double priest ban, as it indeed is, leaving the mage here for Blaze, which is for the most part, Gia, a very, very standard list. Nothing all too much standing out here in what is going to be a mage mirror to get things rolling.
It is a complete bona fide mirror. All 30 cards the same, no lunacy on either side, instead rocking that shooting star on each player. So, of course, many people have seen this matchup on Ladder, last week in Specialist in Europe at least, and all throughout the tournament there have been plenty of mage mirrors in the lineups that do tend to ban Priest, as these players have been consistently doing. And already you can see these four classes have emerged victorious because besides Blaze and Gabby, we also have Viper with the exact same lineup, and he's already through to the grand final. So we're guaranteed this type of mirror in the grand finals, no matter who wins.
Cannot wait to see it. It's going to be such a miraculous final, no matter what happens. But before we get there, it has to be the semi-final. And I'm looking at, from both of our players here, some of the tricks that can be pulled off in the Spell Mage Mirror. Because while this is, you know, already infamously not the funnest of matchups to play, it can be a lot of fun to watch if you have two very, very strong mage players. Because outside of the Incantus flow that you're looking for at the start, I feel like there's a lot of room to mess about in the mid-game as to how you, when you time your big burst spells and when you're developing your own threats and playing your card draw. It's not quite so obvious as just playing the big damage spell every turn.
Absolutely. The timing of Apexis Blast in particular, I feel, is very important in the matchup because often the player that gets to do the second Apexis, so first one goes to your face, the other one removes the minion that is generated, and then that person becomes ahead on board, tends to get ahead in the matchup. But there's also very valid mage plans where you completely ignore the board and ship everything to the face. We might not even see a minion appear if there's no fonts of power, and thus this mirror just is kind of reminiscent of the old freeze mage mirrors, where the breakpoints are the smallest of margins to get the victory. But the big difference is that opening hands determine a lot. It is not just about card draw, it is about whether there is Incanter's flow. And Gabby has the trifecta, the font, the Incanters, and the refreshing spring water.
This is the juice, exactly what you are looking for. The only real consolation I guess I could apply to Blaze here is that he does have a pretty strong tempo start. 2-drop on 2, even if there are no secrets to draw in the deck. And then coin Apexis Blast, maybe even coin Mizaki. This is the kind of hand that if your opponent has an unreactive start, even though Gabby clearly has the better hand, maybe Blaze can just slip through the cracks of Gabby's strong game plan here.
Absolutely. It's not impossible for the mage who hasn't played flow to get the win. I have lost many an embarrassing mirror where I have had the flow, my opponent did not, and I got burned down first because sometimes that one turn you take to develop nothing, they could have played something on the other side, and then if you don't hit the follow-up card draw, it can be hard to respond and get ahead at the same time. But Gabby's card draw has not stopped whatsoever. He has such a bevy of resources that I'm pretty sure the second font is just never getting played because it's going to clog up his hand when he wants to keep drawing into actual spells instead of generated minions.
The question now just, how do you levy this bevy? Do you go for more card draw? Do you try and dump some of the resources from your hand first? I think getting for the ring toss here is pretty good. Counterspell, even with coin in your opponent's side, I think is still just a strong option because you can delay coin Apexis or coin 5-drop with both Mizaki and Raz as powerful options. Just the one turn of disruption I think is worth the counterspell.
I think he did end up on the Oasis ally, actually. I was thinking the only spell you really, really want here is Netherwind Portal, and Gabby immediately ripped it off the second one. The choice between CS and the even Ice Barrier, I would say, is worth considering because Blyze is in a position where he probably gets to play the first big minion on the board. In the end, Gabby decides to take Oasis ally. Maybe a little bit of mind gaming once again.
Knowledge is what I provide.
And I think the risk of proccing Oasis ally here is just too great to go for the attack into the minion. What I wasn't considering was not attacking at all, because obviously if this is an Ice Barrier, Blyze could say here, I'm never going to deal 8 damage with minions over the course of the game. I'm just going to deal 29 with burn.
And it is that dichotomy that makes the secret so powerful in the matchup. Oh, Thalnos, a pretty good outcome to keep Blyze cycling through the deck. You can see there, Blyze not attacking in order to respect both of the secrets. That 1 damage could come in clutch a bit later. It often feels like the Mage Mirror comes down to just that little bit of breakpoints, but we'll see a bit later on. Gabby having stuck the secret is a big deal to get the additional value from Occult Conjurer. And Blyze might spend a turn with the Brain Freezes with the Thalnos to get rid of that. Okay, now he tests.
Yes. Yeah. I do at this point like that Gabby went for the Occult Conjurer instead of the Firework Elemental. I think even if you're leaving a Thalnos in play, it's worth getting the extra pressure down. Didn't work out especially well, though, it's got to be said, at this point.
I don't know what incentivized Blyze to then attack face at that point, knowing that he thought it was still potentially Ice Barrier. Maybe he was thinking, oh, if Gabby was so confident this secret was going to stick up, it's probably not Ice Barrier. I don't know. But in any case, Blyze has kind of cleared the path for a potential Mizaki turn into the masks, but Gabby has no shortage of burst on his own side. Lake Thresher is a nice size of minion as well, very durable.
And this is just going so fast. I know that Blyze is obviously infamously, as we can see here, probably the fastest player currently operating in Hearthstone. But Gabby is keeping up in his own part.
Another wind also for Blyze, I believe. They're going so fast that we can't even see what secrets. The second one was CS, though. And because it's in that order, if Gabby does play a spell, I think the Netherwind does proc, and then the spell gets cancelled. Oh, sorry. I guess it wasn't Netherwind then. First one.
Yeah.
Too fast, Derek. Can't keep up.
Too fast. Oh, just in the other order. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I thought that depended on play order. Huh. Okay, maybe I just got it the other way around.
And it was not necessarily the play that we expected here from Gabby, I will say, because I was looking fairly heavily at the Mask of Cthulhu, but instead, as I was saying, it's not just as obvious as playing your big burn spell every turn. Now that he's probably waiting for the Phoenix to rise up before he goes for the burn spells, I can respect going for minions instead.
And here's the big crossroads, because he can again go for very big minion pressure with Jandis, but he could go for his own lethal setup with the skulls. The mask. It kind of depends on whether he thinks he can get there, and because Blyze was the first one to play the mask, it probably doesn't get there. Gabby goes for Jandis, which I was going to say is a bit risky because it could run into a Flame Strike / combustion from Blyze, but if you get this size of minions, Gabby is also a certified Jandis gamer.
And I do think you make the Gold Road Grunt the illusion minion, which I know is not an especially clever thing to say, but the fact that you could gain multiple armor off of the frenzy effect, I think is not likely to come into play. Like, it's not like your opponent is going to just flame strike this board. But Gabby disagrees. He's just going for mind games again here by putting it on the Earth Elemental.
I think Gabby's worst case scenario is if the board gets frozen and then Blyze just burns him down. So maybe he does value the armor. The interesting thing that he was actually had an option to potentially even ping his own Jandis to deny a combustion target.
Oh,
It's a bit close. Maybe a little bit too fancy there.
Well, he loses 4 attack power on the board, but he gains 1 armor. And honestly, I'm not even sure that that is a bad trade. Like, that 1 extra armor could end up making the difference in what is essentially at this point a pure tennis match of just firing burn back and forth.
Maybe. And because the tennis match happens as quickly as possible, you saw Blythe there using the Rune Orb instead of the ping, because he might not have the mana to allocate for the Rune Orb if it gets stuck in hand a little bit later on. This has to be like Fireball Mask, right? It's so strong.
You're sinking so much damage into a minion here, though. I'm wondering if you can even get away with... I know that you lose the spell damage from the Phoenix, but just going for Firework Elemental Fireball or Flame Strike Fireball even, just because you're sinking so much damage into a minion. It really doesn't feel good.
Let me clarify, Dark. Maybe it's Mask Fireball, and whatever is left of the minion, if it is still left alive, you don't mind. Sometimes it is dead. And going about it in this order maximizes the damage to the face at the risk of leaving up a minion, and I think Gabby was absolutely fine with possibly leaving up a minion.
So obviously Blythe is now thinking the easiest way to stop just dying on the following turn is put some health on the board, because Mask of Cthulhu number 2 is the thing he's probably most afraid of at the moment. But that is easier said than done.
I don't know how he gets there. It's really rough, because even if he does manage to generate some spell disruption in counter spell, Gabby has his own ring toss to potentially proc that and then clear the path for the Mask of Cthulhu. And even if the mask isn't the immediate lethal, he will have a healthy enough health lead that he could go for it over 2 turns. But with this draw of a Pexis Blast, it is also just guaranteed because the lab partner wasn't enough health to begin with.
Yeah, got there no matter what. And it was a rough game for Blythe. I think he gave it a very good effort. But Gabby just got the better draw in the early game. And when you are prioritizing your burn damage in the late game so heavily, I think it's very likely that you come away the winner there. And, you know, as I was saying, it wasn't the easiest game in the mid game there. There were a couple of choices where he could have gone for burn a little bit earlier, but he prioritized minion development, which, if nothing else, just stopped Blythe from being able to point all of the Mask of Cthulhu damage towards the face. And that bought Gabby the time to then go for his own lethal with double Mask.
It was just the perfect storm, right? He had the Font of Power, he had the Encounter's Flow, and the card draw to back it up, and the fact that his Jandis generated some huge minions was also, I want to say, relevant, but then the Earth Elemental immediately died, so maybe not that relevant, but it definitely forced Blythe onto a reactive position for at least 1 turn and bought Gabby the ability to burn him out. And that does mean that the first mage has gotten a win. I don't think it is a huge deal. Of course, it feels good to go up 1-0, but I think both players respect and expect that the mages on either side will be getting wins at some point.
Definitely would appear that way, with the remaining 2 decks for each player being Rogue and Warrior. I will say that it's not maybe quite the shoe-in I would have assumed it to be at the start of the tournament. I think that Warrior has, you know, plenty of ability to put a lot of pressure on in the early stages of the game, and of course have so much minion health in play that Mask of Cthulhu cannot do what it needs to do and deliver the lethal damage. And Rogue, again, the more I see Gabby on this deck, the more I think he's just in a pretty good spot against the mage, because he understands the timing of the neophytes so well, when to go wide on the board, when to save your burn, and when to use it on minions. It's just a masterclass of how to play Rogue versus mage, which arguably puts him in a favorable position in the matchup.
Indeed. Also, looking at the other slight differences in their decks, aside from the Rogue that you mentioned, the Warrior is slightly different in that Blythe runs 1 cutting class, which I've been pretty vocally a fan of, but we'll get into that a little bit later, because it looks like Gabby has queued up his Rogue, which has the 1 pen flinger in there, which he used to, I think, such astronomical levels of success when he faced, I believe, Truby in the unfavorable matchup of the Rush Warrior. There's just so much value you can get from that 1 minion if timed correctly.
Yeah, it's a list that I am very fond of overall. As I've said time and again, I like the Foxy Frauds and I like the Vanessa Van Cleef. Are you looking for anything especially in particular from the Rogue against the Mage in terms of the game plan? Like, has your perception of the matchup changed at all as to how you should be playing it out?
Not so much in the long run. I feel like you still definitely want the Octobot. You can think about keeping Jandis when you have the Octobot as well. And generally, card draw, if it's available, you want that stuff. But the main card that shoots up in mulligan win rate in this matchup compared to other ones is called Neophyte. It is so powerful when timed correctly, but that is the kicker, right? How do you time it correctly? And we've seen it coined out turn 1 to try and deny Encanter's flow. We've seen it step multiple times when a big board has been developed to protect that board from Mask of Cthulhu / Flame Strike. And I think that every player watching Gabby can learn a lot from how to make the mage's life as difficult as possible. Although, it gets a bit hard when Gabby is on the play. I feel like I've seen Gabby keep field contact pretty much every matchup, even when on the play, and that remains true.
He just loves this card. And you can see why when you are running Foxy Frauds or just a lot of these cheap Battle Crying combo effects. It is easy to just draw 1, 2, 3 cards in the early game and not worry about getting all too much more value out of it. Or even, as we've seen him do multiple times, Field Contact Shadow Step to set up for a more powerful play on turn 4.
And that does look like the way his hand is shaping up. Ooh! Okay, that might change things. That is an insane draw. He can proc it right now with the Penflinger. Blythe can answer the efficient Octobot without proccing its Frenzy because we can see the devolving missiles in hand for him. So Gabby will think about whether it's necessary to proc it right now. I think it's absolutely worth it though, even if you just discount the Contact, the Prize Plunderer, and the Secret Passage.
Wow, okay, well, I was going to lead up to the play of saying maybe you should use your Prize Plunderer to proc it so that you can bounce the Penflinger multiple times. Gabby's going one level further here by going for multiple procs with the Octobot to get maximum field contact draws in the next couple turns. I think this is really smart.
It's very cool, and it looks like Gabby loses a lot of resources in the meantime, but it's because he is planning for Secret Passage this turn. He is just making sure that the Octobot turn will be as impactful as possible. I think he will definitely want to top that turn off with the Cult Neophytes because it often means a big board is built, and you want to protect it as best as possible. Fireball picked up, so powerful in the matchup to catch the mage off guard.
Oh, so sick as well. The finishing here with Shadow Step and Hold on Foxy Fraud just yet further unlocks this already ridiculous field contact turn. He's going to draw his entire deck next turn.
And Blythe can do nothing but prepare for the storm, I believe. The Shooting Star is a very, very valuable resource for what he knows is going to be the big field contact turn. So instead, he's taking the time to set up the Observer. Probably the activation on that 1 turn too late because Gabby can pop off here.
He can, but the question is whether it's worth it yet. You have 2 Prize Plunderers, which really just don't have anything to target. I'm almost wondering if it's just Man-Crick pass on this turn, or maybe it's Field Contact, Man-Crick, Foxy, and then Efficient Octobot. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like the Field Contact is getting as much value as it could.
It's true. There's not a lot of targets. My issue with waiting 1 turn is that's playing into the turn when the Observer wakes up, which is
that's
really
true.
awkward for Gabby. So we could even see him wait for an additional turn. Really depends on how Blythe plays out this turn, because if Blythe extends, plays some more of the Fawn of Power minions, might be enough for Gabby to start going in.
Well, finally, the Incanter's Flow has been found, so Blythe's game plan hopefully starts opening up for his sake, because at the moment, again, this hand is not doing it. Even with Fireball, Mask of Cthulhu, it's just not enough damage to get all of it through.
Right. Ooh!
Oh!
Wife! Shuffle to the top! Oh my gosh, that makes Gabby's decision so easy now, right? He just waits another turn because the Observer will wake up. And so this is just Kazaka's. I've seen Gabby take 1-cost golems to keep the train going, but I kind of like the look of the 5 to have like some more relevant minion presence after your field contact board gets blown up by something like Shooting Star or Combustion.
Yeah, I think I agree. And Gabby does as well here. I was looking for basically anything that weren't these 3 options. Again, when you get freeze, deal 3, and spell damage, you're never happy with it.
Oh, it's so smart too. He gets the proc on the Octobot because of the Observer. Nice little interaction there. It's very rare that Rogue gets to wait this long to set up their turn against Mage, but it so happened that Blyze's hand took a while to get to the flow, and Gabby is about to truly just draw the deck, and he could even immediately buff his board at the end of it.
Right, that's the sickest part of it, is with the +2/+2. If he gets Tenwu, he may even be able to like step it and play it again because his hand is just so cheap.
You're right, it costs literally nothing. Even though it looks super broken, it's a difficult turn to optimize because how to maximize the Foxy when all of your combo cards already cost 0. The ordering on how to play everything, especially when you want the prize blenders to be a bit bigger, it's going to be difficult. And Blyze is doing his best to weather the storm, and I think that means not playing Jandice because she's very likely just going to get blown up by all of the prize blenders. Here we go.
And here we go. Long have we waited. Auctioneer outdated. It's time for the field contact turn.
Yeah. The start with Penflinger makes a lot of sense. He's hoping to draw a combo card, and he does, so that the Foxy Fraud actually gets value, and he gets yet another combo card, the better one, to get the full discount. Is he gonna overdraw? There's a Tenwu though.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, okay, so it's Octobot, then he can Penflinger that again.
He can't get down the Golem and Tenwu and replay it all on this turn, which is fine, because the important part is just buffing his board, I think.
And he's actually drawn the Alex now, so he can just put together the Tenwu Alex combo instead.
Sure. Yeah, that works as well.
I mean, he's sitting on this Fireball as well. The 2 Wicked Stabs are in the deck and very likely going to be in the hand at the end of this.
It's pretty simple. It's just saying if you don't have Flame Strike, the game is over.
Looks like he's passaging for the other stab right now. There's stuff to do. Okay, Cult Neophyte is another great one to have. Although, yeah, it does shut off the Flame Strike and the Mask of Cthulhu breakpoints, which is huge. I'm not even sure if he'll have hand space at the end of this, but it simply doesn't matter. He has all the heavy hitters assembled already. The Alex, the Tenwu, the Fireball, and the Golem if anything sticks, and it probably will because of the Cult Neophyte.
Yeah, it goes about the Flame Strike problem in a slightly different way. It says, obviously, you know, if you have Flame Strike, you're still going to be able to blow up the board. But if you don't have Flame Strike, maybe Mask of Cthulhu or the Combustion will be enough, but it would have to have been reduced by Incantus Flow for Mask of Cthulhu to even be playable. And even with it in hand, Blyze still says it's not going to be good enough. He does get Raz, however, which is one of the best 5-drops you could possibly get. The only card that even keeps him in with a chance in this game.
Add that to the Gabby reaction reel. You know what? It's not that bad for him. He's still in a very good spot. He has... is this just...
He just wins,
already?
Yeah. With Golem Tenwu, it's just game.
Yeah, or even Fireball, Wicked Stab. There's just so many ways to go about this. That Raz gave him a minor heart attack. Maybe Gabby was expecting some more spell damage to go alongside it, but it was not there, which means Gabby is only 1 win away from making it to the finals versus Viper.
I know that watching a 15-year-old have heart palpitations should not be funny, but when Gabby does it, it's just so blown up and over the top, his reactions. It's absolutely brilliant to watch. And again, I think that despite clearly freaking out beyond all reason there, he can be very proud of himself because that was a sick game of Hearthstone. So creative, again, in the way that he pilots this rogue matchup. Like, I don't think I ever would have thought of shadow stepping the Octobot on turn 3. And honestly, that, if anything, was the winning play. If he hadn't gone for that, he may not have been able to reduce down the rest of his hands enough to get this absolutely miracle turn with the field contact, even if it only came down on turn 7 because he was so patient to wait longer and longer and longer. I just think it was genius play.
Absolutely. Very true. I still want to say it's not often you can pull this off against Mage because they don't always give you that time, but I think Gabby, just having not seen Incanter's Flow on 2, realized that he had this window where if he doesn't play anything, a lot of the time Mage can't do anything with their hand. They don't have targets for Combustion, Shooting Star, and that type of thing. They're just going to keep drawing, and then when you play your wide board into the turn they want to go Apexis Blast, it just doesn't feel like enough, and you can keep pushing that incremental damage. The Cult Neophyte off of the passage to protect his board from Flame Strike was also just chef's kiss. And now Gabby is a warrior win away from making it to the grand finals.
The dream is alive. He's very much looking like he's getting through to the finals now, but I'm not going to call Blyze out quite yet, because I never would have believed that a player could win 2 Masters Tours in a row, so I'm not going to call him out of the running of winning 3 Masters Tours, even if they are not consecutive. What a noob. He does just now have to reverse sweep on the Rush Warrior here, which is not unheard of. I will say that the Rush Warrior has been looking a little bit shaky in the games that I've seen it played on stream. There's not quite so much room for like expression as to how you want to get all the cool tricks that Rogue has available. It's just kind of more of a solid, strong deck with many powerful minions. But even with that said, against the Rogue, it's got itself a great matchup. And even ignoring that, Mage and the Mirror are kind of too close to 50-50 matchups anyway.
I agree. And actually looking at our class win rates throughout the Swiss portion of MP Orgrimmar, Mage and Warrior and actually Druid are tied for the highest win rate at 52%. Druid sample size is about a third of Mage and Warrior, so we can kind of count that one out. Warrior has been performing really well, despite it looking weak in some spots because it can just get it can run out of gas. I think in the hands of very skilled players, you can really eke out that value. And I think Blyze in his last series put on a very, very good show of how to be patient with the tokens from Bumper Car. And we'll see if Gabby can give Blyze a taste of his own medicine.
And here it is. Blyze finally finds a timely Incanter's Flow. It's been a little bit late to the party in the other games, but now this hand is the dream. He's got flow, card draw, good minions being generated there as well off of the Font of Power. Gabby's going to have to come up with something pretty spectacular to take the win.
And right off the bat, Blyze had an option to coin the flow, which I've seen a lot of people do because they just say it's one more card discounted. But I think the fact that Blyze had Flame Strike in the opening hand makes him really want to hold on to this coin. Early Flame Strike is so important in this matchup, I find. Being able to sweep up Warrior's removal and then create that window that you can burn them down with Mask of Cthulhu is often Mage's win condition. But Gabby's been curving out perfectly fine here, has the Stonemaul Anchorman to potentially draw him something. This is the turn before Apexis Blast, though.
This is kind of the problem with Rush Warrior in the matchup, though, is that Gabby has had about as good of a starting hand as you can have. He's spent every single mana crystal so far, all of it on minions, basically, and it's still just not very much pressure at all. A single Devolving Missiles now completely deletes any chance that he may have had to get these 1-1 rushes up to the point of threatening any kind of damage.
Rakara can get them to a threatening, not necessarily health total, but attack total. And the Divine Shield on the Argent Squire is not to be underestimated. That does make Combustion a bit more awkward. And Blyze might have to pull the trigger on this second Devolving Missiles, because it's starting to get scary. Ooh, the Shooting Star to pair with the Worm Weaver. That's insane.
Yeah, such a sick top deck here. And look at that. Yeah, perfect. You clear off almost the entire board. He can clear off the Mana Worms. But if the Rush Warrior is just clearing off your minions rather than killing you, you're very happy in this position.
Well, not quite perfect because the Parade Leader stuck around, which is a persistent threat and kind of makes whatever Gabby's plays kind of immediate need to be removed targets for Blyze. And he did use a lot of resources on that last turn. But it's fine. He's picked up Combustion now.
So sick again.
Yeah. It was expensive for Blyze to use the coin there because, again, Flame Strike, such a key card in the matchup, but I think that last board was threatening enough to warrant it for sure. And now Blyze has stabilized. He can go for Fireball Ping and be pretty happy with it, honestly. It's slow, but he is slowly running Gabby out of resources.
He is, but on Gabby's side as well, while I was kind of being very doom and gloom so far, he's bridged the gap through to Warrior's late game. It's just one turn left now before he can go for Troublemaker. And maybe with Troublemaker into Alexstrasza plus the weapon hits with a little bit of extra luck off the top of his draw, he may be able to just get there. This is hard to answer.
His curve is just the nuts. I mean, it feels awkward to just play ETC on his own and Playmaker with no value, but that's just what Gabby's hand does. It says play all the pressure, all the threats, try to get over the top with the Troublemaker. Bly's putting together a way to clear the biggest minion is very big, but the Flame Strike is not enough on its own to deal with the Troublemaker. Gonna have to hope that both the 3/3s go face. They don't though.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to clear the board now.
Okay, Apexis.
Is it just too much?
It's gonna Fireball instead, which means that another 4 damage sticks. Alex is 12 total, not quite lethal, but the 8/8 body remains, which is a huge problem for Bly's.
He's just going with Samuro instead. He gets to go for the immediate attack off of the ETC, getting 2 damage more to face. He's just trying to eke out every single point of damage that he can. And it's going to be so close as to whether it gets there. Another weapon may just be his key to victory, because obviously Bly's can clear the board now. It's just whether or not Gabby can get the damage to creep over the finish line.
Oh, the ring toss could be huge here. If he gets Ice Barrier, that can potentially deny weapon outs alongside Alex. No barrier. I think he picked up Rig Fair Game too, which is not going to do anything against this giant Alex, but Gabby will be worried about Mirror Entity, potentially.
Yeah. You just
can't
pray.
afford. Yeah. Simply can't afford to play around it, and Bly's now has so much card draw, looking for Brain Freeze, gets the Prime. There's the Brain
Freeze. Just go for that right now.
Does he need to?
Probably not.
I'm trying to think of disaster outcomes off the Prime for Bly's. Honestly, there's not that many as long as he freezes the Alexstrasza prior, but if he feels like he can get there with just the secrets, and now that he has the barrier, he probably can, and there's no need to go for the Prime. By the way, the Sage is going to draw him 1 billion cards.
That's true. I didn't even think of that. But the Deep Freeze, I think, is the real kicker here, because even with Sword Eater off the top, even if there, by some miracle outcome, wasn't offered an ice barrier there, I think we know that it was not going to get there. And Gabby, as soon as he saw the ice barrier start to trigger, just threw it down instantly. There was no win condition left.
Yeah, it was so likely to be ice barrier by that point. Mage only has 6 secrets in the pool, so when you already start with 2 of them activated, and then, 2 of them in play, and then Bly's goes for the second ring toss, like Gabby knows that he will have had ice barrier if he wanted it, and he absolutely did. That was a very valiant effort from Gabby, putting together a very powerful set of threats turn after turn, but the power of flow into card draw just cannot be denied.
Very, very close, but arguably the best matchup for Bly's out of the way, depending on where you stand, because obviously the Warrior is a straight-up 50-50, with it being essentially a complete mirror. It's really just the Rogue where I think Bly's could struggle. Not a good matchup for the Rogue, but I mean, I'm just endlessly surprised and delighted by seeing these top players pilot the Rogue. Having played a lot of it myself recently, you just always can learn something about how to squeak out these extra little points of value and damage in the matchup to try and get there. So I'm not calling anyone out yet, out of the running to get there. This Warrior Mirror is going to be a nail-biter for Gabby in particular, though.
Absolutely. I've already learned so much from both these players, watching their runs throughout the Swiss and the top 16 and now in the top 8. But honestly, I have to watch the video on 0.5 speed to be able to follow what's going on, especially in Bly's case. And it feels like Gabby is, kind of showing that he can also play at that pace when he's facing Bly's. So far, no blips in his play. But I am a little bit worried, honestly, because Bly's seems a bit superhuman when he goes into the turbo mode. Gabby did mention prior to this series that he would rather have faced Melody, even though Bly's and Melody have the exact same lineup, which means that Gabby just sees Bly's as a threat in terms of quality of play.
As he should. I think we've consistently seen the highest level of play from Bly's. Obviously doing well in the Grandmasters system overall, but I think it's just obviously the Masters Tour open format where something just seems to click for Blythe. He spots the correct play the vast majority of the time, instantly it feels like, without even having to think about what the possible options are for him. But Gia, taking a look at this list now, I see there's one cutting class in there, which I know you have been very interested in as a point of contention in the Warrior build.
I'm just always banging my drum on cutting class because I feel that the mirror in particular is a battle of resources. The most important card is still conditioning. Obviously, if you can get the more stats on your conditioning, then you're just so far ahead because you actually get to take all the value trades, and they only have one Samuro to try and clean up. And as long as you're careful to not overextend into that, you can win in sort of that back and forth that always happens by virtue of most of the deck being minions that can immediately trade into each other. And cutting class allows you to accumulate more of those resources. It is not the end-all be-all of the matchup, though, because, of course, in place of that, I think Gabby is running a couple more threats, like the double 10th Thrasher, which shouldn't be underestimated as just like a turn 3, turn 4 play. If you get the perfect curve and Athletic studies it out early, it's actually kind of hard for Rush Warrior to answer a minion of that size that early in the game.
Very much so. But here it is, two absolute dominant players from their country. And it all comes down to this for Gabby. He has two more chances to get the win with the Warrior, but you just really want to get it now and not even have to worry about the final matchup. Not a bad hand, though, with Athletic Studies being able to curve out and hopefully smooth things before you go for Warmall Challenger, Sword Eater. There is a curve that he can follow here that's quite clean.
And the mulligan from Gabby, I feel, maybe would surprise a lot of newer Rush Warrior players like Crab Rider, Sword Eater. Those synergize with the 10th Thrasher, and Crab Rider is like one of the best cards in the deck. But in the mirror, you don't want to just play that out as a 1/4. It has so much more potential when you get conditioning / run thack value onto it. Blythe picking up an additional Rakara is huge as well. And we could see just a very long game of hero power pass at the beginning. Blythe, though, by virtue of Runthack having 6 health this early on, I think it's very reasonable to assume it is going to stick. 10th Thrasher just a little bit short of being able to deal with that.
Yeah, and it's annoying, right? Because it almost looks like you can go Crab Rider, coin 10th Thrasher, but obviously the mana discount from the Athletic Studies would not carry over. Do you ever try and get there with Warmall Challenger and Crab Rider? It is just about killable, but I don't think it's worth it.
I also don't think so. I'm honestly looking at even the Sword Eater to get the weapon online, and he could just try and swing into the Runthack over a couple turns, and he would save the mana for 10th Thrasher for the next turn. It will give Blythe a proc on the mana buffs, but Gabby is hoping that the fact that Blythe already had to use his discount from the Athletic Studies means that there's no big threat coming out this turn, which, you know, Blythe is not running 10th Thrasher. Oh. Rakara is a clear. Looks pretty strong. The bumper car is a clear as well. The mana is not as good, though.
Yeah, I think just his thought process is that he can buff up Rakara to be really, really big, and then when he has that in addition to a board that he will probably still be in command of in the next couple turns, he'll be able to get a Rakara that's very, very difficult to deal with.
Very reasonable indeed. Gabby going to go ahead and get reasonably priced Blood Boil Brute here. But Blythe is the first to condition, gets the Rakara down, and we have begun the march of the giant minions just bumping into each other. Also worth noting that Blythe runs one Shield of Honor, which came in clutch at his last series because it can turn these Warmall Challengers into bigger threats. Even as a 3/6, it kind of pales in comparison to this run back.
Oh, look at this. This is just big dudes every turn. Double conditioning for Gabby, whereas obviously multiple procs from Runthack on X-Blythe's side. It kind of cancels out, but it is just going to be back and forth. This is like Godzilla versus King Kong, just kaijus destroying everything around them.
Alien versus Predator. Blyze versus Gabby, I see no difference. But the big kicker here is that this kind of dance of big trades back and forth is all leading up to turn 8. Because when Troublemaker comes down, that is a minion that is persistently creating threats on its own. So I find that the player who is ahead come turn 7 generally gets the biggest advantage in this matchup.
And constantly here for Gabby, the question for me is, when do you go for Samuro? Because that is your get out of jail free card. With it being a 5/10, that will clear not every, but the vast majority of boards that Blyze can develop. And so the fact that he doesn't want to go for it here clearly indicates that he thinks things are still going to be bad on the other side of the board. Otherwise, he would have just let it rip now.
And he's also saving the Playmaker in conjunction with Samuro for just persistent board clears, because you can sometimes even just stick the other Samuro around and have that threaten Blyze. Gabby looks like should just trade with more health left on the Rakara at the end, because she is the biggest threat on the board, in my opinion.
You're in my school.
Yeah, leaving them both at 5/5s. The fact that he leaves neither vulnerable to a Troublemaker Ruffian is a very, very big deal. It would have to be exactly double hit from Blyze, and Gabby cannot believe it. Eyes rolling back in his head. He's so incensed.
But he's got a great answer. Playmaker, Samuro, rush. Even if both the Samuros have to go in, one of them will stick.
What now?
And like it'll get buffed by Rakara. I feel like it's too scary to leave up the Troublemaker on the other side. But Gabby's thinking about, what if I just play one of my own? Can he race?
No, I think...
The process is, if he goes wide with his own Samuro, the punish is Blyze's Samuro.
Oh, he just goes with the Troublemaker. Obviously, it has the chance of just going double face here to go for the rush in its own right. He doesn't get it, but this still makes the trades awkward for the Troublemaker on the other side. No value trades available, it would seem.
But the Shield of Honor, because it got damaged by one of the Ruffians, can now go in and kill the Troublemaker on the other side. That expensive cutting class not looking great here. But because of the Parade Leader off the top, he can clear not only the Troublemaker, but the Rakara too. It is so close.
Oh,
he gets the clear as well. Oh, but the
Alexstrasza off the top. Oh.
And then the Alex on the other side. And then Gabby has Samuro to deal with that.
Yeah, I can't even keep up.
I can't either. And he's gonna need the double Samuro to deal with that?
Well, that wouldn't even get there, right? Because the first one's Frenzy doesn't proc, so it would only deal 10 damage.
Oh, you're right. Even if he goes into the Parade Leader, the Alex is too big. So he goes for the Troublemaker, doesn't get the clear on the Parade Leader, and now Blyze's Murloc can have 5 attack on it.
Yeah, it's got to be said that with the Ruffian off here, with the 3/3s and where they go, Gabby has got the decidedly Ruffian end of the stick.
I wish this were a VOD, Derek, but we're live. I cannot slow this down. 2.5 speed. Blyze okay with taking some damage because he's seen the Alexstrasza. This is the Samuro turn that Gabby was trying to set up for, though. He can do it now, right, with the Playmaker. The other Samuro goes in to the Alex itself, while the big Samuro goes into the Sword Eater. Gotta be the play.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any way that he can maneuver it so that just the one Samuro clears off the Alexstrasza, but even with Parade Leader, it does not quite get there. So the question is really just whether he wants to hero power or develop some extra stats. And given that he's seen double Troublemaker plus Alexstrasza, he can actually feel pretty safe here, I think, even at this very, very low health total.
Not sure if you've seen double Troublemaker. The deck tracker is saying there's still one left in Blyze's deck. It is not there, though, which means Gabby has taken the series 3 3-1, winning the Warrior Mirror off to the finals against Viper. Gabby is on the verge of winning a Masters Tour, and he has just handed Blythe his first defeat in Masters Tours when it comes to the top 8.
And let's go, Gabby. Pop off you should, because that was another dominant performance. Again, the real crucial part of that matchup that I think he played with so beautifully is the Samuro. It's timing it and when do you go for it. He had it right from the start of the game. There were multiple opportunities where he could have used it to clear the board, stick something of his own, but he always was so greedy with it, tried to milk extra value from it, and that in the end was the winning play for him, because Blythe went all in with the Alexstrasza, felt that he was nigh on unbeatable, thinking even if there is Samuro, he can't clear the Alexstrasza, but it was specifically the playmaker and the Samuro. Very well played from Gabby, and he is going through to the finals. It's going to be Viper and it's going to be Gabby. What a way to end things out, Gia.
Oh, and they have similar, if not 120 cards similar lineup. Well,
yeah.
It will really truly come down to a test of who can maneuver the same deck better. Just looking at this replay, it's even on a faster speed now, and I can't keep up even though I know what happened. Derek, just looking at it again, Blythe's got fortunate outcomes with where his troublemaker ruffians went there. You can see Gabby's reactions of like, really, did that hit the 25% to clear my minion? Did he really come back from this position? But yeah, like you said, it was the Samuro that did everything at the very end there. Once both the Alexstrasas were played, it simply became a battle of board presence. No more burst, and Gabby, having saved the Samuro for the last possible moment, came out on top.
All I can say is that I sincerely hope that Gabby's bedroom is on the bottom floor of whatever house he lives in. He is going to be annoying everyone no end by just stamping on the floor every time he gets a win. But for us, at least, it is very, very entertaining, as I think he's just been playing consistently, absolutely out of his mind. Even with that one massive blunder he made with copying the Kazakus from the other side and then trying to replay it with the Tenwu. It was such a clever play. He just missed one aspect of it that obviously messed things up, but the overall lateral thinking that he had there in order to get to that point was absolutely spot on. So I have to say, he is just my favorite to go and win the entire tournament. As well as Viper has been playing, Gabby honestly just feels like he's on another level at the moment.
Okay, Derek, rein it in a little bit. You gotta stop finding a way to turn an obvious misplay, or it wasn't obvious at the time, even I thought it was really cool, but the fact that it
was so clever
into a compliment. And Gabby's not at that level yet. Like, we have done the same thing for like Shaxi's plays in APAC and then ended up just saying what's very bad in the end. It was clever, but he needs to not do anything like that, because this is the grand finals now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Criticizing Gabby is pretty cringe. We don't really do that around here. We're a pro Gabby casting desk here. But obviously, jokes aside, yeah, exactly. Either way, while I have been infected by the huge enthusiasm from Gabby, I wish both competitors the best of luck, as Gia and myself are going to sign off from casting for Masters Tour Orgrimmar. It's going to be TJ and Frodan to take you through all the action in this truly epic final. Will it be Viper finally getting that huge tournament win within the last few years, or will Gabby, after being a dominant force on ladder ever since he's been basically a child first competing in Hearthstone all those years ago, can he finally get that big win that he's been working so hard for all these years? We'll find out very, very shortly.
After 3 days of play, 400 players gathered to play for $250,000 and the right to call themselves the Masters Tour Orgrimmar champion. Welcome, everybody. It's time for the Grand Finals. My name is Frodan. I am your host of the America's Grand Masters, joined by my co-caster, TJ Sanders, ready to fight. TJ, it's time for the grand finale, and what better way to represent them than two of the finest card slingers that Tavern has to offer. It's going to be a good one coming up. TJ, how you doing? It's time for the grand finals.
I am incredibly excited for the grand finals. It's been a little bit of time since I've been able to cast the finals, so getting that feeling. And honestly, it's super cool because I'm kind of getting 2019 World Championship vibes from this one, Viper versus Hunter Ace. It's the same feelings that are bubbling up, right? Where we have a very young, super hot in terms of gameplay, young, like really top player, and I think that Viper kind of gets painted as the villain in these situations because Gabby is a fan favorite, right? But I really think that Viper has proven time and time again that he deserves to be in the conversation for one of the best players in Europe. And he's been, quite on a streak recently because of his recent performance in Grandmasters as well. So I'm definitely excited, Dan.
Absolutely. We have an established Grandmaster who was on the come up for a while and now has kind of supplanted himself in the conversation as one of Europe's best players. That's Viper. Then you have Gabby, a player who's young, lots of hype, reminds us a little bit of that Hunter Ace dynamic, and what a finals it would be to once more relive a little bit of that experience with Gabby from France. And so let's find out what ends up happening in this best of 5. There's no extended rules of any kind. We're just going to play some good old-fashioned best of 5 Conquest Hearthstone. And take a look at the first deck from Viper. He's got Spell Mage. No Deck of Lunacy, though. And we've seen some wacky stuff out of Viper in the past. We've talked a lot about Spell Mage. TJ, I want to ask you, I think you're the only person I haven't got a chance to talk much with this weekend, given that they separate us for these kinds of events. What do you think about Spell Mage? Was that the best deck to bring for this tournament, as many people were hyping it up to be?
Maybe not like the best deck, right? Because that's been tough to quantify over just the course of the weekend, but it has just been really solid, and it's still a very high power level. If you hit flow early on in the game, unless you're facing a hyper aggressive deck, you have so many tools and so many ways to win the game. It's not just about straight up burn. The deck does have some tools with running your opponent out of resources, or going for like a minion based strategy with the power font of power, and it just feels like if it gets any control of the game state early on, you're going to die later because they have a ton of burst in the deck. So I've been really enjoying watching it, especially the players that brought Deck of Lunacy. No Deck of Lunacy here. It's the more anti-aggro version with Shooting Star for both players. But still very fun to watch. And that's another note. I mean, Viper copied Gabby's lists, and then they both made it to the finals. These are identical lists, back to back. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that it goes without saying that people who spend a lot of time practicing together tend to have their results even bunched together. So it's not a surprise if people end up, having similarities in their deck list, even straight up copying it, ends up being the reason why both of them are in that finals. So taking a look at the Spell Mage, as we've seen and talked about it, very similar across the board. Not really much to really think about there. I guess the question does become, what is the edge? Is it 50% down the middle? Is there anything that you spot, TJ, that might be that X factor that can separate and differentiate a second from a top one here?
No, I mean, it's going to come down to gameplay, which is kind of the cool thing, right? There's mirrored lineups on both sides. It's both players are riding the momentum. We're in the finals. It's not like, we have a lower bracket or anything where the player coming from the lower bracket has all this momentum on their side after winning many matches in a row. And they've both shown to be high quality players. So that's what you like to see, is when it all comes down to their plays in the game, and there's no factors outside of that can influence it. And it makes for a great final, I think.
Okay, well, we're going to find out what happens in this Mage head-to-head. And, you know, we've seen how the Mage Mirror often ends up deciding what can be the series outcome. But there's also been the case where the Mage Mirror just trades in the very first couple of games. Mage wins on one side, Mage wins on the other side. So let's get ready and get into it in just a moment here with Viper versus Gabby. This is game one of the grand finals of Hearthstone Masters Tour Orgrimmar. Hope you've enjoyed the past few days. Whoever wins this gets $25,000 and the most points to take home, but perhaps to call themselves a Masters Tour winner, defying all the odds despite it being the hardest set of competitions that Hearthstone has to offer. I mean, there's just a lot of pride on the line as well, TJ.
Absolutely. And we're getting to look at the opening hands here. Like Gabby's a lot more, Font of Power, Primordial Studies, you know, whatever. It's the Incanter's Flow that my eyes are going to right now. That Incanter's Flow, a huge deal. One of the main cards that you're looking for. Oh, Viper hits it as well. Both players with Font of Power and with the Incanter's Flow in the opening hand. We're off to a good start.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Pretty solid to start things off here. I think that if you look at the Encounter's Flow situation, what really starts to make it feel very powerful for Viper is the fact that he's got the card draw to back it up. How many times have we seen that Encounter's Flow not really amount to much, largely because the fact that they're not really doing a ton outside of discounting their hand. And so we shall see if that ends up becoming a difference maker here in this game, as Gabby is going to get onto the board with that one thief, but don't expect much to come out of it. Font of Power available for Viper here as well. But it doesn't have the hand space to support that.
Yeah, we're kind of in an interesting state right now where neither player really has gotten a huge hold of the board. The biggest card here is, though, the Refreshing Spring Water, right? Gabby has one in hand and will be able to start going for that burst. Already has board with an Apexis Blast in hand. So it's looking like Gabby's got a slight lead, I would say, in this mirror matchup. But Viper does have some tools to fight back. Second Incanter's Flow and a Cram Session in hand, but outside of the Font of Power giving him one of the cheap mage spell damage minions, he doesn't have a way to sort of draw those extra cards. I wonder if he's going to take this more as a tempo approach or try and get this Incanter's Flow online and rely on hitting the big card draw to kind of have a huge impact in the next coming turns.
Yeah, we've seen that be the huge swing when you're behind on the board. That is absolutely one of the best things that you can look for, which is incredible amounts of card draw and a way to bring it all the way back with huge discounts. But for now, just kind of jockeying for a little bit of board position. Maybe these small minions can get a little bit extra damage in. You never know. Go ahead and see what he can pick up off of card draw. Additionally, too, if he's able to stick minions on the board with the Refreshing Spring Water, finds a Apexis Blast. Everything is coming up okay for Gabby here. And the Lar, that's a very difficult minion to deal with.
Very difficult to deal with, and Viper now has lost the board by a lot. And it's going to be tough for him to come back and then try and get his own game plan online. And Gabby doesn't have a lack of burn. Has a lack of card draw. That's a big thing. The only limiting factor for him is going to be mana and just finding the card draw that he needs. But still has a Apexis Blast and Fireball in hand. If he can stick a little bit more damage from minions, he's going to be in a good spot. And Viper does pick up Devolving Missiles. That could be good for the Alar. But it's hard to isolate it here since he doesn't have like a combustion to try and isolate it a little bit easier. And he doesn't want to throw like too much burn at the at these minions because then it just makes his overarching game plan even tougher.
Time runs out on me.
It's all true.
What to do?
A lot of options on his display right now as Viper is on the rope. Notoriously a very methodical and slow player, which sometimes has gotten him into trouble in the past.
Yeah, he's running out of time.
Yeah. Fireball committed to get rid of Alar when he has Devolving Missiles. That's probably one of those things, oh boy, where you're not happy to see from Viper's perspective. The freshman comes out, pretty well statted minion, and that's going to be more chip damage opportunity for Gabby. Texas Blast and Fireball is an additional 11, can continue to press in. This is looking very good for Gabby. And Viper does not have any way to deal with a wide board in a meaningful manner. The Reckless Apprentice is not good enough. The second copy of Refreshing Spring Water, though.
Yeah, and is incredibly cheap with double Incanter's Flow being played. Does have Brain Freeze available as a cheap way to try and buy some time. It's getting so much mana back. Combustion for 1 mana. Rude Orb as well.
Okay. All playable.
All playable.
Gabby coming up on turn 6, so Flame Strike won't be able to answer this. This is an opportunity for Viper to try and press in, see what he can get off this Ruined Orb.
Already has a Cram Session in hand, but his deck is cheap. So maybe prioritizing card draw, because it's also going to be hard to corrupt the Ring Toss with the way his hand is right now. He's not going to be playing the Sage. He's not going to be playing Mask of Cthulhu anytime soon, most likely, or spending 5 mana to deal 3 damage. But picks it anyway, just because Ring Toss has a lot of value in the matchup. You're able to get Counterspell to block some burn. Oh, he took too long! He could have fit in Refreshing Spawner as well.
He could have, you're right. Arguable that if he did end up getting 2 additional mana back, what would he actually play? His hand is all 4 costs or more. Oh no! Well, Evolving Missiles not being cooperative with Gabby here. I mean, he still is okay in terms of dealing with the threat, but that was definitely a very subpar result for Gabby.
Yeah, he does have the Corrupted Ring Toss, so he's got ways to spend his mana, but he can't take this damage, so he's going to have to use the Varden Dawn Grasp to freeze the board and try and see if he can piece together some more burn. At any point in this game, outside of Secrets from Ring Toss, if he picks up a second Fireball, he just wins. So this is a pretty stressful situation for Viper, because there is the Fireball left in the deck for Gabby. He's used both a Pexus Blast, but also has Mask of Cthulhu, which if he can follow up a Flame Strike with it, could also be the damage that he needs, and now also has double Incanter's Flow played on his deck.
Well, the Mana Worms were hard to deal with from Viper's perspective. He's lining up into a Flame Strike. We know that. I'm pretty sure Viper's aware of that possibility as well. But, you know, he's going to see if this Gabby does have it. Not to mention the wider board he builds, the harder it is for Mask of Cthulhu to land direct damage to the face. This is a very good push coming out from Viper. But now Gabby has a very juicy, clean Flame Strike ready to go and wipe the entire board. Brutal for Viper. That's such a big swing. He was hoping that this would be his counteroffensive, and now he can't. But he does have Ring Toss, which can help give him some more longevity into the game because he is afraid of the burn. Just needs to find a counter spell. Oh boy.
Doesn't hit it. So the first one with Netherwind roll, since Oasis Ally and Rigged Fair Game were offered. The second one, I honestly don't know. None of these are particularly good in the matchup just because Rigged Fair Game usually the mage is dealing damage to you on their turn. Probably picked it anyway just because the other two didn't really have too much benefit. And now I think he just has to play the Reckless Apprentice just to maybe try and put something in the way of potential Mask of Cthulhu.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Oh, it's Ice Barrier.
Nope.
Okay.
It is Ice Barrier. And Gabby ends up testing to see if it's counterspelled. Activates the Netherwind portal. Gabby instantly picking the secrets so fast that I couldn't even keep up. I think I only saw one choice being Mirror Entity. Not entirely sure what else he had picked, but it could have been also Ice Barrier given the threats of the board. his hand is looking very weak. So a lot of times in that position as a mage, you're thinking, can I get away with rig fair game in a situation, in a game where my opponent is regularly trying to deal damage? And it's not very practical.
He actually has a single card left remaining in his hand if he plays his combustion.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
I mean, it's down to the wire here. We talked about how resources are going to be an issue. Counterspell to try and stop Viper from being able to capitalize immediately off of it. I mean, Viper could test it with brain freezing his own minion. This is a way to bait the counterspell. Well done by Viper, and now he has an opportunity to play Ring Toss that's corrupted, maybe find a counterspell to stop the direct damage burn. A window of opportunity has been created from Viper's side. Counterspell also available. Oh my goodness, is Viper going to make yet another big comeback?
That would be insane. Gets to get that full mask damage in now with one fireball in hand. Still a ways off though, because there is 19 health on Gabby's side. But now, I mean, Gabby has to ping face every turn. It doesn't get him anywhere closer because double fireballs lethal regardless. It does get him closer if he draws a mask. But if he did he pick second, or did he pick Ice Barrier as his secret, and is Viper willing to risk that? Is the big question. Viper picks up card draw.
Oh, okay. He does go for it. He goes for it because he knows Gabby's ignoring the minion. He very clearly has a read that Gabby has direct damage like Fireball in the hand. And now, with more card draw with another Ring Toss capability, he has the option of going for yet more counterspell. Memorial Studies? Oh, he has to play the Sage here, and the Sage draws more cards, so he's going to evaluate that first.
What once was cloudy shall become clear.
Right. Now he can Devolving Missiles.
Devolving Missiles, Combustion, and I think he wants to Ring Toss because he wants to find another counterspell to stop the card draw off the top. It's very likely that Gabby just has Burn in hands. It's a card that he hasn't played. So I like that instead of going for a Pexis Blast on the 5/5 just to find the most chance to live until the next turn because that's all he needs. He has lethal from hand with Mask. He can play Mask, a Pexis Blast, and Fireball in the same turn.
Wow. He's going to do it. Gabby knows that with Fireball, it will activate the counterspell. He has to get a chance with this cram session. And it's not going to be it. Fireball was the next card. And Gabby got so close to be able to win that mirror. And Viper takes the first game of the series. Deep breaths being taken. Because he knows once more it was an unlikely scenario at the very get-go. But as time went on, with some really solid play, and of course playing to the deck outs, that's what Mage wants to do. Viper able to withstand the pressure and bring it back. The early game was largely dictated by the fact that Gabby was pretty aggressive, able to get that damage and put Viper at that damage threshold, but just coming up a little bit short, despite the fact that Viper's aggression for turnaround felt like it was going to fall dead in the water. Gabby just ran completely out of gas, and we talk and highlight about the importance of card draw. Look at the difference in decks on the right side of the screen. 4 cards for Viper remaining, 13 for Gabby. That tells you everything you need to know about how that mid-game went for those players.
And, you know, the early game was slightly messy for Viper. He got through it, right? But it looked like there were some opportunities, like him running out of time, having to throw out the Devolving Missiles and not really taking much power off the board. But the way he sequenced it in the later portions of the game, specifically holding off on a Pexis Blast on a 5/5, exact mana utilization, recognizing that Gabby probably has Burn in hand, and he needs the chance at Disruption with the Counterspell. Because if he hadn't done that, if he had Pexis Blast instead, he would have died. Because he wouldn't have had Counterspell up. Gabby would have drawn Fireball, Cram Session, then Fireball again for lethal. So well done at the end for Viper, recognizing that he just needed to protect his life total. And he did exactly that. And Mage Mirrors have been deciding a lot of matches, especially when you're in an actual 120 for 120 card mirror matchup. If you're winning deck versus deck, right? Mage versus mage, rogue versus rogue, whatever, it puts you at a huge advantage. And now Viper going to move to the Miracle Rogue, single pen flinger, Miracle Rogue. And I mean, obviously this deck has been on fire for both players since they're in the finals. throughout the tournament, I've been praising the players that brought the animated broomstick. But seeing the Penflinger in action, how you have yet another card in your deck that can activate your own Octobot and then bounce back and still be able to fight for board, it's been pretty crucial in a lot of their wins. So I may have to eat my words and say that Penflinger's just better.
It could be. And it might be impactful in other matchups, but against Mage, Penflinger doesn't seem to nearly have as much consistency because Mage isn't really focused on playing that many minions. We shall see, though. Gabby, full mulligan, looking for something better. Viper, I mean, Swindle is something that you can consider keeping. Everything else feels like it's not that impactful right now. Much better to pick those up later, or at least if you have cards that you know you want to combo with. The big important thing with these rogue versus mages, we've talked about timing, and Viper has some of the best out there, as he is very, very strong at recognizing when he can go for these giant swing turns. Doesn't even keep up the Swindle, wants to ensure that he has the ability to go for powerful plays as soon as he's able to. And Gabby picks up Incanter's Flow with Font of Power. That's a really good opening hand here.
Man.
Wow. I mean, he's got very good stuff overall, and I think if you look at how Viper's hand is right now, he did pick up the Foxy Fraud, which was nice, but he doesn't have anything to combo with. I feel like it's not that great. And now Incanter's Flow.
His hand is gross.
Yeah, we're going to see
man.
the exact same thing, TJ, that we've been talking about, which is the mages get the first 2 wins of the series.
Yeah. Maybe to, backtrack and re-answer your question from earlier. Absolutely, Dan. Mage is the best deck. It was the best bring to the field. It just seems like they're trading wins back and forth with Mage at the beginning of the series. I guess it would happen with Priest as well if they were left up, just judging by what we've seen when it has been left up. A little bit of a tough decision from Viper here, whether to go with Octobot or Cult Neophyte. Going into 3 mana obviously blocks Arcane Intellect and just the ability to remove. But I really like it to either, 1, block the 4 mana turn with Refreshing Spring Water, or after you build a board to try and protect it a little bit with that. But this hand is insane. And also gets the Imprisoned Phoenix, gets to load up some spell damage. If this Refreshing Spring Water hits a 0 mana cram session, then he's just going to pop off in a couple turns. Yeah. He's going to draw through pretty much his entire deck. Yeah.
Yes. If you think about, tempo matchups a lot of times being dictated by how many mana crystals you can spend, it's a very simplistic and not a very good rule of thumb to always measure everything, but it can be a way to help guide what you're trying to do. Those who squeeze out very mana-efficient plays regularly will have an advantage over those who do not. And every single turn, Gabby can play 2, 4, 6, maybe even up to 10 mana crystals more than Viper can. It's going to be very gross if Gabby hits a cram session that can continue to draw with that Imprisoned Phoenix and just wipe out Viper. I mean, we've seen it where sometimes they just kill them on like turn 6 or 7 just because they keep drawing 2 mana Fireballs, 3 mana Pexus Blast, a Massacre Cthulhu to finish it all off. It's going to be very difficult for Viper to fight back. But he has his own mana discounts too. It's not like he is sitting dead in the water. Viper does have the ability to disrupt, and he's going to make it sting a little bit. This is excellent timing from Viper, recognizing that Refreshing Spring Water is going to be a card that if he's holding it, it's not going to be easy for him to play.
Yeah, I like the play. Flinger also doesn't have as much value.
Oh my.
What? Brutal.
I mean, this this is looking like one of those games. I mean, Gabby is just ripping off the top of his deck. And when you draw like this and you're not making mistakes, I mean, it's a recipe for success. Gabby's not really threatened by that Penflinger, can't really go face.
Yeah.
Viper stuck on a Secret Passage turn.
Yep. Gets the Penflinger back. That's about it. But, I mean, turn 4, he's looking for Kazakis. There's not much room for field contact. Vanessa Van Cleef, some Combustion.
Sure. I mean, it helps him deal with the Phoenix.
Sure, but it's it's just not what you want to be doing in the matchup. And even look at the hand post Secret Passage. He's got a whole lot of nothing to do. You know, obviously this is going to be made better by a field contact draw, but Penflinger and Prize Plunder usually want to use to contest the board, but there's not really going to be a board from Gabby to contest.
Oh my goodness. 4 damage from the Ruined Orb. Discover a spell. Another Apexis Blast. 7 damage from the Apexis Blast that was drawn. Now going to summon a 5 mana cost minion. And then Fireball. Viper was at 30 health about 3 seconds ago. Now is staring at potential death.
Potential death. I feel like this is imminent death, to be honest. Even with a good hand, Viper would have had trouble in this game, I feel. But with this type of hand that he's working with right now, I just... if he can maybe survive to be able to coin Alex his own face, then, you know, maybe we have a game, but he hits card draw again. It still costs 2 mana, even with the Cold Neophyte being played.
Right. It's just efficient still.
Yep.
More studies of spell damage. And with the cheap spell damage minion like Astromancer Solarian, next turn, he has the ability to squeeze out the Apexis Blast. Goes for a Cram Session. I realized he didn't actually have enough mana to go for lethal next turn. So Gabby... that prioritizing the card draw to see if he can pick it up. Okay, TJ, I mean, Viper's getting kind of close to an opportunity to maybe sneak one over Gabby. Can he do this?
He can get a Ruined Orb here from the Vanessa Van Cleave. And then he's not really going to have enough mana to do anything. I don't think there's anything for 1 that he could really use to disrupt any burn from Gabby. But if he survives one more turn, like we said, he can coin the Alex. Potion?
All right.
Okay. If Alex lives, then he can potion it in Alex again.
Well, he has the ability to Shadow Step his Tenwu preemptively here, so he can coin next turn, play the Alexstrasza Tenwu, and have Alexstrasza for the following turn with Potion. So I like that. Does he want a Tenwu, Shadow Step the Tenwu, or is he going to go for the ultimate pressure play to try and see if he can finish this game right here? Gabby has 2 Cram Sessions.
Oh, jeez. 1 is 0 mana.
Finish it.
Mask?
2
Double mask?
Clear the board.
Yeah, the problem with Shadow Stepping the Tenwu is, like, you can't do it all in 1 turn. Because even if you Tenwu the Alex back to hand, it'll still be full cost, and you'd be going into the following turn. So you'd be going into an 8 mana turn, and then you wouldn't even be able to play the Alex again.
Right, it was for turn 9, so the Shadow Step was to play Tenwu. You coin Alexstrasza yourself, then play a 0 mana Tenwu and bounce back Alexstrasza. Then the following turn, you Alexstrasza Potion for Alexstrasza.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't be able to Alexstrasza because it only costs 1 for that turn, and it would be full cost, so it would be 9.
Right.
And then you wouldn't be able to play it the next turn.
Yes. So
why? He's just hoping that he has no bird. He's setting up for 2 turn.
He got close, TJ. I was thinking that there was a possibility, but he can't do that. And Gabby is going to strike back. So that's going to be game number 2. And, I mean, at this point, we saw the mages trade games. It was a tough spot from Viper. You know, caster, lethal, right? The opportunity to maybe squeeze out additional mana they didn't have. He was desperate to find something, but I agree with that, right? Like going for an Alexstrasza aggressively, recognizing that the only way that you can get it was to try and be very aggressive onto the board. But, you know, there's no stopping the momentum. The momentum that even shifted so fast that Gabby's headphones fell off from that head whip, recognizing the second Incanter's Flow I mean, this kid's going so fast with this mage deck, and Viper couldn't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, and talking about just at the end there, Viper Alexing Gabby instead of his own face, it makes sense, right? Because even if you Alex your own face, you're not progressing your own game plan. Gabby has so many cards. At that point, he could just, kind of freeze the Alexstrasza or do whatever and then still manage to find the burn because he had double mask and fireball and a Pexus Blast left in the deck. So it's really difficult to win from that position, and he's saying, all right, you have 13 cards or 14 cards left in your deck. It's a possibility that all of your burn is at the bottom, and that's a higher likelihood for me to win than me Alexing my own face and playing this passive game plan. So I like how Viper just took the risk. He kind of threw it out there. He knew that he was probably dead, but I like the try nonetheless. And now he moves to Rush Warrior, which surprisingly a very difficult deck to play. I think when players first got their hands on it, they were like, oh, this is pretty cool. You just play rush minions, play a big thing every turn and, fight for board. But when to hold on to resources, when to play out things, and when to hoard things for conditioning, and the order that you play things, how to combo Parade Leader and Playmaker with the rush minions can be a pretty difficult task. And I do think that one false move can force a loss on this deck, because I do think that out of the decks in these players' lineup, Mage, Rogue, Priest, the Rush Warrior is kind of the odd man out, where I don't think it's quite at the power level of the other decks. And I think that if we can see a player come out on top in like a Rush Warrior mirror matchup, that's going to be a big deal. Or just getting across the line with the Rush Warrior in general.
Rush Warrior really much punctuated by the power of the top end of getting extra damage to the Troublemaker and Alexstrasza, but the main meat of it is being able to buff your hand through conditioning and Overlord Runthok. Now, we look at a lot of the Rush Warrior power, but, one thing that's been very pleasantly surprising to see the inclusion of ETC, God of Metal, to get a little bit extra rush damage to see if you can get over the hump. And they've been super valuable in clutching the situations for even both of these players. Being able to get the win in situations where it looked like they needed a little bit extra and they were just short. And it's been very clutch. I'm thinking about the games from Viper, where he had a situation where he was completely dead if he didn't have the ETC and the exact mana for that lethal. So I'm looking forward to seeing more Rush Warrior. I think it's very much proved itself as being a top candidate for a good tournament deck. I think people have been down on it in ladder in general because it just hasn't really shown as much staying power against Paladin as people would like. But it's still a very solid deck, and many people have had success with it. In my opinion, I think Warrior was the big X factor in a lot of lineups that we saw made it to the top 16.
Yeah, it did start to kind of pull away. At the beginning of the tournament, I honestly thought that looking at the field control Warrior, the few players that brought it would have more success with the ability to ban Priest and having good matchups otherwise. But I just don't think the control Warrior stood up well enough against Mage, or at least as well as they thought it would. And that's why it kind of faltered a little bit. And we saw like one in top 16, and that was it. But now getting into the mirror matchup, Gabby has double bumper car with conditioning, so has the ability to have a big burst of power in the mid game. Viper does have the control of the board at the moment, but control of the board in a Rush Warrior mirror doesn't mean all that much, because it can swing incredibly quickly the other way. But if you can stick some meaningful damage, then that lets you get to the point where the weapons from Imprisoned Gnarg and Sword Eater plus Alexstrasza or ETC, like you talked about before we got into this match, can end things. So yeah, Gabby has to be mindful of how much damage he's taking early, and just how greedy he wants to get with his conditioning in hand.
Well, we're not there yet. I mean, I guess he could if he wanted to use the conditioning right now to strike back and answer the board. But can he go even further with his tempo swing that's eventually going to come out with the conditioning and these powerful rushers? If he uses the Sword Eater this turn, I mean, that was one of the first plays that I thought of. You Could also use Parade Leader and the Rushers to answer right now and wait till the second round of Bumper Cars and the Riders to buff up with conditioning. There's a couple of different lines that you can take here, all with really important ramifications on how the mid-game will play out. And so Gabby seems to prioritize removing the Parade Leader right now and dealing with the immediate threats. And I can get behind that here.
Yeah, it is a good amount of resources, though. Like you said, doesn't want to fall too far behind. Viper kind of just autopiloting a little bit, which is uncharacteristic of him as a player. Usually quite mindful of even pretty simple turns. But, ooh, Blademaster Samuro buffed with the stage dive. That is a good pickup because that is a definitive comeback tool in the matchup and allows Gabby to be a little bit greedier with now double conditioning in hand. Oh.
Okay, well, conditioning right on time for Viper to add more stats onto the board. And Gabby's like really hoping that he overextends. Like, you want to play things like a buffed Crab Rider because I got the Blademaster Samuro ready to go. I mean, this is an opportunity for Gabby to go for a decisive swing. He was waiting for it, biding his time. Viper setting it up. Gabby, with that Blademaster Samuro getting buffed, has the 5 attack ready to go with the conditioning. But not exactly the wipe that I think he was hoping for. I mean, still a good wipe.
Well, Gabby was really just hoping for not Crab Rider in that instance because he had conditioning plus Blademaster Samuro. Crab Rider would have been at 6 health, so it wouldn't have been cleared off. And he's at 16, so that Crab Rider would have already had 3 attack, could have attacked for 6. He had another weapon, so Gabby would have been, even after playing the Blademaster Samuro, down to just 7 health on the next turn, which is not a great place to be. Because a couple weapon swings plus Alexstrasza, even if you're armoring up every turn, which you don't want to be doing because it means you're not fighting for board as aggressively, would have been the answer. So he is happy now that it was just a measly Bumper Cars.
You're correct, TJ. At that point, miscounting by 1 in a couple different areas, you're entirely correct. That Crab Rider would have been just barely out of the range, finds an opportunity to crash into this Sword Eater and take a very commanding board lead with the Warsong Challenger now buffed as well. Gabby flinging onto the board, and now Viper has to respond. Does have his own buffed up Samuro as well, trying to pave the way before his Troublemaker hits the board. And can also think about how he wants to utilize his athletic studies at the end of the turn, perhaps, to see if it changes changes what he wants to do for the future turns. But I have to imagine that he's still eyeing this Troublemaker and thinking about what he wants to do next turn.
This is an interesting decision. Kargath puts a giant Rushman in your deck in the form of Kargath Prime. Viper doesn't necessarily need the armor right now, but that could change quickly, right? Or go for probably Tent Trasher, just because it's usually the same cost as Warsong Outrider, just 1 extra health. But if he really feels like he needs to squeeze in some extra mana, that could go Warsong Outrider just for the most efficient way to clear. But judging by his hand, it looks like he will have some mana available. Turn 8 is most likely going to be Troublemaker unless Gabby sets up a board that it doesn't look particularly good against. I'm actually not sure because there's different reasons to take each one, but ends up going with Kargath just to have that ability to have the Kargath Prime come to the hand at some point in the game.
Yeah, I like Kargath because it has even more potential. If you pick up Playmaker, it can summon 2 Kargath Blade Fists and find a way to respond to your opponent's board. The Tent Trasher, it's a very solid card. There's nothing wrong with picking it up. However, I just feel like there's just less potential the way that Viper can see this game going longer. Because we have seen Frenzy Warriors, or rather Rush Warriors, battle back and forth and trade resources. Then it comes down for pound how strong your cards are. So I think that's what was on Viper's mind. He picks up a stage dive, and this is a very intimidating board. He should still be alive even if he plays Troublemaker and it doesn't die immediately. But it feels like one of these situations where Viper has to be careful. If he ends up committing Troublemaker and he falls behind on board, then it might not matter if he has Kargoth, Blade Fist, and Darkmoon Rider afterwards.
Yeah, I think he has to deviate from the Troublemaker turn because the breakpoints just aren't good enough. Even if if he hits any of these minions, unless he's hitting both, well, he could Darkmoon Rider and then trade both Playmaster Samuro and the Darkmoon Rider and kill this off. And then if he gets some more face damage or kills the 5/5, he wants one of two things. He wants them both to go in the same place. Nope.
Yeah. And Playmaker now with the double Dr. Krasinov that's been mega buffed. Huge damage, huge pressure coming out from Gabby to try and end this game. And now Viper is on a draw to just live. Athletic Studies to start things off. Or rather, he has a stage dive to draw as well as Athletic Studies.
Even with the buffer car, I don't think that's enough. Rusty Raider and Rakara could both come out and double trade, but then I think he's dead to the Krastenov. Or the weapon, whichever way he decides to. He can't kill every minion.
What now?
No, he can't. Rusty Raider would cost 4 Rakara. So I think the Rusty Raider is a 5/8. It could kill off the Krastenov.
Yeah, but then he kills off one other minion with Okara, and then he still leaves 9 power on board, whichever way he does it, right? He leaves the Playmaker up and the weapon swing. I was thinking maybe he could leave value trade with the Rusty Raider, leave a minion up, but then the weapon hits, and the Rakara's not strong enough to kill the Krasinov and Gabby. That was a crazy rush warrior mirror because it felt like Viper was ahead, and all it took was just one turn for Gabby to swing it. And honestly, with both players having Blade Master Samuro, the player that's not the aggressor, right, in that situation, since Viper had the tempo advantage, he was the aggressor, comes out on top because they get a bigger swing. They sweep up more minions with Blade Master Samuro and swing the game back. So a nicely played game from Gabby, and was able to, like we said, get a little greedy with the conditionings and have it pay off big time.
Absolutely. He has the 2 of conditioning, and all you gotta do is be patient. You wait, you wait, you wait, and right when he gives you the opportunity, the double, you stand onto the board, swing, and end the game right there. I mean, just look at this power turn with the Dr. Krasinov and the being able to have the Playmaker come out, summon an extra copy, wipe Troublemaker, push for the lethal. And Gabby is now on tournament point. 1 game away from being able to claim the Masters Tour Orgrimmar Championship and win $25,000. Viper right behind him, but needs to find a way to get the win. We've been talking about the mirrors. It's been about the mirrors when these lineups go head-to-head. And we might see another one coming up. But it depends on how Viper really wants to play his matchups. It does not really tell you one way or the other what's going to happen because he needs to win with both the decks. For now, we're going to go to Gabby. He does have a bad matchup with the Warrior on the other side with Viper's lineup, and that Warrior still up. But he does get 2 chances, and it's not an unwinnable matchup even if he goes up against Warrior here.
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything that's an unwinnable matchup for Miracle Rogue in the current metagame. They're just quite a consistent deck and can find game plans to beat pretty much any archetype, which is cool, and it's why it's had so much staying power, despite going through, many evolutions for the deck, having to deal with balance changes to both Penflinger and Jandis Barov. And even since then, right, the addition of Tenwu and Alexstrasza the Lifebinder a few weeks ago. Now people are putting in broomsticks. There's even people putting in broomsticks and then Sinister Strikes and Ethereal Augmarches and going for super burst damage rogue. It's pretty cool to see that. And Rush Warrior is probably its worst matchup, at least its worst matchup out of the decks that are common in the field. So we'll see how things pan out. It would be kind of fitting for the finals to come down to a Miracle Rogue mirror because it does feel like Miracle Rogue has kind of defined the tournament, even though Priest is considered the best deck. It's getting banned the most. We've talked about Mage so much. Oftentimes it comes down to rogues getting wins in series that are deciding things. So I hope that we get to go to that Game 5. Don't want any bias to show because I like both these players equally. But just for excitement factor and maximum Hearthstone, Dan.
Maximum Hearthstone. We're getting that. Game number 4 about to start. Viper not liking the hand. Gonna go full mulligan. Gabby, on the other hand, has some interesting choices. I like Mankrik always, just one of these really powerful cards you can play on 3. I have seen some players feel like they can keep Shadow Step as well, so this is exactly what Gabby ends up doing, and it opens up a lot of potential into the hand, depending on what he's drawing, though. One of the things that it does feel like when you're on the rogue side is you're on borrowed time. The longer, the game ends up going, assuming even if you're able to mass a bunch of resources, Warrior will eventually rack up these really powerful boards, and you just have so much to answer that it feels like the Warrior, unless you rush them down, has that really powerful inevitability. The caveat, of course, is if Rogue is able to find some combo damage in the late game. But that's just some of the experience that we've been seeing throughout the entire weekend. And Gabby has been really good about pressuring when he feels like he has that opportunity to do so, even to the point where I think he's wondering if he wants to put something on the board right now.
Yeah. That one's tough because any of the 2-mana rushers deal with the Guardian Hog Merchant pretty easily. And I don't think you want to use coin, especially with how this hand is. Viper also had a very interesting decision last turn of Blademaster Samuro plus or bumper cars. He risked not having a play on turn 2 if he didn't go bumper cars, but realized that the Blademaster Samuro gave him the biggest ability to clear those mid-game wide board states that Rogue almost always has once they get to the point that they are playing the field contacts and trying to play those battle cries. There's a bunch of 3/2s, which, Blademaster Samuro with a conditioning or parade leader buff can cut through quite easily.
Yeah, it's all true, and it's something to keep in mind as we see what is the athletic studies peak. Okay, so Rokara, very high value if you're able to keep it alive. Fleetfoot, Pearl Tusk, just a very nice generic big stat minion. You talk about overwhelming rogue with pile of stats. That's definitely a great way to do it. Okay.
Yeah. Just feel like it's got to be Rokara there. Opens up some opportunities next turn. Can go Playmaker in Rokara. Which not really the best considering it doesn't have high stats to trade into things. Usually Rokara is better when you already have a board or when you're comboing it with other rush minions, but also has the ability to just go Tent Trasher and swing with the weapon that he's going to get from Imprisoned Gennaric, which would deal with this board pretty effectively.
Yep, looks good to me. Tent Thrasher is very strong, ends up becoming 2 mana this turn, and can even play some other cards with it. Stage Dive comes into the hand.
Yeah, he does have double athletic studies buff right now, which means that all these Rushmans are +2 in cost, so he won't be able to play like Rokara with it, but he could play Stage Dive alongside it and still start to set up for some big minions. I mean, he still has a natural Blademaster Samuro in his deck, so could still hit that off the Stage Dive. Doesn't. Hits another Tent Trasher.
That's right. No
big
tents
stuff.
will be pitched today in the grand finals.
Oh.
Field contact.
Oh.
Prize Plunderer. Here we go. Starting big combos. And we need this from Rogue in order to be competitive in this game. Gabby trying to go off and to capitalize on the turns before Viper starts hitting full power. He knows that conditioning is going to be a threat in the next turn onwards. Has another hand where he could potentially reload with this second field contact. For now, he's going to stop here. Viper does not have the conditioning, but he has ways to ramp up his power as well. The only annoying thing is that this field contact needs to die. So instead of playing his Ringmaster Watley, he plays the Samuro to try to answer the board. A very clean sweep back over to Gabby.
Now the question is, does he want to pop off with the second field contact? He does have a Shadow Step, but can really only play 1 minion alongside with it and then Shadow Step. Could go for like double Wand Thief and try and find like Brain Freeze to keep things going. But I think that it's just better to hold on to field contact and try and assemble a little bit more resources, a little bit more mana. There is the Brain Freeze. So that is most certainly the pick, I'd imagine, unless he wants to bank more mana this turn with Contra Mana Biscuit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking.
All right.
Too. So he has more field contact explosiveness, right? He's racking up his swing turn. And that's kind of what the meta has become, and that's what really has defined a lot of these decks. The mage, the rogue, the warrior, they all have one thing in common, which is they're really trying to capitalize off of having a powerful hand impacted by a sweeping effect, whether it's, Incanter's Flow discounting a bunch of stuff, conditioning to buff your entire hand, Efficient Octobot with field contact to draw your entire deck. These are super powerful effects. And then when you compound it with the fact that you can get ahead like the way Viper is, by leveraging Playmaker and Rakara, it's one of my favorite combos in the deck. TJ, not a huge fan of saying that he thinks that there could be better stuff, which I agree. But it's really fun when you get it to stick and you're able to summon multiple Rakaras because you get the double buff if it survives an attack, as you just saw.
Yeah, brings the first Rakara up to a 4/4. Dimension Samurai with 3/5 now. Very difficult to deal with. And Gabby picks up Wicked Stab, which can be used to try and clean up the board, but it's not what he wanted. He wanted more stuff for the field contact. And he's going to get a Rakara himself, but he's still limited on mana.
Oof.
Can go for Secret Passage?
Can. I was thinking Shadow Step as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not about the Rakara. It's the fact that he just needs to draw something else now.
Yeah, but he needs to find a way to remove the board, is what's happening. So he's going to be left with 2 mana. So not enough to play an efficient Octobot and activate it. Oh, Alex Rosen, not good. Wicked Stab, I mean, that's something. Olgra, oh no, that's so expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like all of his meaty minions.
Yeah, it's that interaction because I think Secret Passage, if I recall correctly, the word is replace as opposed to draw, right? So you don't actually get the effect off of Olgra, and you don't get that 3/10 on board. Viper has stuck a Playmaker. I repeat, Viper has stuck a Playmaker onto the board.
And a Rakara.
It is going to be very dangerous for Gabby moving forward. He was unable to clear a significant amount of the threats. He concedes. We're going to Game 5 to find out who will be the Master Tour Orgrimmar champion. Viper has now brought it back to a rogue mirror. And we talked all weekend long about how the match will be determined by the mirrors, who's able to get the edge. One last rogue versus rogue to determine it all.
Yeah, I don't blame Gabby for conceding with that hand. He had very little comeback potential. That was his last field contact that was just stranded on board, going to be killed off. Had really nothing in his hand to fight back except for a Wicked Stab, but the board was going to get too big with all the attacks and Playmaker and Rakara sticking on board. And at that point, you kind of want to save your mental fortitude, right? Because you know that you're very likely to lose that game and you got one more game left. So even though maybe a little bit of a rougher early start for Viper, he didn't really get anything going up until that Playmaker Rakara turn. But that's all it takes, right? As soon as you get that big board, Rogue struggles to deal with it because their ability to remove is limited when they have not that much mana to work with, especially when you have that much health and stats and must-kill minions on the board. So Rogue Mirror decided all, and it is a true mirror match. 30 for 30 cards.
That's right.
As 120 for 120 from the get-go of the series. And, I knew it was going to come down to a mirror matchup. But having it be Rogue is incredibly fitting.
That's right. I mean, we talk about Rogue's performance and why it is one of the classes uniquely positioned to do very well in the metagame at the beginning of the weekend, and it's really come true. It's shown off what it can do against some of the most prominent decks like Mage and Paladin. Even shows it has a fighting chance against Warrior. Maybe not in that previous game, but it does have these situations where maybe it's not as awful as the data makes it seem. Rogue can actually have a fighting chance if you're able to get a little bit lucky, but also play very tight. And so with that Rogue mirror determining it all, it comes down to this one final game. 50% split down the middle in terms of who is favored. An established EU veteran in the form of a world finalist runner-up in Viper from 2019 up against the second coming of another wave of youth in 2021 from France. It's Gabby. Who's going to take it? Full mulligans across the board, TJ.
Oh, and Gabby has an Octobot. He doesn't have the best follow-up to Octobot, but he does have Penflinger, which can activate it himself. Zero Mana Secret Passage also can be quite useful, and he still has a draw off the top at least to try and hit, say, field contact to really get the ball rolling. Viper, no Octobot, but does have the field contact already, and a Foxy Fraud, so can kind of play for tempo. Oh, Gabby is honed in.
Yes, he is dialed in. There's no room for error at this point. Rogue versus Rogue has always been, in these tempo-based mirrors, balanced on a nice edge. It is so easy for things to get way out of control because you didn't collect enough value, because you didn't draw that one extra card, because you took one extra damage. And it might end up becoming that case here. There's a lot of potential in both players' hands. But with Gabby having that early efficient Octobot puts him already at a pretty significant advantage. We saw what other players tried to do against Viper in the semifinals, being able to weave in the efficient Octobot as Floki played a full 7-mana minion board, or 7 minion board on turn 4, with Jandis Baroff getting double discounted and almost killed Viper by turn 5. That's how crazy fast it can get when you have an efficient Octobot leading the way on turn 2.
Oh, just dagger. There was no real way for him to make a meaningful impact on the board, right? There was some fancy stuff he could have done. Like, I'm talking really fancy and way over the top, like Foxy Fraud, Wand Thief. And then if you hit Flurry, you can Flurry coin to Prize Plunder to not give him the efficient Octobot, but that is excessive. And he's staying to Gabby, basically forcing him to have an answer of his own. And now the question is, can Gabby get greedy? You saw Viper didn't have a way to deal with this at first and didn't have a way to play for tempo at first. But it looks like he is just going to take the discount now. Some premium cards discounted. And I wonder if he's just going to go all in with like Tenwu here.
Tenwu, I mean, nothing would be playable after that. I guess, I mean, he could play his other cards here. But, you know, it's like you said, favoring that tempo, getting onto the board. Now Viper has to answer it with a 1 mana increase on all of his spells. He finds an efficient Octobot with a very good hand to back it up, TJ.
Yeah, but there's still the question of how does he go about this, right? Does he just efficient Octobot and play Wand Thief and just get the discount that way? Does he go efficient Octobot and then just Prize Plunder's own efficient Octobot and try and go for a massive swing next turn with field contact, Foxy Fraud, Wand Thief, Brain Freeze?
So many options.
I think it may be in his mind such an aggressive stance to just be immediately met with disarming that aggression. He has the Brain Freeze and the Prize Plunder, and I like it. I mean, a full board wipe while you're able to take 1 damage and you're still up in the card resources because you know you have Secret Passage and Wand Thief. I think Viper, all he's doing right now is hoping that Gabby doesn't have something like Field Contact to refill his hand, which he does pick up. And so now Gabby can set that up and have an opportunity to refill his hand. This is a situation where it could easily fizzle out. We've seen it so many times where it feels anticlimactic because Rogue just gasses out. It's called Miracle Rogue for a reason. There's a lot of cheap cards that sometimes don't link to other cards, but with Field Contact and Secret Passage being 0, Gabby does have an opportunity to bring this back despite the Efficient Octobot not getting a significant mana discount beyond 1 card.
Oh, these hands are like, it feels like they're just mirroring each other. Viper has the coin, so obviously has 1 more card, but if you subtract the Wand Thief, the 4 other cards, Octobot, Brain Freeze, Field Contact, Secret Passage, is exactly what Gabby had last turn, which is kind of crazy. And Viper just going to go off right now with the Field Contact number 1. It's Conjure Mana Biscuit, Cone of Cold, Refreshing Spring Water. I doubt it's Cone of Cold. Has Secret Passage, so doesn't necessarily need Spring Water. We saw Gabby try and make use of Conjure Mana Biscuit to try and cheat even more mana. But because he has his Field Contact already on board and no way to pick it, oh wow, he does pick Cone of Cold. I guess it does buy him a full turn.
Yeah, I think at this point, he might need to prioritize whether or not he can find a way to stall out in case Gabby goes for a very big tempo swing. But I like it. You know, freeze is something that can help give him that extra turn if he needs. And Gabby is back in the same position he was previously, where he needs to find something good off the top, and that wasn't it. The Alexstrasza, better later on. Damn, it's just a little bit too expensive, but he finds a swindle. All right.
Okay.
Wand Thief can pick off the Field Contact. Can also Shadow Step the Wand Thief to get it ready for next turn. The stage is set. Gabby has that opportunity to pop off next turn with that Field Contact or bursting onto the board. Viper, I mean, he's still in the middle of preparation phase here.
So many options.
Viper deep into tank, thinking about what he can really set up here. Efficient Octobot has the ability to be the combo enabler, just starting off and finding what he can get with Wand Thief. He does have Shadow Step available through the Vanessa Van Cleef, which is quite interesting. Vanessa Van Cleef Shadow Step interaction is actually quite hilarious because, as you know, it can really chain things and make some really wonky things happen. But Viper, more importantly, is thinking about the mage spells that he can pick up here. Flurry, he has Freeze already. Combustion is ways to answer the board. Deep Freeze is a little bit too expensive. And, you know, could end up memeing a lot. This specific interaction is quite funny. The Vanessa Van Cleef and the Shadow Step could theoretically infinite chain.
Looks like a complete hold. You can see his facial expression there at the end. He's just like, nah.
Wicked Stab stops the discount. And now, I mean, Gabby's very much prepared for a big swing. If there's one thing that has been a hallmark of Gabby's play, even just today, if you've only been able to watch the top 8, it is his patience. He has been very good about waiting for the opportune times to try and capitalize perfectly on a big swing turn, because that is what this deck is reliant upon. In the meantime, he's just hoping that Viper doesn't have the kind of pressure and aggression that could really ruin things. And Viper still doesn't have that mana discount. Is actually a big deal because Secret Passage can't dig Jandis, for example, to place onto the board and threaten Gabby. Instead, he has to think about if there's any merit to doing any other play. For example, could Shadow Step play his own Mankrik?
And yeah, Shadow Step plays on Mankrik and then Combustion to kill off the Mankrik on the other side.
I like that. That's a Van Cleef really getting a lot of value here. Ooh, committing onto a board, holding onto the Combustion instead, trying to make a very sturdy board. And it incidentally plays around that Flame Strike as well, but that's not going to stop it from the dagger attack and that Flame Strike. And Viper, once more, is going to get wiped by Giant AoE. Has the Secret Passage ready to go. A second Man-Crick, but he won't be able to be mana efficient. So I think from Viper's perspective, he has to go for his Secret Passage. 4 cards in his deck.
Okay, Foxy Fraud and Swindle.
Huge.
And Tenwu, honestly, if he picks up another combo card, could just go for the same thing again. Doesn't find any value, though.
Doesn't find the value, but he could just end up playing these cards anyways. Yeah. Curious if he feels the need to Shadow Step as well. 16 life, that is dangerously close to where Viper can get to end this game if he finds Alexstrasza in the next few turns. That life lead is a significant deal, and now the time has arrived. Gabby's been biting for quite a few turns now. Wand Thief with the field contact to try and see if he can pick up his hand resource count, and it's going to start exploding soon. But first, a little detour to find out what's going on in Mage Land as he picks up that Devolving Missiles, and he's going to follow with the Guardian Arc Merchant.
Efficient Octobot as well. Doesn't really matter too much in this hand. He's already used Tenwu, so can't go for any crazy Alexstrasza combos. Arcane Intellect, that's more card draw. Another Wand Thief. He's going to draw his whole deck.
Oh? Ice Barrier. Finds Kazakis. Now he's got a ton of power cards in his hand. He still wants to deal with Tenwu, and he also wants to make sure that he just doesn't die, which is a really important thing to factor when you know Viper's holding 2 mage cards. There's 2 mysterious mage cards that Gabby's not aware of right now. He knows that they are mage cards discovered off the Wand Thief. And he's gonna go for a Greater Golem. Oh, Ogre comes out! Magic number's 10. Gabby takes off his headset. He's waiting to see if that ends up being a deciding factor of whether or not he's alive or if the game, the tournament, is over.
Oh, this is going to get real close. Viper, not much juice in the hand. It's a lot of ways to clear the board. But he does have a way to kind of build a board himself at the same time. Just the Prize Plunder and Shadow Step, and I mean just Kona Cold and Combustion almost is a way to pretty much get this board quite clean. I think he's trying to find a way to maybe fit in like a Man-Crick as well, but I'm not seeing it. I mean, if he wants this Tenwu to hit phase, keep in mind that Viper does not have any Wicked Stabs left. He used 1 to clear Man-Crick, and then 1 was cast to face during the Secret Passage turn. So his burst is limited to just another Ogre in the deck from a Man-Crick, and then Alexstrasza.
That's right. Has to play Penflinger and the Combustion if he wants to fully clear the board. Oh, he can actually commit the Prize Plunder instead. Viper waits to the very last second. Looks like he got it off. Loading up 11 power on board. That is enough for lethal. Gabby has to respond to this. He does have Ice Barrier ready to go. He does have that Greater Golem. But in terms of the AoE, the tables have turned. Gabby played that Flame Strike. Viper wasn't expecting it. And with 2 forms of area effect wiping Gabby's board, I mean, he has to play this Greater Golem and hope that he's able to survive. He does pick off 1 of the minions. That's a big amount of lifesteal swing. Still not out of the woods just yet. He's at 16. He has 8 power on the board. Alexstrasza costs 9 mana. Gabby has to be mindful of that, which makes him probably think that he has to play Prize Plunder, potentially even that Ice Barrier right now.
Yeah, if he plays Ice Barrier, Prize Plunder, he can take off the 3-2, leave 5 on the board, still be quite healthy. Even if he just takes off the 3-2 in general, he knows the reach from Viper is quite limited. And he just really needs to survive a turn, right? Because Viper is going to have to sink damage into this Lifesteal Golem because he can't afford with the kind of resources that he has in hand. really go for it. Jandis, maybe?
Hey, wait. Jandis Barov. What comes out of the summoning Raz Frost Whisperer? And Talon Fordring, which draws Alex Straza.
Oh!
And now Viper can pretty much wipe the board, I think. Still,
yeah, he can.
Matt's the main quick trades. He has the pen flinger, and he has. I don't know if he wants to use Shadow Step here.
Well, he can Shadow Step the Prize Plunder, so he's played 1 card. This will be 2. Shadow Step would be 3. The second pen flinger will be 4. So not quite an. Oh yeah, and he can deal 4 to the Lifesteal Golem, and then the Raz will clean it up. So that's a clear on everything except for the Octobot, but it's going to give Octobot activation.
Well, I think that's not your concern nearly as much as keeping your opponent's life total in check, because you know that with Talon Fordring you can have Alex draws in the following turn. So I think that's okay.
Yeah. Putting it into the Octobot just makes sense. And now, Prize Plunder, 4 damage to the Golem. Pretty much a full board sweep. Gabby's working with a cheap hand. And Prize Plunder was the last card played as well for Vanessa Van Cleef. But at this point, I don't think it matters. He doesn't have a way to clear off this board unless this is like a miracle Jandis and Devolving Missile. This is Ice Barrier to buy him time. But if he kills the Talon Fordring, it draws the Alex, and that's 8 more damage that he has to worry about. Okay, Olgra.
Okay, he has Vanessa Van Cleef to draw a Prize Plunderer, Foxy Fraud, Cult Neophyte. He needed something better than that.
He had his last 5 cards are Secret Passage, Brain Freeze, Prize Plunder, Swindle, and Field Contact.
Oh.
Jandis and Ice Barrier?
So it was Prize Plunder that he was looking for. I mean, he has the Vanessa Van Cleef. Vanessa Van Cleef gives him a Prize Plunder, actually.
Yeah.
That was the last card played.
And he got rid of the Talon, importantly.
Yes.
So the Alex Straza won't be drawn. And gets an Ice Barrier up. Oh.
Oh, TJ, the board tension. There's so much going on. And
there's too much board tension. I can't handle it.
And Viper doesn't have the kill. He knows that the secret was played. And now, if it's Ice Barrier, attacking the face could end up being something that bites Viper back in a way that he does not want. And Gabby is very close to stabilizing. He's got 2 of the best cards in this deck ready to go, and he just has to fade these last couple cards. Viper sees the Ice Barrier.
It gives him some good information, so he can use this to start attacking the minions, but he knows he's out of resources, and Gabby will very likely have a board lead after this. He can only clear off 5 power. He's still going to leave 8 up on the board. He knows that there's a Jandis still left. I mean, the rest of Gabby's deck is actually quite good. The Devolving Missiles, honestly, hitting the Talon is such a huge deal because not having access to just straight up Alex Straza and pulling a card from the deck also, right? So that he's not just drawing Alex Straza on a turn.
It's true. Viper starting to systematically pick apart the board, recognizing that this might come down to a grindy value battle, but the best cards from Gabby's deck are waiting. Field Contact comes in, although, you know, I'm kind of wondering from Gabby's perspective, what is he going to be able to pick up here with that Jandis Barov? That's much more important. He's down to just his last few cards.
Oh, those are big!
Kubarashi Berserker! Do you choose to take the hit? I guess Kubarashi Berserker, because you want to make sure that the taunt can survive, and that's what he chooses.
Now those are 5 drops, Dan.
Those are some 5-costed minions.
So he really, there's a couple breakpoints here. He just needs to either clear off as much stuff as possible from the board, or is he setting up lethal if he clears off some other stuff? He could trade this into the 3-2, face with Vanessa, dagger attack to Penflinger, And then Viper needs Secret Passage. He got 1 Secret Passage left in his deck. And he picks up Cult Neophyte. Oh. Wow. He had... I mean, there really wasn't that many good top decks. He had Secret Passage and Kazakis. Really, those were his only two good options. And now I don't think he would. There's lethal. Is there lethal presented on board? 5, 8, 10, 12 damage on board. And he can't remove any more with Alexstrasza in the hand. That's game. I think that's game. I think Gabby might have done it.
It looks like I'm counting it. I don't see an opportunity for Viper to turn this around. Unless there's something that we're missing, maybe there's some teacher's pet death rattle, but he sees that there's nothing dying. And I think Gabby has realized it as he has overcome with emotion, recognizing that he may have just done it. 2, 4, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13. That is more than enough. Gabby has done it in a 5-game marathon series. He has gone the distance. And the prophecy has been foretold that there would be a new young champion coming up in 2021. And he has done it. He has grinded. He is your Masters Tour Orgrimmar champion. Congratulations to Gabby from France. The 15-year-old phenom is going to take home $25,000 US and almost certainly a lock for a European Grandmaster spot. The ultimate prize that he's been working years for.
Let's go, Dan. Let's get some Gabby jams going on here. I'm jamming myself. Honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch Gabby throughout this entire event. We've seen him on stream a bunch. Just the sheer passion that he has for the game and for winning. You can see how much he's invested in each and every match that he plays. And that's really cool because I feel like sometimes we see a lack of that. And I just love to watch him. I'm glad now that he's pretty much a lock for Grandmasters. I think he is. And that we're going to get to see him for some time now because he is the new guard, right? He is here to challenge players like Viper who have been around for a long time and have had that resume. But now it's Gabby's turn, and a well-deserved victory. Many times throughout these series, he's taught me things about the decks, and you know, a lot of times that doesn't happen. Not saying that I know everything about Hearthstone, but usually things are pretty straightforward. But Gabby finds time after time ways to be creative with plays, and just some absolute bonkers Hearthstone, Dan.
Incredible. Just watching the ascent of such a young, hardworking, and passionate young teenager in the scene, having put in endless amounts of hard work into grinding ranked legend. Ever since the age of 10, he was hitting rank 1. And, you know, after so many times playing in these tournaments, it does feel like winning these is just so difficult because the odds are stacked against you. But with good decks, tight play, and being able to stick to your guns, Gabby from France has become the Orgrimmar champion and being able to join us in a future season for Grandmaster. Very well done. Also, tip of the cap to Viper. Love the fact that these two played. I apologize for not bringing this up earlier, but there was some fun exchange on Twitter where Viper said, hey, I'm looking for decks. You know, Gabby, you know, how can I copy your decks? Can I copy your homework? And Gabby's like, sure, just $10 and I got you. I'm pretty sure they were joking. I'm not sure that's actually how they collaborated. But either way, a great story to wrap up what was a fantastic weekend of Hearthstone games. Couldn't be happier for the guy. And ultimately, you know, when we look back at this could be the beginnings of another dominant run, TJ. We've seen these tournaments be the spark plug that has ignited some of the hottest streaks that we have seen in any competitive card game ever, where players just go on dominant performances with like 90% win rate across the board. It's absolutely insane. Could we be seeing the beginnings and emergence of another dynasty-like run from Gabby in the next couple of months, even next couple of years? We're about to find out.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool to see his progression as a player as well. Kind of hard to believe that he can go up from here because what he showed us this weekend, and not only this weekend, but throughout the past year, right? As he's made his rise as one of the most prominent ladder grinders, and now one of the best Masters Tour players. And shout out to the other players in the semifinals as well. We gave that shout out to Viper, but Bly's another top 4. I thought he was going to go for 3 Masters Tour victories, but was cut short by Viper and Floki too. Another very promising European player who gained some much needed points and has now in just the past couple Masters Tours, is it 2 or 3, has performed exceptionally well and could be a front runner for European Grandmasters as well. So it's been a pleasure to watch this unfold at the end of the day.
Let's take a look at the standings of where players sit after a weekend of competition. As we do give out a lot of money, these promotion standings is what's really on the minds of a lot of players when they enter a Masters Tour. Alutimu, his dominant performance, his grip over APAC is not relinquished whatsoever, but we do have a couple of players behind him that might be able to challenge all the way down to Trihyson, Lambi Series, Give Please, Flurry, Glory, Xiaodai, and Okainsuke. They look like a lot of APAC GMs that currently are there, and that's correct because the APAC players, the APAC GMs, are showing up when it comes to Masters Tours.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Ali Tembu, Lambi Series, Give Please, Glory, where you got to go pretty far down the list to find a non-GM. So cool to see that dominance of players that already are in Grandmasters, but still trying to prove themselves. And we can move over to the European Grandmasters promotion standings now. And I think these points totals are going to be a little bit higher. There you go, Gabby, a firm lead with 44. And then we have Frenetic, who's already Grandmaster, Floki, JU, and then, again, more Grandmasters. Letta, Bunny Hopper, Bly's, and then Turna at 22 points, rounding out Europe.
A great mix. There also is one region that we haven't shown yet.
Oh, geez.
Numbers are
Don't do it, Dan.
eye-popping. That's right.
Don't do it, Dan.
Don't look away. Don't look away, TJ. It's time to face the music. Let's look at the promotion standings for Asia, or for Americas rather.
Oh yeah.
Now, because the players had so many points, TJ, we had to cut off a 0 from all of them. It was just too much to fit on the screen, TJ. It would make the other regions look bad. Monsanto with another top 8 performance, able to be number 1. Dreadeye, just saying, if he ever feels like coming out of retirement, can join us. Kayla's Luna, McBanterface, who we also saw on broadcast, both of them tied at 4th. And then Rami Peacehawk and Dar Binks. The future of Americas is bright, TJ.
Yes, it is. Really impressed by Monsanto getting that 260-point total across the Masters Tour. I mean, what is that? 9 times the amount of points that Gabby got? That's weak stuff coming from Europe. I don't even know how it's possible to get 9 times the amount of points that he got since he won an event. But I am looking forward to America's Grandmasters in the future because at least we do need some players to challenge what we have, because it's the only way to improve is to get new blood in there, new ideas. Dan, and even though we may have only had 1 player in the top 16, even though we didn't have any players in the top 4. I'm still an America's fan through and through, Dan.
It's only a matter of time, TJ, as we rise. It's fun to let other regions get a chance every now and then, but Americas will rise up. But, of course, the day does belong to Europe. They completely swept the field into the top 4. And, of course, France once more wins yet another Masters Tour. How long until another country even can challenge them as number 1 right now in Hearthstone? And also, when you look at the standings, this is what you wanted to see, a mix of the Grandmasters players who are also with the Masters players in the mix for the standings, right? You get to see a good composition of players who have been there, of players who are rising up, and people who want to continue to prove that it wasn't a fluke. I'm looking at players like Frenetic, who also made a really deep run, even though he might be in jeopardy of losing his Grandmaster spot. If the trend continues, shows why he is a scary player. And that's just the beginning, right? We talk about the future of competitive Hearthstone in terms of the players. What's it going to look like when some players inevitably take a step back? Who will take their place? And I think that the future is very bright. That does it for us, TJ. Thank you for your closing thoughts. We appreciate everyone who's tuned in throughout the entire weekend. Please watch Grandmasters throughout the next week. We'll be back. Specialists will come back for one more week, and then we have another opportunity to check out some different formats like last year's standings. And then just after that will be playoffs. The first season of Grandmasters will come to a close before you know it. So make sure to subscribe here, youtube.com/Hearthstone Esports. That does it for us. From Frodan, TJ, from Derek, Brown, Gia, and Lorinda. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time for more Hearthstone action.
Oh, that's just lethal, right? He has
yeah, it is.
Fronting in a rage. Wow. Okay. I did not expect that. I thought that Soul Mirror turned